hidden, bid the forbidden, as it was written, you overbidding, with the heathens, karma is a bitch, so how you living? Pray for my enemies, I'm forgiving, cast the pearls on hog, moms and chitlin', if it's too hot, get your ass out the kitchen, finger licking good, good looking, stewing in the stew, I'm cooking, you psyched out, paranoid and shookin', shook the table, babes, I'm booking, get prepared for this ass whooping, listen to the words being spoken, you were talking, I'm awake and woken, while I'm spitting this, got your spit, got choking, era up, a glimpse in my world, eyes shut open, parallel in my mind, I'm chosen, reverse the time, heart frozen, Antarctica cold as ice, casting lots, rolling dice, mean as nails, I'm nothing nice, they persecuted me like they rejected Christ. And show who you are. Alright. What y'all doing tonight? We got a special guest for y'all. On Mouth Off with Meika, I'm Meika Wash. And we got some interesting information that's about to come out. And y'all ain't ready for this, I don't think. But, you know, you better hold on to some because it's about to be a whirlwind up in here. We got the Melanin Gawdess and the Melanin God in the building tonight. About to spit them jewels. So y'all give it up for Melanin Gawdess. What's up, my sis? I'm sorry. There you go. How you doing? I like to respect the woman of the house first. I'm sorry, Melanin God, but it's my duty to be respectful. If a man has a wife, I deal with the wife always. That's it. When it, you know, and that's just me being traditional. You feel me? So I just start with her. So tell us a little bit about yourselves, how y'all came to be, and what y'all come to say to the people. Hold on, I can't hear you. Oh, Lord. I can't hear you. Who is Mike? Your mic is not working or something's going on. Drop, probably go off and come back on and see what happens. Because I don't hear you. Do you have a microphone? Okay, who is Mike? This is weird. We can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, so log off and then come back on. I'm removing Mike, whoever he is. Who is Mike? Hello? What is going on? Hello? I hear something.
Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry I didn't introduce myself. Yeah, I'm just here to show support for Melanin God and Gawdess.
All right.
Heard they were, doing the live.
Okay, now we on something. I can hear everybody.
Y'all can hear me?
Okay. Jeez. Okay, so tell us about yourselves, how y'all came to be, and what y'all got for the people.
I'm gonna let my wife go first, and then I'm gonna get into my basic premise of who I am and why I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think that my let me say it this way. My accomplice as to what I'm doing, as to what I'm trying to do, um, predates what I'm trying to do, so to speak. And I'm here just to correct some falsehoods, and that's just all. But I'm gonna let her speak, and then I'll speak and further explain, if that's okay.
Oh, perfectly fine. What you gotta say, Miss Melanin
But
Gawdess?
ask her the question again, so she can answer you clearly.
What do you mean?
Well, you
You're
started
so
out. You
funny.
started out with a
Okay,
question.
so I'm
Oh.
here to, just drop knowledge from where I come from. Because I
Mhm,
was brought up in a religious environment. So,
mhm,
so to speak, I was a pre-K. So my enlightenment came through pain. So I
mhm,
don't have the same beliefs as Boo, but what he teaches resonates with me.
mhm,
So
mhm,
all I can do is speak from experience and what I've went through as a kid growing up in a household that was ran by a preacher
mhm,
and go from there. I
mhm,
can
mhm,
say, I can drop some details about what I went through to figure out that religion was fake to me
mhm,
because I had good sense. Shit, from birth, I thought I was the shit. Like, oh, I'm here to do something. I got to do it while I can, and that's what it is. I've always felt I came from greatness. So, when people tell us that white folks, the one that put everything out, no, I don't believe that because I feel like we contributed a lot to society. Like everything that was built came from us. So if you don't believe you don't come from greatness, something is wrong with you internally. So I know it's a fight within. I've never believed in going with outside myself to
mhm.
find God. I always knew I was a God because I'm great. I'm just great. I'm fabulous.
Always, Queen. You are great. You are greater than great. You is all that can be. Yeah, and I'm
Right.
feeling that. And that's
So
very positive because a lot of people I be looking at, I be like, you don't even know what you have.
that part. That part.
I'm looking at you. You could be, and that be my downfall sometimes because some people don't want to come out of that.
Yeah, we got people that's stuck. Like we gonna always run into that because they came up in a different background. Every generation comes through something different.
Mm-hmm.
So what we gotta do is reverse all the false knowledge that was taught to us because it just don't make sense. It
Mm-hmm.
don't make sense. In this day and time, it don't make sense. That don't work for us. The
Mm-hmm.
past don't work for us all the time because they came up through a different era. It was segregation, all type of racism, all type of violence. We got to change the game because we
I
know better.
feel that.
We know better.
Mm-hmm. Because I feel like this. If we're still stuck in this cycle, it even though it was some ancestors that stood up for us
Definitely.
and got us to this point, we have to also
No,
study their eras
no,
and change them. What went wrong at this point? Like, they're
no.
our leaders, so we have to take it further than they did.
Exactly. And a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people ain't ready because that we've been indoctrinated. We've been taught to sit back and wait on God.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not getting nothing done for us.
Mm-hmm.
We
Even
have to
God
do
don't want you to wait on him.
exactly.
He
So
says faith without works is dead. You need to
mm,
get up, get out, and get something.
do something. You got
Yeah,
to.
pray to me all day, but that ain't gonna do nothing unless you move. And he said it's a time to kill, it's a time to heal, it's a time for everything under the sun. You know what I'm saying? So understand and prioritize yourself. You feel me? I'm sorry. You got
Exactly.
me all inspired and shit. I'm sorry. Let me breathe.
That's what it's supposed to do. See, this is why this needs to happen because we got to come together on one accord and try to make changes because we got kids, grandkids. Something got to give. Like, if we don't stand up now and do something, nothing's ever going to get done. And I don't feel like we've doing our jobs if we don't create something better for our kids and our grandkids. We got to do it. Nobody's going to do it. It's not going to fix itself. These problems that we see politically, spiritually, on all levels, we need to change it. We need it to make it make sense. And a lot of shit just don't make sense. It's got to make sense.
It got to. Girl, oh my goodness. Oh, I'm feeling your vibe. I'm loving it. It is very intellectual. I'm so happy to have you on my platform. We talk, and I really like your energy. I really want to give it to you.
Thank
You're
you.
a queen. You're a queen in my book. In my book. And I have my own I don't do religion, you know.
Right.
I do. I'm very spiritual.
Okay.
I read a lot. I read a lot. And my knowledge comes full circle. So to me, multiple things exist, right?
Right.
So it's a balance, you know. And so we spend a lot of time on saying, no, you're not right. No, he right, but this is right too. This is this. It's all bring it together. Now it's time for us to bring it together. Full circle.
Yes.
It's information in all of this. So y'all came out here to, girl, you put this spirit in me, girl. Y'all came out here to bring the information.
Yes.
I hear it. So how did you come to this spiritual awakening? What was the steps you took? How did it all begin for you?
Like I said, I came from a religious background, so I started questioning and debating at probably as the age early as 6, because like I said, my dad was a preacher. He was taught to live a certain way. Our mama even played the role. She would decorate me, put me on all these crazy clothes.
What kind of clothes?
Girl, I had on gloves. She put me on bonnets.
I liked the gloves and the bonnet.
Look here. We from the hood. We going to the regular church.
Especially on Easter, you know you have to have your Easter gloves on.
Girl, you ain't got to be dressing us up like that. And my mama sent us to birthday parties like that, baby, and told us we better not get dirty. Come on now. So it was a strict household, and I always had questions because I'm like, okay, you want us to get in here. You want us to go sing in a choir. You want us to go to usher board meetings, choir rehearsal, Bible study. I'm sick of church. I used to go to church and act a fool. We used to get in trouble.
You know what though, sis? let me not interrupt, but I do want you to realize the church is not the building. We are the church.
That part, but still,
right now we are
in
the
attendance
church.
Of that building showed me that wasn't where it was at, because all types of stuff was going on in that building.
Wasn't according to what was,
exactly. So it changed my views of church, and dedicating all that time, that wasn't for me. And then I used to refuse to go, and I used to get whoopings, like, because I would question them. They was in there trying to teach us how to talk in tongues. I'm like, how you gonna teach something that's supposed to come natural? Like,
do you see my face?
It don't sound right to me. So
what did you say?
I would get
taught
in
you how
trouble.
to talk. You can't.
You can't teach nobody how to talk in tongues, but that's what they were doing. All you got to do is say, "Holy, holy, holy." I'm looking around. I'm a kid, so you know how kids is. We mimic folks.
This is interesting.
What
denomination was this? What denomination
was Baptist?
This?
At that time, I was in a Baptist background. Man, it was a lot. As a kid, I got into a lot of trouble because it just wasn't working for me. I said, y'all got to stop playing with us. Like, come on now. You don't teach this type of stuff. This stuff is supposed to, if y'all say we doing this in spirit and in truth, isn't the spirit supposed to hit us and tell us what to be doing at this point in time? Why is y'all trying to teach us how to talk in tongues? So it never, like, religion just, religion.
I don't do religion, but I do read the Bible,
Right. I did too. And the stories just was odd to me. You couldn't
Yeah,
sell
some of them
me.
are odd.
It was contradictory. It was stupid. I'm gonna be 100. It was stupid
What
to me
part was
because
contradictory to you?
all of it, I don't like it. Because if you're gonna tell me this is a history book, I
Mm.
should be able to go and find these people, monuments, where they're buried. This should be historical landmines, grounds, all that to me. I should be able to go look at it,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
That never happened. No, none of this shit that they say happened, but a couple of things happened really in life to me. Cause I just
Mhm.
like the Adam and Eve story never sat well with me because
What was
I
wrong with that story?
that story didn't make sense. Like how white people make niggas. That's all I wanted to know. Like how
How
you
white?
gonna
Who said that?
white people. That's what they said. Adam and Eve. They tried to
Adam and Eve was not
project
white.
as this white people.
How is they white if they was taken out the ground?
Girl,
Hey, what
that's
ground you
how
saying that's white?
It was the same thing
white.
with
It's the
cauliflower.
same thing. It was white people.
Yeah,
White
what?
people to me.
It's never so
They cast the white people in those roles, told us we wasn't worth nothing, we were slaves. And being black was dirty. They changed definitions of what black and white meant. So, yes, it was perceived as white folks made all accomplishments and
You
niggas didn't do
saying that
nothing.
white folks wrote the Bible? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not
Oh,
saying that. The
okay. I'm
Bible
just
was
curious.
composed by different people, and you could tell
By
they
black
weren't
people. By black people.
educated because the shit didn't make sense.
Well, we're native. No, ain't no white people producing no black people. We know that biologically that a black
Right.
person, a black woman, especially a black woman, can produce every single
Exactly.
nation on this earth.
Exactly. So,
You
like I
know,
said, it never made sense to me. Religion never made sense to me because they wanted me to believe that the people in the Bible, we were related to them. Them are our ancestors. No, they're not, because that was a story they made.
you don't think so?
No, I don't think so. I don't think the Bible is our history.
Okay.
It
Well,
wasn't.
I think it is, but that's just my opinion. I think it is our history, but you have to really like delve deep into it. But I respect your opinion on that, and we're just gonna have to agree to disagree.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Okay. But so I understand you to that degree though, because everything you said is 100% true. I was force fed religion,
Yeah.
and even the scripture is against religion. With the
Hmm.
Pharisees, that's the reason why they crucified Christ, because Christ was against religion. Did you know that he was against religion? It was these strange practices that had nothing to do with the laws, that had nothing to do with what we supposed to do. Just
Right.
making up shit as you go.
Yeah. Basically.
Those type
So
of
to
things.
say that was our history, I don't believe that.
Okay.
Do you
So
think we would just make up some shit? Black folks do things like we do it, and white folks do things how they do, and
mhm,
Mexicans do things how they do, and
mhm.
everybody has their own culture and background to bring to forefront. So to
Not to pause you too much, Melanin guys. Let me hear. I do want to finish this conversation, because if I keep letting you talk, we gonna take over the whole interview. Yeah,
okay, that's right here.
okay, because I'm ready to ask you 1,001 questions and get into the conversation. And I'm like, okay, let me not forget about it. I gotta keep it. I'm so sorry,
It's
because
okay.
we was going. Oh, okay, okay. Now, Melanin God. Yeah. How did you start on your journey? Tell us your journey and what you about. What's your angle?
Okay, so to understand me, I guess we're gonna get into the mind of Melanin God today. Um,
We gonna do what now?
I said I guess we're gonna get into the mind of Melanin God today.
Melanin God.
Melanin God. That's
Mhm.
me. I'm Heru conscious, right?
Okay.
I'm known by many names, but the truth stands as one. And One thing that I can tell you guys, anybody out here that's viewers, anyone that has looked at my work over the years,
Mm,
I can tell you that I definitely did not have a religious upbringing.
mm,
What I was taught was is that I need to learn everything I need to learn. And what that simply translates to me is that I had to start studying anything I can get my hands on.
mm,
I've been doing this since the before the birth of the internet. I can remember when we first started internet, it was like dial up. We had dial up. It took you 6 hours to download a program,
mm.
right? And you can't use your
What's
phone while
going
using
on
it,
with the spotlight? Mm.
huh?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm listening. My bad. I'm sorry.
Well, what I'm saying is that I'm no amateur to this. I was privy to some information back then that most overlooked at that time, and what we knew was is that AI is the future generations, right?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me pause you because I got questions in between questions. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Because when we said AI, just let's just put a pin on the AI part because when you say AI, I think of Anunnaki. When you say AI, and I'm gonna come back to
Oh.
that.
Oh.
But
Okay. Okay.
what knowledge did you come into? Because you said you came into some knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What exactly was that knowledge?
Well, that knowledge itself was anthropology,
Mm-hmm.
and I took courses of biology.
Mm-hmm.
Um, not to mention, I started to dive into linguistics,
Linguistics. Okay.
and I think that a lot of people kind of undercut linguistics. They don't understand the importance of linguistics.
I have no idea what linguistics is. I done heard about people in linguistics. Can you please tell us what linguistics is?
Well, yes, ma'am. I'm not a linguist by far. Okay.
What does linguist
Uh,
mean?
well,
Linguist.
well,
All
when
right.
you get into linguistics, now you're dealing with the study of language within that particular ethnic group or a certain culture of people, right?
Mm,
So, for instance, if you're dealing with the Bantu language, you're looking at a Bantu speaking people that covers wide ranges of areas, right?
mm, mm,
So you can't narrow it down to just one language. You
mm,
can't. You can't.
mm,
Um, it's the same thing when you're dealing with Semitic languages.
mm,
Okay. And this is where a lot of people are going to fall down
mm,
because they believe that they were speaking a Semitic language. They were Hebrews. They were
mm,
Israelites. They speak Semitic language, brother. That's the furthest shit from the truth ever.
mm.
You have to understand something. Um,
Wow. I think I'm a linguistic.
well,
No, I'm
well,
joking.
well. How many?
I
How many?
never took like no study about it, but I understand this a lot. How
Well, you,
the
you
how
you see where
language
I'm going with
change.
this, right?
Yes, how language change over time. And I
Hmm.
stress that a lot, you know.
Etymology changes over
Etymology,
time.
yes,
It
yes,
changes
yes.
over time. It's not linear. It's
Origin,
not.
origin, and understanding.
Well, if you understand the gravity of what I just said, it's not linear.
Mm-hmm.
See, you have his progressive stages, and then you have the branching off periods,
Mm-hmm.
and then decline and even progressive stages, right? So like when you're dealing with like the English language, for instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
The vast majority of the world they have all learned some
They
versions
did
of the
what?
English language, right?
The vast majority of the world did what?
Has learned some or most of the English language, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's how they trade. It's how they operate in the world.
Can you back away from the camera just a little bit so we can see your
Oh,
face?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All we see is your eye. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ.
No, I'm keeping it real. Just to tell you a little bit about my background, you're not dealing with an amateur here. I actually have a Bachelor of Science in both anthropology and also not forensic science, right?
I like
But
forensics.
where my master's is at is in metaphysics.
Oh,
So
metaphysics. That's a good one.
I had to take theology. I had to take actually I have a master's in divinity as well. It runs hand in hand, right? Of course you would know that
I
if you're
don't know
familiar.
that. You telling me what it is.
Well, I'm gonna prove it. I'm gonna prove it.
How you gonna
But
prove it? Prove who
I'm gonna show
you
you. I'm gonna
are
show
who
you
you
my
say
course of
you
study.
are.
I'm gonna
Prove
show you.
you are who
I'm
you
gonna
say
show
you
you
are.
my. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna show you my course of study,
Mm,
and I'm gonna show you my credentials, which can be
mm,
backed, and then you can look it up.
mm.
I have entries into scientific journals as well. So my work is actually following me. I have a paper trail, right?
You got a paper
So to
trail.
speak. Oh, well, you know what?
What?
Okay. Watch this. I don't even want to take an arrogant approach. You know better than I do.
No, you got to what?
I was just trying to introduce
Show me
myself.
one of your show me one of your degrees, or show me one of your journals or whatever.
I could do that.
Okay.
We talked about this earlier, sis. So like,
Yeah.
it's this is not unfamiliar. We said that tonight we couldn't really share like we wanted to, but I will show you this, and then you can share this to the public. Like this dude is really talking about what he say. He really is what he say he is. Especially if I prove it to you, right? You would have no reason with not put my credentials out there, right?
I just want one of your journals. So how would I find it? How would I find it?
I got a couple entries, not a whole bunch. I got a couple.
Okay, I only asked for one, sir. Just one.
I got you.
Can we start with the one?
Well, yeah, but you know, tonight we couldn't share them like we wanted to, right? This ain't nothing.
I'm at home. I can do it now if you want me to.
I'm saying this is nothing that we didn't pre-discuss because I didn't even bother to jump into
don't worry
it
about it
since
then.
you said.
So
No, but don't listen. Listen, sis. This is very important. I'm gonna share this to you before tomorrow's end, and then you can share it to the public what my credentials are.
Oh no, right? Just wait till your next show and do
it. Therefore, there's no more question, right?
Just wait till your next show and do it. We don't have to do it like that. Just wait till the next show.
No, because I bully the bullies, man. I don't play that shit.
Okay, so this person said this. Look at the screen. Extremely important to understand the difference in multiple dialects. Even in America, we can tell the difference between someone who has Southern or Northern accent, and it breaks down further into it.
Really?
Into local areas. Yeah. And that's what he kept writing. He wrote a whole book right here.
Oh, so what I'm saying is who did he attribute to that study per se?
Okay, because it's a lot. Because he wrote a book, bro.
No. I'm saying I know he probably wrote like $5,000 or 5,000 characters of word vomit, but who attributed or can confirm what he's talking about? What I'm saying is that we could put up academic sources and keep our things down short and sweet to like maybe less than 5,000 or 500 characters and prove our point. The fact that you can jump out there and give us a whole lecture with 3,000 characters and no source proves what?
Let me tell you, since we on the top subject of topic, you know what I'm saying? Y'all need to go and listen to my song, Keep It Simple.
I'm keeping it simple. I'm just saying, I'm not your average guy that's gonna come out here with the soft blow. Oh, their Christians are wrong, but you should forgive them, and you should just rock with
Uh,
them. No, I'm not gonna do that. What I'm gonna give you is the rock solid truth. All
mm,
religions are the construct of mere mortal men's uh 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 projection of their what psychological
mm,
thought process of what they thought God was. So what you're dealing with is concepts of God, right?
mm,
There's over 4,000 versions of God and even more gods and goddesses than that,
mm,
right? So what gives anyone the illusion to say, okay, well, my version of God is right when there's no God that has ever verified anything one over the other? You can't do that, right? And at the same time, I have yet to see. Hopefully, maybe sister, you could bring somebody on the panel that can prove that God exists. But what I'm going to tell you is that I will meet that challenge, and I'm going to use natural phenomena
mm,
that holds the universe together, and I'm going
mm.
to call that my God, if that's the case.
That's fine. That's still, like I said, this knowledge comes full cycle, and I agree to a certain degree with you because I'm gonna leave that part alone because we're gonna
Not
talk.
because people use the God of the gaps. What they don't understand, God did it. But then at the same time, you
What they don't
subscribe
don't
to science.
understand
But then
what?
when I present science, they tell me, "Oh, well, that science is bullshit." Well, wait a minute. How do you have subscribed to something?
Wait, so what is your definition of science, first of all?
Well, science begins with a question. Let me just say
Mm,
that.
mm,
Okay. We as scientists, we love questions.
mm,
Every last living individual human on this face of this earth is a scientist. Why?
mm,
Because you use science every day and you still question the limits to what you can do, right?
mm. Can I
Sometimes
say
you push
something?
it.
I'm sorry, I don't want to do this, but when we're talking about science, right? Because science for especially black women, turned into voodoo, hoodoo, witchcraft. Because
Mhm.
we've been scientists since the beginning. We've been
Mm.
the healers. And I just want to put that out there because a lot of people don't understand why black women use crystals, why we use stones, and why we chant and do our thing. But they
Is
call
it your
it
position
witchcraft,
that
but
black men didn't do it
science,
too?
huh?
Is it your position that black men didn't do that too?
Black men did it too. And so what I think like about science, right? I feel like it's the study of the nature of nature, the study of nature. Period.
That's exactly what it is. Since I don't disagree with you, we agree 100% right there.
And so, especially black women, I'm always keep saying that, especially black women, we are alchemists and we create so many things. But there's an atrocity put on us. Everything we do has been demonized. Especially when they want to use the Bible. But I have a series called "Surviving Misogyny in the Church" because I am a scholar when it comes to that, and I bet I could prove you wrong on "There's No God."
Okay, so you're able to prove that there is a God?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Sister Queen, no disrespect. We're gonna meet each other on an intellectual. We're gonna meet each other on a scientific level.
Scientific
We're gonna meet each other on several levels, but it's all always remain respect because you're still my
respect
sister at the
always.
end of the day.
Because
But
I
I
might
promise
learn
you
something
this.
from you, and you
You're
might
gonna
learn
learn
something
something.
from me.
Well, you're gonna learn something. You're gonna learn something. I promise you this.
Mm-hmm. And
And
it's all knowledge.
I guarantee you, you're not gonna be able to prove your God exists. I mean,
My
don't get me
God.
wrong. Don't get me wrong. I've seen my brother I knew do it,
Mm-hmm.
and it started out as a joke.
Mm-hmm.
He was just trying to trigger the
Back
religious
up from
people
the
when he
Back up from the camera. All we
All
see
right,
is
look,
you
he was trying to look. He tried to this is what my brother did. He triggered the religious community,
Mm.
and he said that God is light and light is electromagnetism.
No,
And
he's not. He's not.
Well,
He's
hold
outside
on.
of light.
Well, hold on. Listen.
He created light. What?
Hold on. Listen. Apparently, the writers of the Bible didn't understand what light was.
No, they understood what light was, but
Well,
you have
how?
to.
Hold on.
I'm not going.
Let me explain. Can I finish out? Can I finish out?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
I mean, you interview me.
I know, but you rising me. I'm ready. But I'm okay. Go tell your story, sir.
That's not my story. I'm telling you the truth. I'm about to give you scientific fact.
What's the facts?
So watch this.
Mm.
There is no way that the writers of the Bible would confuse a star or stars falling to the earth if they understood what stars actually are. Because there's only one. Listen, hold on, stop. Look, I'm ready to get cut off already. See,
I just said,
don't nobody want to hear that. Nobody want to hear what I'm about to say. Because listen, there's only one star in our solar system, and that's our sun. Now we have billions of stars in the galaxy, right? They're just not close enough to be that where they really have an effect on us. Like we can see them distantly. They look like dots in the sky, right? But obviously, the writers of the Bible at that time had primitive knowledge of what stars actually were. They didn't understand what they were. Every star is almost equivalent to a sun. And every sun is almost equivalent to a star. Now, there is some stars that are not equivalent to suns, and there is some suns that's not equivalent to stars. We that's overstood. But that's very few in between, because we understand the cloud chamber that these stars grow in, which are nurseries for stars, what we call nebulas, right?
What? Okay.
Okay.
Wait, because
I'm about to get down into it.
I'm in agreement. I took science too. I hear what you're saying, sir.
No, I know you do, because I listen to your programs. I give you thumbs up every time.
I get what you're saying. I see where you're going. Go keep going. I'm just ad-libbing.
Okay. So listen. When we dealing with these nebulas, you have to understand what's happening here. This is like a replication of the beginning, although it has evolved to a certain state. So now when we're dealing with this particular universe, we're dealing with solids, liquids, and gases, right?
Oh, you're going to chemistry now. Okay. Let me go get my
yeah, because we're gonna deal with science. We're gonna deal with science, right?
Hold on.
We're gonna deal with can be proven, not somebody's guess. We're gonna deal with scientific facts that now we can base our projections on, right? Where it's based on facts, though. It's not based on false pretenses. So we just come up with our, out the blue of our mind. But no, we're gonna deal with what's factual, right? And through several observations, we can now make informed or educated predictions, right? This is what you're dealing with when you're dealing with scientific theory. Scientific theory is not dealing in any false pretenses. It's dealing with facts and things that are well substantiated. You understand what I'm saying? Due to observation of testing over time. So again, this is why I challenge all these people, the Nate thinkers, when they say they don't want to get with evolution. Okay, that's fine. But you show me the alternative. You show me where evolution has been disproven, because it has not. It has not. Why can't it be disproven? Because the premise is based upon facts.
See, so it's basically yes, and so this goes back. This goes back,
Jesus.
brother. I feel you 100% because this goes back to stones, the energy that different gold, rubies, diamonds, these stones, they have a specific energy.
Yes,
You know what
ma'am.
I'm saying? So this is what is natural. They have an energy, a vibration. It was created out of
Oh,
vibration.
okay. Okay, we're gonna get into frequency.
Oh, this is all frequencies because frequencies is breaking down to an
Oh
atom.
yeah, I'm with that.
The
I'm with
atom.
that, sis, because
Oh,
I wanted to get
okay.
into that with you.
Okay. We know that, right? You got to break it
Mhm.
down to the neutrons and what is it? The electrons, the neutrons and electrons and the combination, the polar, non-polar, binary, bonds.
Well, no. What you're dealing with when you're looking what you're dealing with when you're dealing with electromagnetic radiation.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, it is light, right? It's a certain frequency that
Mm-hmm.
is heated up to a point where it creates white light, right?
Mm-hmm. It is light. It
And
is light.
that light or frequency
Mm-hmm.
affects not only the fiber optics of what we see today, but also our physical being, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, are you telling me that there are medical practitioners taking part in the whole world conspiracy of killing masses, and they're putting their license on the line?
Wait, they putting their what? License on light?
On the line.
No. Some have, some
Well, that's
don't.
that's what some people saying because they, according to them, this vaccine is a whole conspiracy, and they send out frequencies to fuck up the masses.
Do you
Now
think
you
did you
telling
get
me
the
that you
vaccine? Did
telling
you
me, hold on, you telling me that somebody gonna spend damn near 10 years of their life learning the science
Mhm.
just to get listen, just to get, come on, man, we gotta look at
Wait,
this.
let's be clear, right?
Just to be brought to
This
justice
is
for hold on,
mhm.
malpractice. They're gonna
No.
lose their license, dear.
They cannot lose their license, and let me tell you why, sir. First of all, when you get the vaccination, you sign away the right to arbitrary. So you sign away the right to even press charges or sue any pharmaceutical company when you get the vaccine. You
When
cannot
they do that,
They've been
when
dead.
they created it, when
Yeah.
you start getting it, it was
hold on,
a
they did what now?
you
They
cannot. This is why I don't sign my daughter's field trip slips
You signed a
because
what?
a waiver
let me tell
A
you this.
waiver for what?
to be
You
able to sue.
cannot. It's a
Okay,
arbitrary law that says that you cannot prosecute, you cannot sue for any damages done by this thing. I
yes,
took
and
business law, but I'm not fully law. But but with my daughter, because I know about contracts, so I learned about every single contract there is. And so even when it kind of field trip slips, they say you can't sue the school if something happened to your kid.
To your kid.
hey,
Yep. It's a waiver.
so
It's
here's,
called an
hold on,
arbitrary
here's
law.
the question. Here's
Uh,
the question, sis.
mm,
So, what is the actual vaccine consistent of?
mm.
Because
Oh my God!
what I researched,
All three of them different, but they consist of RNA, and that's called ribosome RNA nucleotide acid. I can't remember right now.
RNA, right?
RNA is oh God,
Okay, so we go.
ribosome or
I
rubric.
don't want to lie about this.
Wait a minute, let me make sure. Hold
Let me
on.
bring it. Oh, this your phone.
They're ribonucleic. I keep saying ribosome, but ribonucleic. But in the cell, you have ribosomes, and so the ribosome is the ribonucleic actually. So it's a molecule that is present in a majority of living organisms and viruses. It is made up of nucleotides, and which are ribose sugars attached to nitrogen. I said nitrogen, nitrogenous bases, and phosphate groups. So, and I Adenosine, that's adenine. Adenosine is adenine, and guanine, uracil, and cytosine. So these are different base that contributes to RNA, mRNA, tRNA. I do not know what happened. Sheesh.
Lost us for a
Okay,
minute.
I'm sorry, sis.
Let me, and then Mike don't want to be part of the group, so I'm just gonna let me stop. Let me see. I shared this. Hold on.
Well, look, it don't even matter if they want to be part of the group. They know how to let themselves out, right?
No, I'm just saying, like, I can't unmute his mic. Mike, are you there? No. Yes. Hello.
Because
Okay.
I'm about to get into DNA,
Oh, you
Hey,
ready for DNA? Let's
hey,
bring. You want
can
to
y'all
bring
hear
up?
me now?
into biology,
Hmm.
and I hope it's something that I can break down in a way that all people understand. We got to get back to the basics. So we learned this in high school, actually,
We did.
and so if you don't understand the basics, there's no way you understand what we're talking about today. You know, so I advise anyone that if you don't understand the basics, just sit back and learn something. Don't challenge it, please. You know what I mean? This is real. So, sister, what I want to get into right now, and I'm gonna prove my point pretty actually. Um, we're not dealing with linear.
Mm.
Evolution is not evolution is not linear. You can't timestamp it from one point to another to say, well, this is conclusive that um it just shapeshifted that fast, right? Which is why people are confused today because they say, well, why evolution ain't happening today? It is happening. You just don't see it. You know what I'm saying? It's happening at a much slower rate than what you're used
Mm-hmm.
to, right? The human mind, the human mind itself, and biology, or your biological makeup is proof of evolution. Trust me, the antibiotics you can absorb today ain't the antibiotics you could have absorbed 10,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Serious?
Mm-hmm.
People better stop playing with me. We have to understand what we are and how we are composed.
Mm-hmm.
We are nothing more than ancient stardust.
You 666. You on that thing?
No, no, I'm more educated than that.
6 carbon, 6 whatever, 6 whatever. I don't know what the other ones are. Shit.
Give you a deeper
Who's
biological.
who's? Oh, Ifa. Ifa, what the hell you doing here, sir? Why are you here, sir? Ifa, I'm finna unmute your mic. Why is
Not
he doing?
here
Ifa.
to support his brother.
Hmm?
He here to support his brother.
Ifa, unmute your mic. You need to talk, sir.
So my
Yes,
interview is over
I
with.
just want to view it.
Oh, okay. But Ifa, you need to check your messenger, sir. You need to check your messenger and respond, sir. You know what I'm talking about. Hey Kima, you want to join the panel? We'll send a link out after a minute, but I gotta get this brother's knowledge out for the people. We only at the 49 mark, so we gotta keep it rolling. And thank you. Okay, go ahead, brother. Brother Melanin.
Yes, sister, I'm right here.
Before
Um,
you go further though, how can people reach you?
well, you could actually reach me directly,
Mm-hmm.
and I really do mean directly. 313-391-47. 3-1.
Mhm.
I'm only taking on serious people. Like don't get me wrong. If you calling me wasting my time, I'm gonna give you a lame ass excuse, and you probably won't hear from me again. Um, but the truth is that I believe in keeping it real. Um, you can really get at me through my email.
Do you have an Instagram, social media page?
Well, yeah. Heavy Hitters Debate League is out there. It's everywhere. You can look up Heavy Hitters Debate League 3, the
Back up a
number
little
3.
bit from the camera so we can see you, please.
All
Thank
right,
you.
my bad, my
Look
bad,
better like that. Please stop giving us your nostrils.
my bad, my bad.
We can hear you
I
just
was
as
just talking.
good.
I was just speaking. But I'm
Okay.
saying the Heavy Hitters Debate League 3. You can look me up on that. Um, you can look me up all through different channels of Youngstown, Ohio, like even the African social meet. We used to have the African parade every year. Um, it was a lot of things that I was a part of coming up that my parents, obviously put me into um, outside of the religious community that I appreciate today. Not taking anything away from the religious community, because
No,
don't get
no,
me.
no, no. Take it away because religion is not the way. Religion
Well,
is
hold on. Let me say this. I do know a lot of black churches that took part in helping make things happen, as far as book bag drives and things like that in the
yeah,
community.
that's cool. But
Uh,
I'm saying like those are good churches or whatever. But
yeah,
not
but
every church is a good church.
right,
My
right.
other church is a good
It
church.
doesn't. Let me be clear, sister. It doesn't erase the history
Mm,
of what the church has done,
mm,
right? And so before I beat up on the church, I'm gonna beat up on personal families,
mm.
right? Because you have to understand that there's a lot of things that happen within personal families that should never happen. We quick to expose polite, but many of us got polites in our own families, huh? Uncle touched on such and such. Auntie touched on such and such. You get what I'm saying? Pedophilia has been a real problem in the community for a very long time, and we don't touch on it until we think that it's gonna rock the basis of something. My thing is that I don't belong to no community. I hate that the fact that people think that there is a such thing as a conscious community. Um, I hate the fact that people actually believe that we have like leaders. Like there's no you're your own leader. I've never looked at anybody as my leader. I've always been my own personal guru. That's the way my parents taught me to be, and I'm never gonna change to be that. What works for me don't work for everybody. I understand that. You feel me? But I'm not gonna play the game. I'm not gonna play the game where I believe that I'm above the next. I got the right to choose and project against others. No, I don't believe that. All I care about is putting out right information. And if we can't do that, if we cannot put out right information amongst each other, then what are we doing? It's not my job to personally attack a total stranger, which you are my brother and sister at the end of the day. So what if my information on the line of yours? I'm not trying to attack you. I just want to deal with the information. So I want people to understand this, because the conscious community probably gonna get it the heaviest, and the religious community gonna get it next. So I'm gonna be quiet with that, and I want to hear my sister. Meika, your mic is muted. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm just running my mouth and stuff. Oh, my kids, man.
Hold it.
But yeah, I wanted to come in when you was talking about the conscious community and you was talking about polite. Now, although I never agree with nothing polite said, nothing polite did, nothing about polite from day one. I don't like him. I don't care for the dude.
Fuck
I don't
that clown.
care for him. Huh?
Fuck that clown.
However, he had a following.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how you like me, for me, I say you get the meat and spit out the bone. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So you ever heard of Jamal Rashad?
I have.
And he's in prison
He's
for the
pseudo
same
too.
thing.
He's pseudo too. Look, I want to set something up with him too, because he's pseudo too. I'm sick of this
They
pseudo
say
shit.
they say he an industry plant.
Man, listen.
I don't know. 1 minute we didn't have aliens, now we got aliens. Now everybody's talking about Anunnaki and green tablets and inky. You know,
Mm?
have you heard of those?
Watch this, sis. Let me tell you something. Have you ever noticed every 3 months something comes up within the conscious community, whether it's national news or some pseudo shit that they come up from ancient antiquity, right? That they believe that's going to liberate black people. But the truth is, it never happens. It never happens.
Do you
What
think that
happened?
black people need liberation?
Well, watch this. The only liberation we need is liberation from ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
At this point in life, you haven't had to deal with segregation, where people say you can't drink from our water fountains. When's the last time you walked outside your house and seen somebody hung from a tree? When's the last time when you seen one of your brothers and sisters get hosed down with a fire hose from the street, right, with pressure like that?
That happens all the time.
No. When's the last time you seen your average police officer sick the dog, that dog on you? That don't happen all the time, sister.
Yes, it
Everything I
do.
just
You know they see the dog. I'm not. Look, I don't like doing personal, but you know they
no.
see
Go
the
ahead,
dog.
go ahead
They
and
see
post
the
that. Go ahead and
dog
post
on
that
my
article. Go ahead and
son.
post that article so I can
They
destroy
see
it,
the
because I
dog
destroyed
on
it.
my son, sir.
Okay, hold on.
They see the dog on my son. Oh my
Hold
God.
on. The last article I seen where they released a dog on the motherfucker was a brother that knew that he didn't have no mud flaps on his damn truck, and yet he chose to drive for a goddamn half hour. A half hour while the police was lighting him up. He didn't want to stop. His excuse was he was scared. Goddamn it, you wanted confrontation with them goddamn police officers. You know they gonna be pissed. They had to travel a whole half hour to chase you down. And you telling me you think it was gonna be peaceful when you finally stopped? Black people, we gotta stop this shit. Listen. I'm not saying that. We 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 don't get misjudged and treated unfair out here. I'm not saying that. Racism does exist, but sometimes we cause our own goddamn demise. We do.
Wait a minute. Let me turn my camera on this.
That's real. Why the fuck would you drive a whole goddamn half hour and they ain't draw no weapons on you, nigga? They dropped you. They lit you up for. You already knew you ain't had no mud flap on your goddamn rig. That's all I'm saying. You got a rig, nigga. You ain't got no car. They ain't gonna stop no car for no mud flap on it. But that big ass rig, you telling me they ain't gonna stop you because you ain't got no mud flap? You know the regulations. And yet you still drove for a half hour, a whole half hour. You don't think that cop gonna be pissed? That's all I'm saying.
No,
that cop gonna
true
be
talk.
pissed.
That's true talk. because that's like when we talk about frequency, sir, because I'm always gonna bring it back with that. That's low vibrational.
What's
And
what,
see,
what's low vibrational?
doing shit like what you just said, a nigga, what he do?
But
I said,
why would you cause your own demise, right?
right, that's very low vibrational. It's not, and so when we talk about vibration, we talking about energy, we talking about sound, we talking about light, we talking about even kinetic energy. You know what I'm saying? So that's the possibility, you
Well,
know.
let's deal with that, sister. Let's deal with that. Because if I was a truck driver, watch what I would have did.
Mm-hmm.
I
Got a
would.
flat.
I
How much
listen.
those cost? Like $10 or something, $20.
Huh?
Got a flap, put a flap on your thing, you know.
That's what I'm saying. You already knew you was driving wrong, right, from the jump.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so it's no surprise why you getting stopped. I'm not gonna drive another 30 minutes, which you light me up, and think you ain't gonna be pissed when you catch me when you stop me down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man, it's just ridiculous, and it's wrong for black people. It's wrong for black people to sit up here and say, "Well, we're gonna use this as an example as police brutality." No, man, come on, bro. You clearly in the wrong. You have no regard for traffic laws. None of that. Traffic laws is for a reason, right?
Yeah. What about the fact that George Floyd, when they tried to arrest him, he swallowed some what do they call it?
Did George
Fentanyl. He
well, watch
swallowed
this.
some
Did
fentanyl.
did did George Floyd violate
Mhm.
traffic laws, or did he violate his own humanism by swallowing drugs? See,
He swallowed the
we dealing
drugs.
with apples to oranges here. See, you
Mm-hmm.
got to understand this dude. The first example you gave was the dude that drove 30 miles knowing he was in the wrong. George Floyd, oh, okay, he swallowed his drugs, but it's right there. You know what I'm saying? He try to evade nothing. He didn't impede traffic, none of that shit.
They
And you
say
know,
they saying that
and
he
how did they know? No, listen. Here's the thing. This is where I come in defense for George Floyd, because how did they know what he did? Nah, you just targeted a black man. See what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
I'm not for the shit either. But
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying is we got to be fair. We got to be fair. We got to. You just can't go out and do what the fuck you want to do and think ain't nothing gonna happen. Come on, I'm gonna go out here, sell my shit. I'm gonna do my shit, and even if a cop catch me, I'm gonna act like it didn't happen. He can't do nothing to me
Mm-hmm.
because it's on national. No. You just evaded. Come on, man. You violated every law it can be. You don't think this cop ready to shoot you down?
Mm-mm.
You silly as hell. They gonna just let you run all over the goddamn country.
That's so crazy. So
Come on, man. You know you didn't did wrong. Stop it.
what is your moral compass when it comes to right and wrong?
Okay, so what I attribute to right and wrong is universal law, right?
Mm-hmm.
I believe in the law of nature.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, don't get me wrong. I will trample the what I get my hands on for real, and then that's what it is. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? But at the end of the day, I'm not praying on that.
Mm-hmm.
You're dealing with a guy that has morals and it has a heart, excuse me, a higher sense of judgment. But what I'm saying is that a lot of times black people in general, let's deal with this
Mm-hmm.
because I'm a black man and I'm embarrassed by this shit. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
We come up with this pseudo ideology that
Mm-hmm.
we're better than the rest.
Hmm.
Oh, we're the original man. So therefore the laws of nature doesn't apply to us. Somehow,
Why?
some way.
Why the Northern nations don't apply to us if we the original man?
Well, some people get that in their mind that way. They think that they can use the same goddamn tactics that the colonizers used on them, and it's just okay. You're not going to erase racism with racism of your own. It's stupid, it's uneducated,
Mm.
and it's embarrassing. Wake up, so-called woke people. How you gonna win? How you gonna win if you're fighting the same fucking fight that your oppressors gave you? That's stupid. They lost, so how long you think it's gonna be before you lose? And guess what? Now we're dealing with a whole mixed race of people, which is eventually going to create a whole different haplogroup over time. All y'all gonna be sitting back looking stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's the black man, the white man. This no, it ain't. It's mixed race. What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
It's
It's
self.
already
It's
there.
self. It's self. It starts with self. It's gonna end with self. It's about who you are as a person.
But
You
it's
know what
self
I'm
though.
saying? Huh?
Is self defined by gender? Is it defined by race? Or is self the universal concept of the quantum reality?
Yes. I'm gonna have to agree. It's a universal concept of the quantum reality because self is connected throughout everything. So it's just us, me, I, you.
Well, that's what I'm saying, sister. That's what I'm trying to bring to the table. The best answer your question, I'm gonna break these people down to the quantum level of their very own existence. You're genderless, you're nameless, you're raceless. All this shit does not even matter. And I'm sorry, my eyes burning. I've been dealing with my contacts for a couple of days,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm still here, and I'm giving you this truth. This is
Mm-hmm.
this is a real truth, a universal truth. That I believe that is going to stand, that no one can trample, because they're all these identities that we formulated amongst ourselves. We believe that we are this particular race. We
Mm-hmm.
believe that we fit into this social standard of what we believe we fit in, and the truth is we don't.
So do you
You
think
don't even
black
know
people?
yourself.
I'm sorry. Do you think black people have a race, or do we don't have a race? Sorry, what race are we in?
There's only one race, and that's the human race.
Oh, okay.
All humans are 99.9% genetically the same. And that's something you cannot get around. You actually share DNA with a banana. And are you going to tell me that the world is not interconnected?
We
I
all
believe
connect.
that, well, that's my point. I believe that we're missing the whole great structure of it all with our ego, because when we understand that there's a oneness between all things, then all hatred and ignorance, and
Mm-hmm.
also and
Mm-hmm.
also the greatest thing we're going to say, prejudices, will
Mm-hmm.
disappear if we understand that we're all one and the same thing.
So we all are one.
You're damn right we are.
Okay, so are we all one energy? Are we all one frequency?
Okay, so watch this. Now we have to deal with the actual components of the universe
Mm-hmm.
and how it stands. The simple laws of nature are a reflection of that which exists in the universe, as above, so below, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I could
Wait,
prove
wait, wait.
science,
Let me pause you right there because before I forget, you said as above, so below, right?
mm-hmm,
But you
mm-hmm.
know the Lord's prayer when He says, "As in heaven, that is on earth."
Right. Well, it is also as within, so without. It's all the same. It's
Mm-hmm.
connected.
It's all the same, right? We can agree
Mm-hmm,
with that, right?
mm-hmm.
Okay. Go on.
So now let me go ahead and elaborate on just that what I said,
Mm-hmm.
because, and I'm sorry, my babe, move the camera back.
Please, because we all up in your grill, we all up in your nostrils, we see all
Yeah,
your brain and everything.
I apologize for that.
And you sound the same either way. The mic is cool.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is that when we all understand this thing on that particular level of which that I'm trying to hand you, we have to understand that there is no differences. We're sitting up here and well, the conscious community and even the white supremacist community, they're trying to convince us that we're different,
Mm-hmm.
when the truth is we're the same.
Mm-hmm.
And there, and this is why religion itself is declining as we speak to this day.
Mm-hmm.
I have links to prove what I'm saying. Um, they took a common consensus just recently, and I can tell you right now, religion is on a decline by almost 17%,
Mm-hmm.
and which is huge when you're looking at it on a national level. We went from like a 14 percentile to over 30 percentile of non-believers now. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Just like I explained to my queen today, we have technology. What
Mm-hmm.
happened before was is that we weren't privy to that information. So things we didn't understand, we looked towards religion for. Not saying that that was necessarily right, but now we have information that leads us to technology, right? And technology is actually showing us the truth. It crushes.
I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I need to know this for everybody else that's listening.
Yeah.
What is your definition of religion when you say religion?
Okay, so religion in its purest form
Mm-hmm.
is to tie back to the original, right? It's a tie back. It's a tie down or tie back.
Mm-hmm.
Religion and yoga essentially in its original form is one and the same.
You said yoga and religion is the same?
Absolutely. Because yoga is not about just stretching the body or anything like that. It's a mental thing first.
Mm-hmm.
And we once we understand this, we understand that religion or regular, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a tie down or tie back to origin.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is origin?
Origin.
What is it?
I'm listening. You think I'm not listening?
Because what you're gonna get is man-made concepts when you ask that question. But
Mm-hmm.
when you ask yourself, what is origin, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could trace yourself back to way back before you got any type of programming.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm?
Let me ask you something. What do you think about the Samaritan and the cuneiform language? Because you was talking about linguistics, and I just remembered I wanted to ask you that a long time ago.
Okay, so I like that question too. The cuneiform language is absolutely an African language.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I have no problem with it. One thing that we have to acknowledge is the origin of the cuneiform, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which goes back to, like you say, Sumerian.
Mm-hmm.
But will you will you acknowledge that there was some form of communication prior to that?
Mm-hmm.
Because now we have to look at the ancient San people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the Khoisan language, which is probably the oldest in the world. The San people, Africans that look like they Chinese, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. In certain parts of Africa, yeah.
Yeah, well, the San people, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had most certainly a way of communicating with each other.
Mm-hmm.
If we think that all these civilizations prior to Sumer had no way of communicating with each other, we're sadly mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that right now we don't have the technology nor the knowledge to understand how they communicated, right? So it's safe to say at this point we can go by what's recorded, and we can try to shuffle from there, but in all actuality of the truth, we still have to deal with that there was civilizations that were not indoctrinated with certain beliefs of what we see today.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
so,
go ahead.
I want to close it off with this. So the
Mm-hmm.
question is that although they didn't have vast knowledge in certain sciences or even vast knowledge in the universe, would it be safe to say that they had primitive knowledge and explanations of natural phenomena within and around us, right?
That's up for debate right there. Because you ever heard that saying, "There's nothing new under the sun."
Mm-hmm.
When you look at hieroglyphs, paraglyphs, and all these other glyphs, and cuneiform, there is a communication, and so the communications remain because of the vibration of vocal communication is still here, right? However, like you said, with linguistics, language changes over time,
Mm-hmm.
and so we're trying to. The only proof that we have are the tablets, even though. Like your first mind. When you have your first mind, or you have an epiphany, or whatever. This is the what's the word I'm looking for, Lord? Before oh God, it escapes me. Speech. You talk to one another. You make sounds. Ooh ooh ah ah. That's how animals talk to each other. Or they're. I talk to my dog and my cat. I'll be like meow, and I'll be roughing too. But some.
She hit the mute button.
I'm not sure what happened.
She went out.
I think she might have got disconnected.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, because I brought.
Oh, there you go.
So sometimes I talk to my animals regular, and they understand what I'm saying because they've been around me so long. So when it comes to language and communication, you have physical communication, you have vocal communication, and then this above some people, you have telecommunications, where you telepathy or whatever, or your energy meet energy. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay. So, sis, if I could piggyback on that,
mm-hmm,
where I'm at
mm-hmm,
in my position in life, and where I come into these chats and also broadcast,
mm-hmm,
is that I want to deal with what can be actually proven
mm-hmm,
and what we can actually deal with on a tangible level or a scientific or mathematical level.
mm-hmm,
If it cannot be proven in those ways, then to me it's pseudo,
mm-hmm.
and I'd rather not deal with it because it doesn't help the people. We can't prove it. It's
So,
just the same.
so
It's
what
just
do
the
you think?
same as church believers.
So, what do you think about artifacts?
Artifacts are tangible evidence.
Oh, okay, okay.
Mhm.
Um, that's what I'm saying. So, like, have you ever been into the Kemetic, ancient Kemetic, or any? Have you ever read anything about the Vedu nature, or about Buddhism, or any type of I don't want to say religion, but I want to call it information or spirituality. Have you ever
Okay.
read into it?
Yes, absolutely. I'm glad you asked the question. I actually have a master's degree in metaphysics. I attended the University of Phil Valentine, which is called the Metaphysics University. Um, I also have dived very deeply into the quantum level, as well as certain levels of astrophysics, so to speak. Although I won't claim to be an expert, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying, I'm an expert in my area.
Which is
Well, if I want to get claims to anything, it would be metaphysics, but at the same time, at the same time, I am at this point very fluent in when we dealing with biology and genetics. Okay, I've been dealing with this study now for almost close to 15 years. I
okay.
can
Can
tell
I ask
you
you a biological question? A biology question?
absolutely.
What is ATP?
Okay, so when you're dealing with ATP, right?
Mm.
I don't want you to think that you're dealing with anything that's outside the realm of, let's say that let's say it this way. Okay, when you're dealing with biology, right?
Mm.
Especially when you're dealing with the area of genetics,
Mm.
you're not dealing with anything outside of what the ancients would have called the cosmic egg, so to speak.
Mm.
Although we're gonna speed this up
Mm.
because that was primitive knowledge then. We're gonna deal with advanced knowledge now. And so when you're dealing with ATP,
Mm.
what you're dealing with is the vast knowledge of basically all living things. Because, and and this is where I'm gonna solidify what I'm saying. You share DNA with a common banana.
Mm.
Am I correct?
That's why we ingest them. That's why we eat them. But not a common banana because they are GMO, but a natural banana for us with melanin in our skin. You know, the ones that have the season, and we
Well, they
can,
all have melanin.
huh?
There's nothing on this earth that's not carbon based besides things that are melanin deficient or carbon deficient, which we would call like cauliflower or whatever, but it still has traces of carbon. Am I correct?
I
Well,
don't know. You might need.
tell,
You might wait. I'm sorry,
tell
because
me I'm wrong. I'll bring up the study right now and then you can share
no,
it,
no,
sis.
no, no. Yeah. Send it to the comments or however you want to send it. Tell it. Just let me know where you send it to. I'll
And
bring it up on the
I
screen.
see I see my brother Eve on here, and I know he could tell me. He could probably confirm what I'm saying is that um, everything on this physical plane is carbon based. There's nothing. Yes, I will.
Somebody said plants. Plants. Okay. Somebody said all melanated. I would say on that one.
Okay, watch this. Watch this. Let's start here. All humans, right,
Drop the knowledge, brother.
are carbon based.
Yes, when we inhale oxygen. When we exhale carbon, carbon dioxide. They left again. What happened? Oh, they left. Aoife, let me see. Oh God, Aoife, unmute your mic. Do you have anything to say? I want them to come back. Where are they?
Hey, how you doing, sister? Sorry I didn't introduce myself earlier. I just kind of been in the back check. I was just here to support, Melanin God and Goddess. But I
Mm,
wouldn't mind chiming in on that. Yeah, I was actually one that posted that comment about plants and animals all being carbon based. You
mm,
know, that's the one thing that absolutely connects us to this planet. You know what I'm saying? So when we actually go back into um, religious stories, like say for instance, the book of Genesis, when it talks about us being made from the dirt, we use that as actually an ancient metaphysical representation of us being carbon-based life form. But
mm,
at that, we have to understand that at that point in time, um, they did not have the same verbiage, the same terminology that we do today.
mm,
And so when a lot of us get involved into these systems, we go back and we, like comedicism and stuff like that,
mm,
we get caught up in the philosophy because it's just so captivating for us. But sometimes we have to take a step back and make sure that we are basically under breaking down what that metaphysical representation meant
mhm,
back then and what it translates to today. So even when you're talking about the story in Genesis where it says that God created man from dirt,
mm.
well, that also translates into the scientific theory about the excuse my verbiage or terminology, the primordial ooze, how we
Oh, I
came
don't know
from
nothing.
this.
Oh, wait a minute. I gotta pause you. I'm so sorry because when I don't understand something, I just want understanding. What is the primordial ooze, please? I don't know what that is. I never heard.
Oh,
That's a basic scientific construct that begins cellular evolution.
Mm,
That talks about how life on Earth started, or what they believe, saying the prediction of how life on Earth started, using the model of cellular life. And so when you go back to talking about, like I said, when you take this story of us being made from dirt, it breaks down into us being carbon-based life forms. All
mhm,
right. And so also what Brother Melanin was talking about earlier, us being, what I'm saying, born of the sun, that is also true. Because when you look at how plants and how we interact with the sun today, what I'm saying, our nourishment comes from that.
mhm,
And that's how our melanin interacts with the sun. And we can metabolize this energy that's being, what I'm saying, produced by the sun. So that all breaks down into, what I'm saying, the same formula, the same theory, but you just have people have just gotten so, saying divisive and separated over this, how to, saying break it down. But it all comes down to the same conclusion, even when you're talking about the book of Genesis saying we were made from dirt.
mhm,
Yes, we're carbon-based life forms. And then it also breaks down into the primordial ooze theory that
mhm,
suggests that life came from this molecular structure,
mhm,
in this swampy region of Earth,
mhm,
I
mhm, mhm.
yeah.
I agree with that 100%, and I'm a Bible thumper. They keep coming in and out. I don't know what's going on. I definitely agree with that 100%, Mike. Um, Especially because, and see, you said the Bible is misleading or whatever, but I'm here to like show a little bit, right? So it says that we are trees, like Adam is a tree. You know what I'm saying? And where do trees grow out of? The dirt.
Yep, and it just all ties into the same branch of molecular structure, and that's where the whole theory of evolution comes down to. And a lot of people, whenever you start Mitch talking about this, were you talking about monkeys? No, you're talking about much more than that,
Mm,
because we can observe this effect taking place today
mm,
through our reproductive process.
mm. And
When when
I'm sorry, I do not dispute that we are carbon based because even Dr. Sabi said we are carbon based, and carbon based is also attributed to what? Melanin.
Yep.
Carbon is melanin.
I'm right.
And so we have to be careful when we look at these ancient stories about where we came from, because they said you have to break it down into our basic understanding of what we know today of how the universe functions. And
Right.
so we gotten to the point where we try to separate ourselves from nature to believe that we're above nature. And so that's why when you tell somebody this, they can't understand, like, no, I didn't come from this. What, at the same time, you believe that somebody made you from dirt. But because they tell you this, this grand story of how you're special, you accept it.
Hey, sis, I wanna direct you to since you could share your screen, and I was trying to mine, it cut me out.
No, I
Um,
seen something you sent me about humans being carbon based. Is that I got it? It says every part of your body is made up of chains of carbon atoms, which is why we are known as carbon-based life forms.
that's right.
Chemically, we're just a bunch of inert compounds. What breathes life into us? The answer is the relationship between molecules and of energy and
Mhm.
nutrients fueled by carbon. And so
Now, do you understand?
energy is God. Energy is omnipotent because
Well,
it's about the
not
energy.
just energy. See. Let me say this.
Oh,
I don't believe in a God concept per se, but
mhm.
because I'm an atheist,
I
but
know you are.
I do understand the four components to hold this entire universe together,
Mm,
right?
mm.
Well, not components, but you're dealing with elements also as well. You know what I
I brought
mean?
I brought up
Like
the periodical chart. I did bring that up.
yeah, because like for instance, we can get into electromagnetism.
Mhm.
Without electromagnetism, the whole universe would disintegrate, right?
Right, because you have to have a positive and negative charge between
That's
atoms,
right.
like
You're
electrons and
dealing with
neutrons.
quarks. You're dealing
Mhm,
with quarks
mhm,
within that system
mhm,
that has to emit a positive charge, right?
mhm, mhm,
So if we understand the basics of science, so now we can get into like the real deal because if we understand the basics of it,
mhm.
right?
But see,
And what I'm
I
saying,
gotta stop you, brother. Don't drop off. But you have electromagnetism, right? That is
mhm,
a foundation of science, right? And I gotta ask you this because
mhm,
it's two things that people are debunking, and I want to see what side you on when it comes to this.
mhm.
Do you think that time is an illusion? And then what is two questions? And I'm gonna try to remember. Do you think that time is an illusion? Right. And the
Mhm.
second question is, do you think density affect time and space?
Okay, I actually do have an answer for you.
Mm,
Um, so the first question that you asked, right?
mm.
Can you repeat that?
It's time and
Do
illusion.
you think time is an illusion?
Okay, so what we have to understand is that time is not time the way we perceive it to be.
Mm,
Time is not like your clock or your watch you have on a wall or your wrist or even on your phone.
mm,
That itself is the illusion of time because it's based upon our luminaries,
mm,
right?
mm,
What you're looking at when you're dealing with time time is actually an element. It's not listed in your periodical
Oh, I was. Oh, I'm
timetable.
sorry. I'm sorry. And I'm not trying to be rude because that was another question you just made me remember about the missing links in the periodic table. I was gonna
Yeah,
ask you about that earlier,
yeah,
but
yeah.
I just let you talk and I forgot because there are missing elements in the periodic table. And we
Well,
trying to figure it out.
look,
Einstein can't
look,
figure it
I'm
out.
about to bust it open for y'all. I'm about to bust it
Okay.
open for y'all, like for real.
We'll get to it.
Well, I
Go
am.
ahead, brother. You got the floor. I don't got you. You just talk, teach. I'm teach.
So when you're dealing with the element of time, and you understand that time and space is not the construct of what you have built it to be, right? What we build time on is based on luminaries, right? Would you agree with that? We created calendars, we created watches,
Right, and we
and
added
systems
in
of.
taking away days too.
Mhm. None of it's accurate though. None of it.
Mm-mm.
None of it. The truth is, time does not exist.
Mm.
It's just an element.
Mm.
Without time, there would be no condensation or creation that exists.
Mm. This is deep. This is getting deep.
I know this is just
Yeah.
a preliminary interview. We can get into this deeper. I'd
Mm.
like to get into my footnotes and really break this down for the layman.
Mm.
Because what we know as time today has got you fooled.
Mm.
For instance, the sun does not rise or set.
Mm.
That's a false belief.
Mm.
That's what somebody told you. Oh, the sun rises and sets. The sun really doesn't rise and set.
What does it do?
It sits exactly where it's at. And
I
the
was
sun
gonna
is the
ask you too. Okay, now you remind me of another question. I'm sorry.
and the sun does and the sun is the only star in our solar system.
Are you a flat earther, oblique, or sphere earther? I don't know what you call it. But are you a flat earther? Do you believe we live in a dome?
No,
Uh,
I'm not a flat earther. I don't believe we live in a dome. I don't believe that we live on a spinning ball.
mhm,
You have to understand the composition of the earth and what natural elements that we're dealing with that we can define,
mhm,
natural phenomena that we can define
mhm,
scientifically with
mhm,
proof, right? That we can
mhm,
observe over and over and over again to prove our point, right?
mhm,
That's what I deal with, sis. So I'm glad we having this conversation or this interview because I
uh-huh,
want people to understand exactly what they're going to deal with when they're dealing with me on future calls, future shows. I want to deal with what can be proven,
mhm,
what can be observed over and over and over again. And we're gonna get the same result as
mhm.
opposed to the bullshit people give me.
Yeah, it's insanity when you do the same. Oh no, I was talking about that earlier. That's a different subject. When you do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result, but
Mm-hmm.
when you do the same thing over and over again and you get the same result that becomes a fact.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I got you, brother.
Well, hold
Um.
on, hold on, hold on. Here's another thing though. When certain expectations meet reality, that same fact becomes law.
Mhm,
When you're dealing in the world of science, we're not dealing with well, will Jack's popsicle turn red once it run over? We're not dealing with that.
mhm,
What we're dealing with is natural law,
mhm,
right? So although we can't say, well, we could prove a graviton because gravitons are not physical, right?
mhm,
So there's no way to say that really gravity exists. It's a theory, but it's a you have to understand what a scientific theory is. It's
mhm.
based upon well substantiated facts, right?
Scientific theory is based upon well substantiated facts.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Look it up.
Uh, Hey, I'm just repeat what you said, and I'm not finna look it up.
Well, I want you to display it on the screen for the folks.
Why?
Because
Okay.
because you're gonna get people to doubt it and they're gonna get on here and try to challenge me and get embarrassed. That's
Okay.
that's why,
Sorry,
sis.
and I didn't feel like doing this, sir. I was doing something else while you was talking. Anyway.
I love Sister Meika. She
Okay.
good people, man.
Scientific.
I was just trying to give you a hard time on your post that day. I wanted to put the pressure on you so you can see how I am. I
You
put the
said
pressure down.
scientific. You said scientific theory.
So
Right.
what is the scientific? What's the scientific theory? Because
I'm getting just definitions, bro. Let's see what it say.
evolution
Okay.
is a scientific theory.
Okay. Okay. Where you want to go? Oh gosh, let me see what sources we can come up with. We
What's
just
a scientific theory?
we go
We don't come up with nothing. What's the
we'll
scientific
go to
theory?
study.com because this is like a college based answer. Let's go there.
A
Oh no,
scientific theory, sis. I got it right here.
I got you. Hold on. I just need to get a
Let's
good
drink.
source. A scientific theory is a well tested, because you said that, and
Well
widely
substantiated. Well substantiated. What?
let me finish the definition, sir. It's
Mm-hmm.
saying what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
A scientific theory is a well-tested and widely accepted explanation for natural phenomenon.
Yes. Yes.
Scientific theories begin as hypothesis.
Hypothesis, right?
Hypothesis. You're right. I've been drinking. Excuse me. I knew that. Over time, as a hypothesis is tested, verified, and generalized. And I like that they put this in here. Okay. And may assume the status of being an accepted theory. Like the theory of evolution or the thorough dynamic theory. You know what I'm saying? But oh, look, I didn't even read that part, but here go the theory of evolution. Evolution at the bottom. I didn't even read that part at the bottom, y'all. The theory of evolution by natural selection, plate tectonic theory. Those are the tectonic plates that cause earthquakes and the pressure and all that stuff. That's that theory. You got cell theory, like I was saying, like when you're dealing with the ribosomes, the mitochondria, and those type of things. Atomic theory, that's when you're dealing with the atoms and the periodic table, you know what I'm saying, the electrons and the neutrons, the positive and negative charge. Einstein's Thank you. So I'm about to say this one, and I didn't say it, but I was gonna say the theory of psychosocial, the psychosocial theory, but they put it here as Einstein's theory of special and general relativity, and then you have the electromagnetic theory. Then you have the germ theory, which consists of bacteria and viruses. That's the germ theory or disease. And then you have the Big Bang theory, which consists of us exploding out of what do you call it? A supernova and creating life. And then you have quantum theory. Now, what do you think about quantum theory, sir?
Well, as far as quantum theory, I'm very well attuned.
Mm-hmm.
I realize that I am the past, present, and future.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, I can rightfully say that I am God because I'm within that knowledge of said substance.
Mm-hmm.
I realize that I am made of stardust, which was billions of years ago, from the beginning of time, or not even so much the beginning of time, but just a episodic memory of time into this particular format of physical experience. And so, with that being said, when we deal with the quantum level, we're not dealing with just said the universe. We're dealing with the multiverse, which deals with multi universes, right? Operating within several uh, different organic forms, right? So who's to say that organic matter is the only absolute point of physical matter, right?
Well, we
don't know
already
that.
know that it's not because it's not organic when we start creating different physical matter. like GMOs and stuff like that.
No,
Processed
I'm going
foods.
deeper than I'm going deeper than that. What I'm
Mhm.
saying is that we understand how the planets were formed,
Mhm.
right?
No, I do not understand or understand how planets were formed. I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. So that's a later lesson. But what I'm saying is that I'm gonna give a supreme understanding of that, but um, it's kind of hard to get to that next phase. But let me give it to you in a layman form. Um, Let me tell you this: you are not the ultimate form of yourself. Like you have many different forms of yourself within one. There's many versions of you within one. So you're dealing with a multiverse with parallel dimensions, so to speak.
You got
Now,
so well,
that's when we get into quantum physics. You know what I'm
okay, because
saying?
listen, I'm sorry, because I have to ask these questions. I'm sorry, because when you say stuff, it just inspires me. You and your wife is like my muses right now. Yeah.
Well, we don't believe the same thing, by the way.
No, but I am so inspired
I'm an
and
atheist. She's
like
not.
I'm into it. Like it is so dope, and people are missing out on this information. The information is great. You know, if you don't know, follow Melanin God and follow Melanin Goddess because they bringing out this knowledge and they
Word
dropping
up.
jewels.
L to my
Okay,
people. L to my people.
I am so feeling this. It's been a long time since I had a conversation like this since I was in college. So I'm just like really feeling this, and it's bringing back memories. You
Well,
know
can I
what
give you some history real quick,
I'm saying?
sister?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Just a little bit of history.
Hmm.
Most people would understand that a lot of this information was traveled over by the Masonic lodges.
Hmm. Hmm.
The Masonic lodges in its origin
Hmm.
was not evil. They were the master builders.
Mm.
They were the master architects of grand
Mm.
structures, and they
Mm.
understood mathematics.
How,
Mathematics is a part of
and
science.
I'm sorry, I gotta clap for this. I am on this path with it because they understand science. Go
Right.
ahead.
On a level that they understood science on a level that most people on the mundane level today wouldn't understand. So for instance, you have primitive knowledge of the universe as opposed to advanced knowledge of the universe as what we would call it. Although although this is really not advanced, I think that we're just tapping into the very fabric of the universe. You understand? Um, here's the thing though. I think that with our technological advancements, we know more today than what any religious writer ever wrote. So when you get into these old primitive books, they're very misleading. And this is why such a decline in the Western world of belief into the Abrahamic faith, so to speak, right? Because we have now access to technology. Because what people didn't understand at that time, when they dealt with illnesses, they dealt with things they just simply did not understand. They automatically went towards religion, right, to explain it. Today we have no such excuse. We have working models to explain certain natural phenomena within our universe and solar system, right? And so you have to understand where I'm coming from. Not to take away from the writers of the Bible, but you're dealing with goat herders that did not understand where the sun went at night, and they did not even understand what stars truly were, what they are, right? This is why they mention stars crashing down to the earth, which is virtually impossible if you understand what stars are, right? So with that being said, I believe that we're evolving to a state where we no longer accept the primitive knowledge. We're looking at more advanced knowledge or technology to answer certain things for us. You know what I'm saying? Before, all the people had to depend on was the Bible. So they filled the gaps with God. What they didn't understand, oh, God did it. Today we have no such excuse. There's certain things that we understand that God possibly couldn't do.
I'm sorry. Did you say, oh God?
No, 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 no. I'm saying a God or any God couldn't do. What I'm saying is that there are certain things as far as natural phenomena, right?
Mm.
That we don't need a God. Science is independent of God. This is why only 7% of elite scientists actually are believers.
Okay. What if I could prove all of that wrong?
Okay, well, I'm going to show you statistics right now that only
No,
7%
no,
of
no, no, no. I'm gonna take that statement back. I'm sorry, brother. I'm
come on,
sorry. I'm
come on,
sorry. I'm
sis.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What if I could prove all of that right with the Bible?
Okay, well, I like to see that. I like to see your synopsis on that.
Mm-hmm.
And I also would like to see your entry into the scientific journal. Because you should
I don't know. I do
right
not
now,
have an
right now,
entry.
right now. No, what you just said,
Mhm.
you should get a Nobel Peace Prize.
I should. I should. I probably should. But I am prepared. I am very prepared. I am very prepared. Trust me,
No,
brother.
no, no. I'm not
No, no, no,
belittling
no.
you though,
Because
sister.
I do not disagree with nothing you said. Nothing. But what if I can prove you right with the scripture?
Okay. Well, I'm open to that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and if you can prove your God exists, I will humbly submit.
Okay. 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 I wasn't asking for submission. I'm just saying if I
No,
could
no,
prove.
no, no. If you could prove my premise
Mm-hmm.
biblically, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying is also well, there has to be something a author tree right
Mm-hmm.
behind it.
Right, right, right.
I would humbly submit to that. That's all I was saying.
Right. So because and brother, please don't get me wrong because I'm not going against nothing you said. Everything you said, I agree with wholeheartedly. But people misinterpret
Mhm.
and don't understand what they're reading. And I can show you because I took science too, right?
Ma'am.
Not at the level you did, but I understand where you're going. You feel me?
Mhm.
And it, you just gotta. And I also took English, modern English, English, Middle English, and modern English. So when I bring
Have
the
you
receipts,
have you taken any courses in linguistics?
well, I've took many language classes, like I said, English. I've took uh like things like medical terminology because I was working for my bachelor's in science and nursing. So I took like things like medical terminology, rhetoric and composition. I've took some law courses or whatever. So, and then I took some political science and political history and understanding the how do you call it, the law language, you know what I'm saying? I can't remember the name of it right now. So I understand language, I understand how it transformed. I'm a researcher by
There
nature,
you go.
and I think that it all comes together at some point.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a full circle. It's a full circle of knowledge, and it's just an ad. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm gonna show you how a lot of brothers and sisters they misread this thing and they teach the wrong things, and nobody understand what the hell is going on.
Yeah, but see, would you agree with me that this goes back to their foundation?
Mm-hmm.
They're dealing with a God that has human characteristics of a schizophrenic,
God is not
psychopath.
human. God is not human. He is not human.
Well,
He
wait a
don't.
minute. God said he repented. Don't that make him human?
No. So no, it don't make him human because he said he repented. And I can get. Do
Well,
you want me to get? This
why would
your
he have repented?
interview. This your interview. Do you want me to get into that, or you want to keep going?
Well, no, I'm asking a question, and we can. This is just my premise, and we can get into it later. But what I'm saying is that we're dealing with a God that had human characteristics. He was jealous, right? The jealous God, right?
Right, because
He repented. Which means he felt bad for even creating humanity.
this is how this go, right? So I'm just giving an analogy. An analogy.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how's your relationship with your mom before I start?
Well, my mom has been deceased since now almost 8 years.
Okay. How's your relationship with your father?
I lost my father when I was 12, so
Okay.
I have been on a path on my own for a while. But before they both passed, they were both avid atheists, but they encouraged me to study all major world religions.
So you said 2018. So did your mom raise you?
Well, they both raised me, but my mom
both
finished.
raised you?
My mom, yeah, they both raised me, but my mom finished raising me. My
Okay.
daddy died when I was 12, but I'll never forget my father.
Right.
He
So
taught
say
me
for instance,
he taught me things. He taught me things that I carried into my adult life, even before the age of 12, that I still stand on today.
okay, cool. So say for instance, a stranger came up to you and said, I'm your father, I'm your mother. You better do what I say. Right? How you think your mama and your daddy gonna feel?
Man, they gonna look at that clown like, man, who told you to do that madness?
They gonna beat his ass.
That's right. That's right.
Exactly. And so that's why the Most High Yah is jealous, because we allow things that we created to tell us what to do.
So are you telling me that Yah has human emotions?
Yah,
He's God, but he has human emotions.
listen. You asked me a question, and I'm finna answer it. So Yah gave us him. It's no such thing as human emotions. Our emotions are God. That's him. He breathed in us the breath of life, the carbon, the oxygen, the H2O, the C2O. He breathed in us those things. So
sister,
he gave
are
us
you
things.
able to prove this creator? Because I'm able to prove otherwise. I know that I can shoot off millions of sperm cells and only one. It only takes one to make a child, right? So what's all the rest of the other millions of my sperm cells are just gonna die? That's not
Yes,
intelligent
they do.
design. That's not
They do.
intelligent design. It's
Well,
not.
hey, let me ask you a question. Do it feel good to bust a nut?
Sure it does.
Okay, that's why that happens.
Oh, come on, sister.
What happened? It's
We're
simple.
not
It's
gonna
simple.
we're not
I
gonna do that
mean,
right now.
what happened? You need that pressure.
We're,
That pressure.
no, sister.
What
Come
are you
on, man.
talking about?
Come
Every
on,
time
man.
you bust a nut, you busting like 3 million sperms each time, brother. You
You
need that
telling me the
pressure.
pleasure of busting the nut is the grace of God? When
No,
when I know that over almost a million goddamn sperm cells that's equally able to create life is gonna die. It only takes one, and you're telling
Did
me
they
that's
really
intelligent
die though?
design?
Because the woman absorbs
Well, they
that.
do. No,
The
they
woman
do die.
absorbs a vast majority of that.
No,
and it's
they
called
die.
oxytocin.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but listen, they die though, right?
No, not all of them. She absorbs the nutrients in it, and the cell body is disposed of. And that's what comes out because the woman absorbs that
Now,
in her natural divinity. She
now
absorbs
let's get down deep into the science of it though, because we're going to
that.
deal with the potassium level, and we're
Mhm.
going to deal with the ionized level of
Iodine, ionized is table
ionized. We're
salt.
going to deal because
The
it takes
electromagnetic.
electromagnetic radiation for these things to survive, right? It's
Mm.
what brings it together. It's the same with the universe. Come on, sister. You
What
not?
happened? I'm
I
not
told you.
agreeing with you. Hold on, let me
I
share.
see. You are agreeable. But what I'm saying is that I'm proving your premise wrong as I
No,
speak.
you're not. You
Okay.
actually, I'm
Okay.
on here to support what you're saying, sir.
No, no, no. I'm not saying you're not,
So you said don't feel good to bust a nut. Yes or no?
sister. That's not what I said
Okay,
at
then do
all.
it feel good or it don't feel
We're
good?
not we're not gonna do a
Okay, let
straw
me
man
ask you this question, Mr.
because it feel
Biology
good.
and
Because it feel
Chemistry.
good does not prove God.
Let me ask you this question, Mr. Chemistry, Biology, Anthropology. What's the other thing you said you studied? Metaphysics and quantum
Forensics.
physics.
Forensics.
Forensics. I love, man, you got to talk to us about forensics, though, but that's another
Oh
story.
yeah, yeah. My first experiment, what they put me through was an apple. They didn't even let me touch a human body, just an apple.
But let me ask you this.
The apple decomposes just like a human body.
Okay, once.
If I drop it, you get a bruise. It bruises just like the human body. And trust me,
Hmm.
it's for real. Anybody that studies forensics will know what I'm talking about.
I would love to hear your take on forensics, but I want to ask you this question. What is the purpose of a male to have a nipple?
A nipple?
Hmm. What's the purpose of that? This is biology.
Well, well,
Biology. Biology.
well. What you're dealing with is sensory glands, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
You're dealing with certain sensory glands. A male does not utilize certain sensory glands, which are almost useless, um, to a certain degree, because there's a lot of men can get sexually excited when you touch their nipples, right?
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Okay, well, it's just all a part of biology. Like we're all one. That's the that's the proven point of it.
But
Like
what's the purpose of having a nipple? Why do y'all have one? What's the purpose?
well, it's a composition is a composition of the human body, right? Um, this is what I want people to understand. Every human body has the same exact. I don't care if you're male or female. You have the same composition. Although your traits and the use for those particular organs and body parts are not the same. You still have the same,
Mm.
right? Now,
Hmm.
let's look at a head of lettuce,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
A head of lettuce has the same composition as you do. And indeed, when you cut that head of lettuce off and chop it down, maybe put it in Tupperware for overnight, it's
Hmm.
gonna get greener because it knows that you're gonna eat it. It's conscious
It is
that you're gonna
very
eat it.
conscious. But why do you think we ingest lettuce?
Well, because we have to survive. It's vegetation.
Is that not extra energy, or is that energy, or is that?
Well, it's simply vegetation.
Mhm,
We're connoisseurs of life, and once people understand this thing
mhm,
on that level,
mhm,
then we'll begin to understand how animals live. Like even lions.
mhm,
Do you think a lion gives a fuck if that giraffe is is a living human, a living being? No, it doesn't. It cares about what it's going to eat today,
mhm,
right?
mhm. I hear you, brother.
Maybe if it ate yesterday, it won't care so much today. But give it a couple of days. get that lion getting hungry again. That lion ain't
Okay.
gonna care what that giraffe is. That lion is gonna go ahead and eat. So
Mm,
now this is my question to you.
mm.
This this is my question to you.
To me, it's a question for
Hold
me.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, sister. You interviewing me. Let
I'm
me let me just say
interviewing
this. Let me say this. When we're dealing with intelligent design, right?
you. Mm,
How is that intelligent design when the order
mm,
is the way it is? We're looking at a pyramid scheme, right?
mm,
The top of the food chamber. Every organism within this physical plane of existence
mm,
has to eat on another organism, whether dead or alive, to survive.
mm.
That's
That's
not
very
intelligent.
true. That's a fact. That's a
That's not,
fact.
that's not intelligent design. That's
So
change.
you don't think that's intelligent to to what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say excrete. I don't want to say absorb, but I'm gonna say absorb life from other life. It's like a absorption. You know what I'm saying? So you don't think it's intelligent to absorb life?
In that manner,
Hmm.
do you think that's intelligent?
I mean, it's all life force, right? And you just
No,
bring
no.
life
Listen,
force to be in
listen,
one.
listen. If we are blessed by the divine one, right?
Uh-huh.
We wouldn't have to absorb anything. We
Why
wouldn't
not?
have we wouldn't have to consume another living organism. That's cannibalism.
That is not cannibalism.
Yes, it is, because we're eating another living organism, dead
So
or
you think
alive.
we shouldn't eat at all?
Well, why should we have to? Think about what I'm
I'm
saying.
not gonna hold you. I'm not gonna hold you because I know I heard about two men that haven't ate or drank anything for over 20, 30 years.
They're lying.
I'm not gonna hold you.
They're lying. They're
I,
lying.
I'm lying.
No, no, I said they're lying. They say they're breatharians.
They
That, that's what
one
they're claiming
dude.
to be,
You
breatharians,
want me to
right?
bring it up for you? Because I'll bring that ish up.
No, I'm
You want to
saying
bring it
that
up?
they're no. What I'm saying that they claim to be breatharians. Then if they don't eat,
They
if
not
they ate nothing,
vegetarians, carnivores. What's the other one? Omnivores or anything like that, or pescatarian. They don't eat or
more
drink.
pseudo shit. More pseudo shit for the community. What I'm saying is everybody has to eat. We got to eat something at some
But
point at some
the
time,
question
and
is,
you're
why
gonna
do
eat
you
it.
eat? Why do you eat? Are you replenishing energy or no?
Well, that's exactly it. Your body needs energy. Think
Mm-hmm,
about what I'm saying. Even
mm-hmm,
if I gave you a big ass steak right now,
mm-hmm.
you're
Okay,
as soon as that listen, as soon as that steak hits your saliva, your
mm.
saliva start breaking it down to energy.
Mastication. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, so all the parts that your body don't need turns into waste.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're gonna give a turd in the morning.
Through the urine and through the liver. I mean, through the kidneys and the liver, it turns into.
Exactly. It's gonna turn into a turd and urine. Because you don't need those other parts. All your body cares about is electrifying parts.
Do you think we vampires? Look, wait, are we vampires? Wait a minute, like where that come from? Like, are we vampires because we
Well,
eat vegetables, meat, and all that stuff? You know what I'm saying?
I just believe that we're interdependent upon each other, and we'll soon see how important everybody is. But right now, sis, I think that most people don't understand this thing on the scientific level. What
Mm-hmm.
they look at is they look at and they think that the human species is just some special species amongst other species that's special, which is total bullshit.
I
Do
can
you,
agree to
do
disagree.
you think animals don't have the ability to love? Because I can show you my
No,
dog
because
right
I
now.
have animals. That's the only reason why I can agree with you. Remember, I was talking about my dog and my cat,
Mm-hmm.
and we
Mm-hmm.
communicate. We communicate.
Right.
When I
They
say get
love
your
you.
ass down, they get down. We communicate. They be looking at me. It's like I said, there are verbal cues, there are non-verbal cues, and then I feel like there's another cue that most people don't tap in with their third eye, and that's the telecommunication, the telepathy cue, because we are all one energy. We are all one.
I agree with that. I think that we are. That's what we miss. We missed ourselves on the quantum level
Mm-hmm.
and even on the physical level, because even on the physical level, we're all still aspects of self.
Mm-hmm.
It's that one, and what we build up in our mind based on what we've been taught and observed is the ego. We
Mm-hmm.
think separate. We think that we're separate from someone else, and therefore we can cast judgment on someone else.
Oh,
When
I
it,
hate a
when
judgmental
it
person.
cast,
I hate a judgment. Therefore, we can cast judgment on someone else. I'm sorry. I hate a judgmental person. Very judgmental. Always got something to say because they living in a low vibration. Did you watch my show last night?
no, I was waiting for you to send me the link. You said you would.
Oh, I should have. I'm so sorry.
Because I was waiting for you. You said you gonna go in, and I was gonna join the. I wasn't even gonna say that. I just wanted to join it, sit in,
I
and look.
wish you could have. I wish you could have. I wish you could have. This person. Listen. Let me tell you something. I'm sorry, sir. Let me excuse me. Let me tell you something. Right. Y'all are over the place. No, I'm trying to pull this information out, ma'am. I have to do my job, ma'am. I have to
Right.
get into the brain of the person, ma'am. So no, I'm not all over the place because I'm keeping
And
it
I'm.
science based,
I don't.
ma'am. Hello.
No, she's talking about to the viewers.
Of course.
People talking shit out here.
Always, because this is a divine divinity, masculine energy of vibration, frequency kind of conversation. And if you don't understand what's going on because you're not well educated on what we're talking about, and we're trying to bring you to a higher level of consciousness, ma'am.
Well, you know what, sis? Let me tell you this, man. I've learned not to even acknowledge those types
I
because
have to. I have to. I'm sorry, you don't have to, but I have to because I am never going to look down on my brother or sister unless I'm bringing them up. So, yes, I'm going to bring them up to speed with every knowledge that can be brought out. So, go ahead, brother. I'm going to let you go. You got the floor. I ain't going to talk no more.
no, all I was gonna say is that all these viewers out here with something to say, what they have to understand is that we are all the same at different levels of consciousness. And if they understand anything that we've been talking about for the past hour, then they would understand that we're talking on a quantum level, right? We're digging it. We're digging into physics on a level that maybe. So let me go ahead and dig in a chest right quick. Why I don't want to just be remembered when it comes down to death. Absolutely, I want someone to bury me or cremate me, right? Why? Because I want my elements released either back into the universe or the earth because it's going to replenish itself. I enjoy the fact that the worms and the bugs or the cosmic energy will absorb me and produce me right back into the same atmosphere that we claim today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not about to sit up here and claim to be smarter than anyone else. It's
Mm-hmm.
just that I understand some things on a different level than what other people do, and so therefore I don't fear death. I'm a true atheist. I'm willing to beat up on some of these people that think that they're arrogant and know everything. Especially when they base their whole premise off mythology. You get what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do that with these people that have nothing for me. But those that want to bring some real academia to the table, let's get it. But I'm
Okay, so
gonna
I'm finna share the link up inside my group, and I'm gonna share the link. I already shared the link in the YouTube, so you guys click on the YouTube and whatnot.
yeah, please do, and quit trying to attack my sister Meika.
No,
If
I
you
gotta ask questions
if they
sometimes.
want to
I
be
gotta
with
make it interesting.
if they want beats with me, man, they know how to get in touch with. We got a conversation. We can come where each other premises coming from, and then we can set up that debate. But don't just get on the stream and then act like you got beef with what I'm saying. And you don't even understand my premise, right? That's stupid. To me, that's a suicide mission.
I'm
How
trying to
how how
follow
how how would I debate someone if I don't even understand their premise?
exactly. I'm trying to follow him, but you keep jumping in because we ain't giving you all the gold. If you want the rest of the gold, then you need to tune in, ma'am. You're not gonna get it all. You're gonna get what you can.
Mm-hmm.
So if
Mm-hmm.
you want to know more, then you're gonna follow him on his channel and you're gonna listen to his full lesson, and then you get the meat and the potatoes. But I'm here doing an interview, so I gotta ask questions.
That's right.
Hello, I'm not beefing with him. He talking about who beefing with him. Nobody beefing with him. But understand, it's a job being done, ma'am.
Hang on one second. My baby about to get home.
Yeah, bring Melanin Gawdess back and speak your piece.
And I'm right here. I'm right here. I'm right here though.
Here I am.
Speak your piece, sis.
Look, for some reason, I trigger people. I guess.
No, I guess I trigger people because I'm asking questions and trying to conduct an interview because this is not, you're not finna get the whole book, sis. You gotta buy the book.
Right.
Well, see, y'all be force feeding people. I'd rather just drop Jews and run. You can question me or whatever. I don't really debate. I just state facts, and that's what it is. I don't really get into I haven't even tapped into like linguistics or etymology, none of that. I go with what resonates with me. If it don't sound right, if I think about it and I analyze it over and over in my head and it don't add up to me, I don't believe that shit. I'm more of a person. I'm who you would call in the Bible Doubting Thomas. I gotta see it to believe it, and I gotta be able to touch it to believe it. You can't just tell me anything and I just believe it. You got to show me some evidence.
Exactly. Exactly. Yes, and I just respond to you. Yes, it's appetizers today. This is before we wing you off the milk, sir.
Exactly.
You is not getting wing off the milk. You got to get into it. Period.
Exactly.
Wait, one more, and I'm done, and I'm gonna let you roll with it. No, you're interjecting before him. You can't even spell he finish certain stuff. Yes, I am interjecting because I don't want him to give you all the jewels because he's gonna benefit from the tools that he got to give you.
She sounds like she just interested. Well, we here to help. Whatever you have questions for, we'll help you.
Yeah, if you got more questions,
wrong with us. We scared to ask for help. It's okay not to know because I don't know half the stuff my husband know, and I question him, and we battle all the time because it's like, well, I don't get it. What you talking about? So he have to break it down for me. That's why I can accept what he's giving me because he explains it to me and then he shows the proof. I just can't take it and dissect it without the evidence. I need to be able to see it for myself.
I'm sorry, ma'am. What was your question? Because I missed the question because I was engaging with my guest. Yeah. So what was the question again? Because you said you asked a question earlier. So can you please retype the question? Thank you. Go ahead, sis. Oh no, bring sis.
Oh, she right here. She
I'm
right
right
here.
here.
Oh, I want both. Okay, both of y'all get on the screen if you
Yeah,
Okay.
can.
we right
Thank
here. We right here.
This right here is love.
Oh, this is my baby.
Oh, she said, oh, this was her question. What can God not do? I didn't see that question, and I'm sorry. What can God not do?
What has he done?
Yeah,
We've been waiting for
yeah.
safe haven, the sky to crack open for decades. The world been coming to God coming back soon. When? Like, how many more of us got to die before he decide he want to intervene? Like, kids getting raped. What is this guy gonna do? When?
And that's the question right there. When is this particular God?
When is enough enough? What
Hold on.
kind of
When is
God
this
gonna continue
particular
to
God
sit back and
is
watch the
going to
people
reveal
he
himself?
love keep suffering? When is he gonna intervene?
Yeah.
I gotta say this, right? And I
Mm-hmm.
feel y'all compassion and y'all and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But and this been a topic of discussion, right? And I do want to say, because I'm gonna make y'all believers.
Oh Lord.
I hope you do.
Come on
Y'all
now.
gonna be believers after y'all listen to me. Because
I
I
hope you do.
understand the science, I understand the chemistry, I understand the energy.
Okay.
And that's why I said, what if I can prove you right? What if I can prove you
Using the
right
Bible.
using the scripture?
Okay.
Okay.
Prove it.
Okay.
Well, we're not gonna do that tonight.
Whoa, no, you know what?
Listen. It's already 10:25. I got to work tomorrow. So to
Okay,
see,
we
and
finna
I want to
close
use
it
this
out.
little bit hours that we do have
I would
together.
say gotta intervene when we get up off our asses. We are who we seeking. It's us.
Well,
Seek and
absolutely.
and ye shall find. Seek
That
and
part.
ye shall find.
Listen.
Seek
I
and
believe
ye
that
shall
we
find.
have. I
That's
believe that we
scriptural.
have. I believe that we have innate abilities of our own to create and manifest, right? And I'm sorry, I want to turn this
Mm.
where y'all can see me, but I believe that
We
we
can
have
see you.
innate powers. I believe we have innate powers within ourselves to create and create change,
Mm.
manipulate frequencies within our own vibrational frequencies of the universe itself. And so, sister, you said that you wanted to mention frequencies and get into
Mm-hmm.
that. I want to talk about that a little bit, just a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm going to tell you right now that there's nothing anyone can do to contain light. If I recognize what nuclear fusion is and electromagnetism is, I
Mm-hmm.
realize that there's nothing that can contain me if I understand and adopt myself within that. So
Mm-hmm.
even if you put up the Bible scripture to say
No,
that,
he said
hold on,
really
stop
quick.
for a second. I know they put up the Bible scripture, right?
I did. I did that.
Hold on. Okay,
That
so
science
hold
can
on.
do that God
Hold
cannot.
hold on. Listen to me. Because I'm gonna prove what science can do that God could not.
Mm.
Okay.
Do
Because
that. Do that.
we're gonna deal with one simplistic factor that a brother failed completely on. We were dealing with how animals got their stripes and spots. And according to the Bible, they gave complete utter bullshit.
What? Okay. What was the bullshit?
Well, it said that Jacob, goddamn it, carved goddamn stripes and spots in his goddamn reeves of his trunks of the goddamn bushes that he was harvesting, and he made them and he put them in the troughs of the drinking troughs of his animals, and
What
that's how.
scripture? What scripture is that?
Oh, I'm
Can
gonna
you
show
give
you.
me the scripture?
I'm gonna show you. Hold on.
No, tell
Oh,
me the scripture so I can pull it up.
I'm gonna show you. Well, just look it up right now. Just type it
What's
in
it
your
called?
Google.
What do you say Jacob did? Because
Watch this.
let me just
Listen,
go over this
sister.
one part. Huh?
Sister, listen.
I'm listening.
Type in the biblical interpretation of how animals got their stripes and spots, and tell me what you get.
Before I go into that,
Don't do it. Come on, man.
y'all know what the Nation of Islam is, right?
Mm, a failure is a lie.
Okay,
It's
they
a cat
have.
just like all the others.
Listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. They have a doctrine
Mm,
about Yaqub, which is Jacob, right?
yeah.
When he okay, so I don't know if you know the story, but Lebanon was his mother's brother.
Mm-hmm.
Lebanon was his mother's brother. He went to Lebanon, and Lebanon had two daughters, which were his cousins. Those were his cousins. And Jacob or Yaqub wanted to marry the younger sister, which was Leah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so Lebanon got Jacob drunk. And Jacob ended up marrying Rachel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so he worked 7 years. He worked 7 years to get Leah, but Lebanon tricked him and gave him Rachel. And he was drunk and he had sex with her. And during that time, once you have sex with somebody, that equals marriage because it's an exchange of spirits and you become one.
Mm-hmm.
This is in Adam days.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because he said she will be flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood, bone of my bone, and her name is Eve, mother of all living. When God ordained Eve and Adam to be together. So now he already had sex with Rachel, but he really wanted Leah. Okay. Okay, so Lebanon made him go into servitude for 7 years. And he said, if you can, I will have the sheep of your flock, and you can have the non-spotted sheep, and I will have the spotted sheep, right? Then he had to go into servitude for another 7 years because Lebanon tricked him for 7 years, thinking he was going to get Leah, but he got Rachel. So he had to work an additional 7 years to get Leah. The separation, this is scientific right now, just follow me. The separation from the spotted and the non-spotted was cell division. It was cell division, and he divided different cells. So this is the Islam interpretation of the scripture. Yaqub divided the cells and created white folks.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
That's what the Israelites say.
No, listen. Well,
I mean, not the Israelites, what you call it,
Nation.
Nation of Islam.
Nation of Islam. Nation of Islam. In my opinion, I'm gonna give it to you straight. They are not true Orthodox Muslims. I studied Orthodox Islam for over 8 years. Took my Hajj. I went to Mecca, Medina. I understand exactly what the outward experience is, but also I understand the metaphysical experience, right? And so this is what I want to break down to you right now. What we're dealing with is we're dealing with fanaticals, right? Those that take mythology as literal. And this is the reason why they can, oh man, greatly say right now that someone's an infidel, right? They can greatly say or cast judgment amongst others. It doesn't matter any branch of Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. They can someone can use the scriptures to try to justify their judgment amongst others, right? When the truth is they're not perfect themselves. Huh?
I agree 100%. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I know. I have to ask the tough questions.
No,
I
no,
have,
no, no. I'm glad. I'm
okay.
glad that you are, because I want to get down into the actual explanation of certain scriptures
Mm.
and certain euphemisms that's used to allocate certain ideologies. Right. We have to deal with that. We cannot sit back and just say, well, this is what we believe based upon what we're giving. We have to use a educated approach, a scientific approach, a mathematical approach to all understanding. Would you agree?
I gotta turn my cam on for this, and I can't find my lip gloss, but it's cool. So let me ask you a question, right? Because when I read this, right, it says in the beliefs of the Nation of Islam, Yaqub,
Hmm.
sometimes spelled Yaqub, Yaqub, whatever Yaqub, was a black scientist
Right, right.
who lived 6,600 years. That's your
Hmm.
666 metaphysical theology for
Right.
African Americans or black or FBAs, right? 666.
Hmm. Or
And
anyway,
began the
or in the
creation of the
situation.
right race. He is said to have done this through the form of selective breeding. And I'm going to stop there. When it comes to selective breeding, does it exist or does it not exist?
Well, let me ask you another question too,
Mhm,
right?
mhm,
Because I know what you asked me is rhetorical,
mhm,
right?
mhm,
It could be answered in any different manner, but what I'm going to ask you is that this is
mhm,
a very serious question.
mhm. It
Do
is.
you think that the theory of Yakub deals
Mhm.
with one person, or does it deal with a selective group of people that push an agenda?
I believe that it does. I don't know about the agenda part, but I will agree because everything ain't 100%, sir. So I'm gonna agree to say that it deals with multiple people. I'm not gonna say a selective people. I'm gonna
Yeah, but
say
they say Yakub was one big head scientist.
he was a black scientist, and he was one of the first black scientists, right?
Hmm.
Who started doing selective breeding, which is also referred to as grafting in. And what I'm saying, so we can talk about skin grafts. You know how you take a skin graft and you take a piece
Yes,
of
ma'am.
skin and move it to somewhere else. You can talk about when they talk about selective breeding, you could talk about a donkey being crossed. I mean, not a donkey, a horse being crossed with a mule, or how you get a mule, a donkey and a mule, or however the fuck it goes. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking
Mule
about.
is a donkey.
Okay, I don't know if it's a donkey or I forget which one it is, the
Well,
donkey
a
or the
mule
mule.
is a donkey.
Huh?
A mule is a donkey.
Okay, so it's a mule, a donkey, and a horse cross. I can't remember which one it was.
No, a donkey and a mule cross. You can't get no reproduction from that.
You can't get no
It
reproduction, but one of them is crossed with the horse. I can't remember which one.
Well, that's where they cross with each other and they interbreed. Listen, the genetics don't match, so they cannot produce functioning offspring that can reproduce. So you're not going to get generations of mules and donkeys.
All right.
You're gonna get one or the other, and the bottom line is you're gonna fail because they're gonna die off.
Right. And what about a liger? That's a lion and a tiger.
That's the same thing. Liger is the same thing. They cannot reproduce. You
Hmm.
got to stop playing. You can't play with genetics. You can't play and try to become God. And see, I hate to say the God of the gaps, and I hate to use the word God because what you have to deal with is genetics here.
Hmm.
Genetics.
Okay, so what do you think about
You're dealing with chromosomes, huh?
a cat and a rabbit?
It's the
It's called
same
a
thing.
cat.
It's the same. It's the same thing. You're talking about the cabbage. It's the same thing. What you're doing, you're intersplicing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You cannot. You're not gonna reproduce from that.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Come on.
so the banana that we eat today has no seeds. The banana in America, and it is considered a GMO
And you
fruit.
exist.
Huh?
And you exist because you come from banana.
No, I'm saying the banana that we eat today. Not it's consists of two different type of bananas that like and they were GMO thousands of years ago, by the way. But I want to say the Chinese.
Okay.
A banana is a GMO fruit. It's not real. I mean, it's not natural because it's
So
spliced.
if the Chinese had any part in that, how do you share DNA with a banana?
It's a splice. It's a spliced fruit. We share DNA with everything on the planet because it's all
Exactly. So you telling
energy.
me that's by splicing, or are you telling me by, or is that by actual proof that everything is starstruck? Like we're all products of stardust.
Wait, said it again.
Are we all products of stardust, or are we all products of by chance that come on, man, some of us is touched by star stuff and nobody else? Because I got news for you.
Mm.
Everything on this planet is filled with star stuff.
Everything on this planet is
It is.
starstruck.
Well, some people think that, but the truth is that we're even us right now. We're composed of star stuff. Not composed.
Star stuff.
We are
Star dust.
star stuff. Give me that star stuff. And what I mean by star stuff is that we're dealing with gases, solids, liquids, and gases that we're composed of. The human body is composed of solid, liquids, and gases.
Mm.
There's no getting around that.
Mm.
But your primary structure comes from star stuff.
Star stuff.
Well, now you're looking at ammonia and different uh, natural phenomena that's in the universe. That's
Mm.
what the body's composed of.
Mm.
There's no separation from the human body to the actual universe. We're composed of the same stuff. And
Mm.
when people start understanding this thing, you're going to have less belief in God. Believe me. It's
Okay,
true.
so you have less belief in God because uh you're made out of stardust.
No, you'll have an explanation of natural phenomena that religion can never give you.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you can look up statistically right now,
Mm-hmm.
religion is on a decrease, even in the Western world and throughout the world.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I was never born religious.
Mm-hmm.
This just solidifies exactly what I know.
Mm-hmm.
I
That's
know for a fact. I know for a fact I'm built from star stuff. There's no intelligent design of what I'm. Anytime, anytime I'm, anytime I have sex, right?
mm-hmm.
And I shoot off almost a million sperm cells or billions of sperm cells, and it only takes one
Mm-hmm.
to create life. That's
Mm-hmm.
not that's not intelligent design. Why would I waste all that potential life?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Why would you waste all that potential life?
Well, why would a creator that allow me to erase that potential life? Right? Think about what I'm saying.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you know anything about NPCs?
Okay, you're giving me acronyms. You're giving me acronyms. So tell me exactly what you mean by NPCs.
Non-playing character.
Got it. I know a whole lot about it.
Okay, so it's always gonna be that one that reach to. If this is the same thing as the pyramid scheme. It's the same as pyramid primordial. What did you call it? Primordial what? What did you call that? Primordial something. God dang. Let me see. Huh?
No, I
Oh,
understand
here
the
we go. Here we go.
primordial rules. I didn't even use that in my
No, you did. You said it's called primordial.
I said primordial, or what I said is primitive thinking.
Okay.
I
Okay.
said primitive
Oh, you
thinking.
said primitive. I think the other brother,
The
Mike.
other brother said
Oh,
the
okay. The
other brother gave
idea
that
of
this was not his
primordial
interview.
soup.
This was not his interview. You
Okay,
guys
it
you guys
wasn't.
want
I'm
to know
sorry, brother.
what
I'm
we're
sorry. I
thinking
got
about.
confused. But you can understand. Okay, so we're gonna script primordial, and you said primitive, right? Primitive, primordial, prime.
Primitive ways of thinking.
You get what I'm saying? Primitive, primordial,
I'm
prime.
gonna say this. I think that it's amazing to me
Mm,
that in 2023,
mm,
this amount of people are still basing their entire lives
mm,
on on primitive ways of thinking.
mm.
These people that written the scriptures didn't even know where the goddamn sun went at night, and they damn
Crazy?
sure
Are you
and they
crazy?
and listen,
I'm sorry.
they damn sure didn't even know what stars were.
Oh my. Okay, now I gotta prove you wrong again. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, they said stars were gonna crash to the earth. Do you know what
Okay.
stars
Oh,
are?
okay. So let's deal with. You want to deal with that right now? Because I can deal with that. Right? It says stars will start falling out the sky, and
Mm.
because I believe Daniel wrote this, and if it's not Daniel, it probably would. No, I'm pretty sure Daniel wrote
And
this.
even John too, right?
Wait, no. So when it says stars will fall out the sky, it's not talking about actual stars. It's talking about satellites because because it was primitive and he did not understand what he was seeing. Right, he described it the best way he could because he didn't have the language to put it towards what he was seeing in his vision. So he
No.
saw things falling from the sky and he thought they were stars, but in actuality, it was satellites. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, stop it! Come on, man.
Oh my God,
Come on,
Jesus
sister,
Christ.
stop it.
I'm just trying to feed you
Since when did they
information.
have?
Huh?
Hold on. Since when did they have satellites in
There's no
1000 BC?
satellites up there orbiting around the dome. There is a gravitational pull. That's why I asked you a long time ago about density, time, and space.
Sis, I'm almost embarrassed that I even had to
Oh,
get.
wait. Density, time, space, and gravity. How are they related? Density, time, space, and gravity.
Okay. Density, time, space, and gravity. How they
Mm-hmm.
related, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you have to understand that time and space are you're dealing with something that's inanimate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Time itself is just element.
Mm-hmm.
Space is a containment unit for that specific time unit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right now,
Mm-hmm.
what's the other two you just mentioned?
I said this, and I missed one too. So I gotta add one more. I'm sorry. So we got density, we got time, we got space, we got
Density.
gravity. And wait. The other one I'm missing is mass. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So now, when we're dealing with a mass of an object, right?
Mm,
just say I'm 100 times the size I am, my queen could not escape me if I'm sitting next to her because she's obviously smaller than I am. My gravitational potentiality will pull her in. That's just the law of gravity. Um, see. Here's the thing, sis. A lot of people get used to this. They get used to throwing these different terminologies out there without actually understanding what they're saying. And what fucks them up in the end is that it doesn't even make sense at the end. You know what I mean? And what I'm saying is, I'm gonna prove what I'm saying right now. I heard a brother tell me the other day that gravity does not exist. What we're dealing with is density. Okay, I said, okay, I'm gonna take that on. Density. So we're looking at condensed levels of matter, right? Right? So let's look at this on a scientific level.
I'm here. I'm listening. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, what this brother told me. He said we're not dealing with gravity. Gravity don't exist. We're dealing with condensity.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he said, oh, condensity. He said because everything's water. I said I agree with you. Everything's water because it has hydrogen to everything, but you're still off.
Mm-hmm.
What he was trying to convince me is that okay, it just deals with your level of density of how fast you drop
Mm-hmm.
in
Mm-hmm.
our atmosphere, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Which is wrong, scientifically wrong.
Mm.
We got we
Wait. What about the vacuum experiment? How is that scientifically wrong?
well,
Because then you
well,
take out pressure.
sister, you're ignoring the scientific laws. If that's the case, if we're gonna adopt this, then we have to say the scientific laws is wrong, and we might as well get ready to get awarded our Nobel Peace Prize.
What happened? Oh, you saying I got? Oh, you saying my card is revoked?
No, what I'm saying is that what we're saying is scientifically incorrect, and there's no model to prove it. There's no model to prove what he suggested. And so if I'm going to go along with it, then I better have a model to forecast, project, and conclude
Mm-hmm.
exactly what he said. If
Mm-hmm.
not, my whatever my scientific hypothetical premise may be, that's going to get rejected or refined.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, I have 2 entries already into the scientific journal.
Okay, so
So
this brother
let's get
said
into the
density equals mass. Mass doesn't equal density. Gravity is mass multiplied by density. What you think
right.
about that?
Right. So did you read exactly what you just said? Say that one more time.
I'm just asking the question, sir. I ain't saying that I know nothing. I
No,
know
no, I'm
nothing.
just I'm saying this for the viewers. I'm saying this
Okay,
for the viewers, sis.
so he said density equals mass.
Mhm.
Mass doesn't equal density, right? Gravity is mass multiplied by density. I always thought that gravity is density divided by mass. I'm tripping. Maybe I'm wrong because I didn't. I might have a bad chemistry stoichiometry experience. I don't know. Uh, but division multiply, but density is related to mass, but mass is not density. That's what he's saying.
Okay, so look at your statement. You said density is related to mass, but
Mm-hmm.
mass is not density, right?
Mm-hmm.
What'd that tell you? You're dealing with two different things, right?
you're dealing with a progression of things. It progresses to
Okay,
certain
so
things.
you can't predict. You can't.
It's a production.
Okay, so wait a minute. Can you show me a working model that produces density into mass? Because what they're trying to do,
No,
obviously.
density
Hold on.
equals
Listen,
mass.
listen, listen, listen.
So
What I'm saying.
density produces mass. I think that's what he's saying.
But
Density
here's what
produces
I'm
mass.
saying. What
Okay.
they're trying to do is outrule gravity.
Mm-hmm.
And why? Because you can't prove a graviton, right?
Mm-mm.
You can't. But we do know that depending on the size of mass
Mm-hmm.
and its relativity to time and space, how fast it would drop. And
Mm-hmm.
so obviously if I had a bowling ball right now, I could drop it on the floor, it's gonna drop fast. And we could say, well, that proves gravity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily, because we can't prove the graviton. But they can't disprove it either.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They can't disprove it because what they're saying is, oh, it's density. Everything's water. It's not. It's not that simplistic. It's
Mm-mm.
not.
Mm.
I'm
Let me.
I'm a science geek, sis. So you know
Me
already know
too.
I'm going.
So we getting into it. I don't even care about the live no more because I got questions because I'm into science too. So I'm gonna ask the question because I want to go back a little bit
hmm
when you're talking about the animal species,
hmm
and I know you took anthropology, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Do you?
I was a major. I was that was one of my majors in anthropology. I was anthropology and forensics. I was trying to be a anthropologist.
Okay, because some I used to preach long, long, long time ago. Because I wanted people to understand dimorphism. Do you
Okay.
understand? Do
Okay.
you understand dimorphism?
Absolutely.
Okay, so can you explain? Because it's about the size of the species, right? That particular species
Mhm.
and the dominance of that species. So can you explain dimorphism?
Yeah, dimorphism absolutely deals and digs into what we call natural selection.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it only evolved to what it is and to that state because of its absolutely necessary or necessity to survive.
Mm-hmm.
If it cannot meet the demands of that particular uh, or the certain particulars of that preference, right, or preface,
Mm-hmm.
then it ultimately does what? It dies out. It goes extinct. That's the same exact thing what other hominids did. Yet we were the only hominids that became Homo sapiens sapiens, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same dynastic approach. It's the same. Uh, 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 it's the same. What they call that? It's the same scientific approach
Mm-hmm.
when you're dealing with it, and that particular scientific approach uh, absolutely has to do with biology, and um, you're also dealing with um, the same thing that all living things are dealing with, and you're dealing with Euromelanin or you know what I'm saying, because there's nothing on this earth that does not have melanin.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a misnomer that white people don't have melanin. Bullshit. I will prove
I
people
can
wrong.
agree to a certain degree. White people have some melanin.
They're deficient. They're deficient. They
Their
don't have as much
melanin
melanin as you,
deficient, and so that's why I
but they
said
still do.
when you first started, I said you need to look up Bill Gates because He's talking about bringing the planet to carbon zero. And how the fuck you going to bring the planet to carbon zero when melanin is carbon, and the people that possess the majority of the melanin is black folks, right? And then when we breathe in oxygen, we exhale carbon dioxide.
Well,
So
this my secret weapon, sis. I can't
mm,
wait till you really bring me on the show. We get into it,
mm.
but I actually got video proof that a lot of what y'all think Bill Gates said, he never said.
Oh, I got video proof that he said it. I
Okay,
can bring it out right
so the rest of the philanthropists, because he's not the only one, but
now.
there's the rest of the philanthropists. You think they said the same thing?
Well, here's the
And
thing, right?
then hold on.
Carbon
What
is
about
the
these medical
base
doctors?
of
Do you think
our
that they're gonna
existence.
be
Carbon is the base of our existence. Am I lying? You said that at the beginning.
right?
Carbon is the base of our existence. And
Absolutely.
I don't know how you feel about Bill Gates or whatever, but I can pull up where Bill Gates say we need to bring carbon back to zero. That is why they trying to cover the sun and all that stuff, because the melanin that we have, it is energy that the Most High created for us. This is how we replenish our energy through the sun, through because with the sun, it grows the grass, photosynthesis. You get what I'm saying? And so through the sun, when we go in the sun, it gives us strength, it's build us up. That
So
is our energy.
why
God is
wouldn't the
not
sun
light.
be
God
God?
created the light.
So why wouldn't the sun be God? That's where
The
you get
sun
your
is
life
not
from.
God. God created that as a nutrition for
But
us. The
see,
No,
sun is
sister,
not
no,
God. God
no.
is outside of the sun. He's
sister,
bigger than that.
let me ask you this question.
Mhm,
And I think that my queen probably gonna agree with me when I go with this one.
mhm,
It's easy to use the God of the gaps, right?
mhm,
But when we look at this thing scientifically,
mhm,
when we look at nuclear fusion, we look at electromagnetism or
mhm,
electromagnetic radiation.
mhm.
These are scientific facts that are independent of God. So
I
what?
beg to differ. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Well, can you show me a working model?
Mhm.
And it doesn't have to be tonight. Can you
Oh,
show
oh
me a
no,
work?
not tonight. I won't do it tonight. I've been drinking.
No,
I've
no,
been
I know,
drinking.
but can you hear me out? Can you hear me
I'm
out?
listening.
Can we get a working model from you that shows that a God is behind this?
Hold on. I'm gonna show you this video. Let me get to my I'm gonna show you this video of when uh what's the dude name? Bill Gates. Let me go to my videos. Hold on, my
Listen,
videos. When Bill Gates said we need to bring it back to zero carbon. And I'm gonna show it to you because that's why he buying up all the forms. That's why, because he wants to make GMO vegetation.
so Bill
He
Gates
want
worked and he got all these team
he
of
got a
doctors.
patent. He got a patent on the vaccinations. He got a
Hold on.
patent on that.
Listen to what I'm about to give you.
Mm-hmm.
Bill working alone, and he's got all
Mm-hmm.
these team doctors around the world that's willing to lose their practitioner's license, which is going to go. Listen, this is going to go under mail now, so they'll never be able to practice medicine again for the sake of a
Mm-hmm.
vaccine that we don't know going to kill people or not. And then hold on, they
Mm-hmm.
just they just said everybody that got the vaccine is going to turn into
Mm-hmm.
zombies.
Okay, they didn't turn into zombies, but I'm gonna tell you one thing: what they did do. I'm gonna tell you what they did do. They turned to crazy motherfuckers because I'm like, what
They did.
happened? My daughter, my son.
Look,
Listen, I
uh,
was against them getting the jab or the Uchiwali. And even my husband, because he got the Uchiwali. And yesterday I was under attack by all these motherfuckers. I was like, oh. After I did all this, and y'all coming after me? everybody was attacking me left and right. I said, oh, okay, I see what it is. I see what it is. Because
No,
I was not, even my young daughter, which I think my
that's all.
oldest daughter gave her the Uchi Wally.
It's alternative ideas, but guess what? All these people is activated now, right?
Yes, they are activated because baby, I know they are. I know they are. I know they are. But no. We're gonna talk about this because I'm gonna hit your ass and you gonna hit me and we gonna hit each other with some knowledge. And it's gonna be all good because we good in the hood. We just sharing the knowledge, right or wrong.
You right, sis. You right.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep it real. Like I don't want nobody to get this shit twisted.
No, because I never disputed nothing you said. You was 100% on point on everything. But there are pseudo, you said pseudo, right? There are pseudo people out here teaching this false doctrine, and then people like you who focus on the science and they talking about, oh, just love the Lord and do all this, and they hooping and hollering in the church, and they trying to speak in tongues, and even the Bible say, oh, what good is if you speak in tongues if nobody can understand what you're saying?
You need an interpreter.
Let me tell you something.
You need an interpreter. So it's like, what are we doing right now? Like, let's keep it 100. Let's let the knowledge come full circle because, baby, you 100% on point. Your wife is on point, but I'm going to make you right through the scriptures.
Well, watch this. This is one thing that has always hurt me the most. And I've known this now for several years. I just started releasing this to the public over the past 6 months. A lot of the teachings that we got from, and which we're still going by, as far as those that consider themselves conscious or woke, they're from the 60s and 70s, right? Be honest with you, a lot of it was pseudoscience. It was.
I'm sorry. You're breaking up, sir.
Okay, hold on. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let me say that again. I want to keep it real. One thing that I've known for almost probably the past 20 years, that has really troubled my heart the most is that majority of our people have left what they knew was organized religion to pick up more bullshit.
Right. Organized religion is to keep people brainwashed.
Well,
to keep people in solitude, to keep people under control.
Well, watch this though. The conscious community did their farewell bid in that too, because they gave a lot of information that was not true. Right?
Let me before we go any further, I just want to share my screen and then I want you to respond to what I share you, okay? If you don't mind.
Okay, and then sis, can you start sharing my information?
Yeah, I said okay. Send me the links. Send me the links that you want, or tell me what you want me to look up, and I'll look it up and I'll share it.
Okay,
for sure.
Okay,
for sure. But let me share this right here because I just want you to hear this.
Increase, and that temperature increase leads to some very negative effects. The effects on the weather, perhaps worse, the indirect effects in that the natural ecosystems can't adjust to these rapid changes, and so you get ecosystem.
Hold on, let me start it from the beginning. Shit.
Temperature increase, and that temperature increase leads to some very negative effects. The effects on the weather, perhaps worse, the indirect effects in that the natural ecosystems can't adjust to these rapid changes, and so you get ecosystem.
Wait, I think that's the wrong one. Hold on, because I think I want to bring I want you to see the carbon to zero video where he says he's gonna bring carbon to zero. Let me just make sure, because this is something that I done. Wait, hold on. Let me find this video. Okay.
You think these?
This is how carbon is produced through people. And then it's exhaled, right? So, oh God, I really want to find the video where Bill Gates said, "Let me bring carbon to zero." Hold on. Okay, this is it right here, I think. Mm. So he's trying to bring carbon to zero. He said carbon needs to be near zero. And in order to get carbon to zero, you have to kill people because we emit 2 carbons and 1 oxygen, CO2. Is that not 2 carbons and 1 oxygen? Is CO2 2 carbons or 1 oxygen, or 1 carbon or 2 oxygens? I can't remember the cellular
But
molecular
no,
structure.
CO2. You have to look at the actual equation of that, and that has nothing to do with um carbon of natural people or the natural world.
Mm.
What you're dealing with now is elements of the universe, and how you're dealing with carbon is a natural carbon that's emitted by our only star, which is the sun. See, so when you're looking at us as human
Mhm.
beings, you think that we're present tense beings, but we're not. We're
Mhm.
actually fragments of the past, and that what we are right now that we're observing is residue.
Mhm.
It's simply residue. I can prove that in a lab. I can prove it um, through scientific journals.
Mhm.
There's many studies that have been proven exactly what I'm saying. So that's why I was telling you. I've dealt with this frequencies. I've dealt with a lot of this stuff for many years now. This is why I'm ready to release the real information, because I think that many people are being misled. We don't understand the terminology, and we're leading ourselves under to our own understanding,
Mhm.
which is dangerous.
Mhm.
It's very dangerous. It's much like what they said don't do with the Bible, but the Bible is primitive thought, right?
Mhm.
Of natural phenomena. What we're dealing with today is up to date assessment of natural phenomena, and that's why it's scary to for us to lead to our own understanding of it.
Mhm.
So we could take one particular sentence or a phrase or a statement, right? And we could turn that into what we want. But the truth is it really what we're saying it is, or
Mhm.
is it what it is? You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So we have to we have to really it deep dive into these
Mhm.
sciences. We have
Mhm.
to also start deep diving into biology and the
Mhm.
biological studies, because uh, what people have to understand is that what we're dealing with ultimately, and what I'm trying to promote, is evolution.
Mhm.
And the theory of evolution is not just a guess. It's
Mhm.
not just a merited theory. A scientific theory is well substantiated facts, right?
Mhm.
That we build conclusions upon, well, we can make projections upon based on the facts.
Mhm.
We're not dealing with nothing false here. You get what
Mhm.
I'm saying?
Mhm.
And I think that that's where people get it wrong at. So
Mhm.
in that sense, I guess what I'm trying to say is that we're gonna have to do like several shows where I can really start breaking this thing down based upon what I've studied, bringing that biological evidence, uh, archaeological evidence,
Mm-hmm.
all the well substantiated evidence to the table. Therefore, it's undeniable.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you get people that's not really well versed in evolution, and they say, well, I ain't come from no monkey. Well,
Mm-hmm.
guess what? Ain't no book on evolution or anthropology gonna tell you that you came from no monkey.
Mm-hmm.
That's just completely uneducated for you to say that.
Okay, let me read this because you sent this to me. Carbon dioxide is a colorless, odorless, and non-poisonous gas formed by combustion of certain carbon and
Mm-hmm.
in the respiration, because I was telling y'all, we breathe out respiration,
Mm-hmm.
right, of living organisms, and is considered a greenhouse gas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Emissions, because Kima, shout out to Kima, she over here playing devil's advocate. Emissions means the release of greenhouse gases and are their precursors into the atmosphere over a specified area and period of time. Carbon dioxide emissions or CO2 emissions are emissions stemming from the burning of fossil fuels. Oh, that's another story because
Mm-hmm.
the fossil fuels go into the artifacts and stuff that you were talking about, and the manufacture of cement. They include
Okay.
carbon dioxide produced during consumption of solid, liquid, and gas fuels, as well as gas fueling. So that's
Mm-hmm.
carbon dioxide. And I just wanted to. Where's the other one? Oh, okay, not dimorphism. Okay. Oh no,
I'm
I can
familiar with that.
look a chart. But if we were looking at this right here, if you look at number 14 over here, this is carbon. Carbon right here. This
Mm-hmm.
is period. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all can't see my tab. This is the periodic table. This is carbon right here. Carbon, and it's not far from oxygen. These right here, these red ones, is the main thing that produce that helps with human life. But the main one is carbon, nitrogen, oxygen. I can't remember the last one. CH.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
uh,
What about ammonia?
all of these
What
elements.
about sulfate? I mean, every existing gas in the universe and every element in the universe is composed in the human body. We are stardust, literally. We're
Actually,
composed of
actually,
we're composed of everything that existed in a star that bursted years ago.
right.
Mm-hmm, baby.
Okay, so you believe that we were from a stardust that bursted years ago. So let me ask you
Well, I don't
this.
believe it. I don't believe it.
Let
I
me
know
ask
it.
you this. How do human beings that come from a non-intellectual, non-intelligent being observe not observe ABSORB absorb, you know what I'm saying, when you bring it in, how do they absorb knowledge, or how do they absorb logic
But who
if
said
it's
we come from a non-intelligent being?
huh?
I mean,
I
what
can't even.
science says that we come from a non-intelligent being?
Okay, because I okay, so if we come in, so you do, so okay, maybe I'm confused there. So we do come from an intelligent design, yes or no?
No, no, I never said that either.
Okay, so there's no intelligent design. Yes
Hmm.
or no? Is there an
No,
intelligent design or is not one?
no, I don't believe. I don't see no intelligent design.
So you don't see no intelligent design, but how do we get knowledge and how do we get logic? Because if there's no intelligent design and we come
It's
from
it's it's, it,
nothing,
it's evolution of the mind because now you're dealing with you're dealing with your environment,
Mm-hmm.
and you're dealing with times of your environment. So like for instance, let me say this: 2,000 years ago, the standards of 2,000 years ago, or even 4,000 years ago, most certainly wouldn't be the same standards of 2023 today, right? Would you agree? Like for instance, the writers of the
Sorry, I had
Bible.
my mic on mute. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So for instance, the writers of the Bible would say that oh, okay, well the stars would they're going to crash down to the earth, but clearly they didn't even understand what stars are.
They didn't, and I know that they didn't. But I can prove to you they did not.
I'm just saying.
Wait, no, they didn't understand what stars were because the language wasn't there for it. So,
Well, no, the understanding. They didn't have telescopes. They didn't even understand that
wait. Because then how do you explain the pyramids? That's directly aligned with the constellation of Osiris.
well, let me explain that. Let me explain that. That does not say that the Egyptians had a vast knowledge of the universe.
Okay.
Right?
No,
That's
I
not saying that.
disagree.
Come on, Zeus.
100%.
What I'm saying is that they have made very well put markers on a certain a star alignment at that particular time, and they knew that particular time is going to bring forth harvest season later.
Okay, so I brother, I love the knowledge you're giving, and please, it's all respect. All
Yeah, oh
respect.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No disrespect here given.
But you're gonna have to
I
answer
like the challenge.
you're gonna have to answer the hard questions.
Yes, that's what I want. I'm ready for the hard questions.
Okay, but I'm gonna put up this before I ask the hard question because you sent me another link here, and I want to put it up, and I want you to expound on it. What you gave me. Is this the same thing? Oh, it's the same thing.
Hold on,
Okay,
hold
never mind then. Hold on. Let me delete that.
on. No, because I haven't seen any links yet. The
Who sent
correspond
the
on what I'm
links
saying.
then?
I don't know. That could be from another somebody else.
Oh, Mike is sending the links. I'm sorry. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am. That's why I wanted to deal with this because I want to slow walk this thing in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to fast dive anyone.
Mm-hmm.
I want people to understand exactly where I'm coming from, and then I want to show you why I am where I am.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought this was an interview just to understand my way of thinking.
It
And
is.
if somebody wanted to challenge that, then so be it. But I just thought it was an introduction that, I'm right here with y'all.
No, you know what? Please excuse me, brother, because I'm thinking that you sending the links because I asked you to send me some links in a private chat, and then I just started sharing the link. I didn't even
So
see you.
I had no idea nobody else was sharing links or nothing like that.
Oh, okay, it's not. It's all good, brother. I'm so sorry.
I just wanted to at least give you a preview of where I'm coming from, and I can share my sources later or even this evening. It doesn't matter. They could all be posted. It's just
Okay.
I just want.
So let me ask you about this theory. Can I ask you about a theory? Are you there? He went out, you guys. Listen, you guys, I appreciate the participation. Are you there,
We don't
brother?
see no God outside of ourselves. Like we realize that we are creators. We are born with that
Exactly.
innate ability to create and create our own reality.
That's why the Bible
And that
says
we have to take responsibility for our own lives.
exactly.
I'm not
You
gonna sit up here and
you
blame some
preaching,
kind of
brother.
God for the bad circumstances in my life. I created that for myself. It's up to me to clean that up and fix it, right?
You preaching. But I'm gonna need you to back up off the
Well, it's just the
camera.
same as that now when I'm talking about the origins of life and things like that. I'm not going to give it to something outside of self. But I do understand that everything in existence is a part of self because I'm not absent from it at all. You know what I mean?
We at the 3 hour mark, and this
So I'm sorry,
conversation.
family. If y'all can't hear me, let me know if y'all can hear me or not.
They can
But
hear you. They can hear you. We can't see
I
you
hate
though,
to be talking
because
this
all we
long
see is
and nobody can hear me.
no. The beginning
Basically
we couldn't
wasting
hear.
my time and everybody
Can you hear me?
else's.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, brother? Brother,
Can
hello.
y'all hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear me?
I'm
Okay.
looking at it. Come on, babe. Quit.
Can you hear
I'm looking
me?
at it.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Hello. Okay. Let me call him. I don't think he can hear me, y'all. Let me see.
Hold on.
Let me call them. Let me call them. Hold on. Let me call him because I don't think he can hear me. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No. Okay, he can hear me. The brother was dropping some jewels, I'm sorry that it just dropped off like that. And I have to ask the hard questions, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think so. This Mike, what do you got to say? Because I want you to come in. Ifa, if you got something to say, y'all unmute your mics and come in till the brother come back in. Y'all can go ahead and speak your piece if you want to.
Oh, I love to chime in on this. Just taking it back to the topic you were talking about with Bill Gates. I think it was just a little bit confusion. You know, what I'm saying a lot of people do that when it comes to, including the whole 666 people. They don't really understand there's a slight difference between different types of carbon and stuff like that. So what he was really talking about is reducing the amount of industrial carbon emissions that we produce, because that is actually toxic to plants and they can't absorb that and turn it back into nitrogen and oxygen. You know what I'm saying? Then that can't combine with the hydrogen in the atmosphere to produce a healthy environment for us. So that's really what he was talking about by getting the carbon emissions down to zero.
Wait a minute, brother.
Peace. 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 I'm
I
back.
gotta disagree with you on that one for the simple fact he's talking about CO2. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, there are specific carbons. You got methane, right? You got methane, you got octane, you got septane, all these other tanes. I'm not going to go into the book, but you know what I'm saying? That's the Lewis structure of carbon. Carbon is the base. We're a carbon based individual. Yes, every last one of them. But
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You can't reduce carbon to zero because that will take out the equation of life here on Earth. See what I'm saying?
exactly,
So what
Exactly.
exactly.
I think it was just a misinterpretation of what he was talking about when he said reduce carbon to zero. I
Oh
Hey,
said
no,
with
it
Michael.
was no
the,
Hey,
misinterpretation
the
Michael.
I
because
said,
Michael,
oh,
thank you for saying
black
that.
folks, we
Clarify.
thrive in carbon. We thrive in carbon.
We
yeah,
all
Meaning,
thrive in carbon, though.
yeah, but the
Everybody
thing,
thrives in
no,
carbon.
everybody does not thrive in
well,
Yes,
carbon.
they do. They wouldn't be able to live if they didn't.
it's
They,
Now we
the
need to
thing
that's
talk
the
is
this
thing.
thing.
it's a system that goes back and forth. The type of carbon that the animal life breathes out, that type of carbon can be, taken in by plants, and then
Mhm.
they break it down, they metabolize it, and then it comes back out as nitrogen and oxygen, and then that mixes it with the hydrogen in our atmosphere, and that's what gives us our breathable air.
Mhm.
But the type of carbon is produced by industrial, pollution, that's actually toxic to plants. And that prevents them from completing the cycle of reproducing oxygen and nitrogen for our atmosphere.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this, man. Just to break it down in simplicity, brother, because I understand what you're saying, and I know you understand what I'm saying. We speak in the same language, and a lot of our viewers don't understand this thing. There is no one in this physical plane of existence, right, that is without carbon. It's the same thing. Like if you want to call melanin carbon, so be it, right?
Mhm.
But
Well, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
everybody has melanin. Damn it, and we got to cut this shit
No,
out.
everybody do not have the
Yes,
same
they do.
amount of.
Yes, they
Okay,
do. And I'm
everybody
gonna look
has
it up right now.
melanin,
You share it.
but everybody does not have the
They don't have
same
the same amount. They don't have
melanin.
the same. They don't have the same amount, but they all have melanin.
Right. And so because and
But
I
watch
hate
this.
to
But
say
watch this, sister. But watch this, sister.
this,
This is where your racism gonna get checked.
I'm
Because
racist.
all
I know I'm
hold on,
racially biased. I'm racially biased. I'm
hold on.
not
But
racist.
listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm
Okay.
saying. This is for any of these naysayers. Uh, all humans are 99.9% genetically the same, and you can
But
look it up.
BS.
You share DNA with a goddamn banana. Now prove
That's
me
no,
wrong.
we don't. No, we don't. No, we
Yes, you
don't.
do.
It's
Yes, you
not
do.
100%. We're not
I
100%.
didn't say 100%, but you
Okay,
do
then
share
we don't.
DNA.
Like I said before, in my other
Come on, man.
no.
Come on. You said
We
you're
do you
not
know
buying it.
why? Do you know why we share
You talking about
similar?
no.
Listen, brother. Just listen for me 1 second. Do you know why we share similar genetic makeup with everything on the planet?
Why is that, sis?
Because we come from one source.
And what source is that?
The
What
Big
source is
Bang
that?
Theory. That source. Yo, Big Bang.
Well, this is the thing. We come from an exploding star. At some point, there was a star that exploded, and that very same star stuff ended up in the primordial oceans of this particular third density, and that's how we became physical form over time. We started off as single cell organisms, and eventually
Listen.
evolved into multicellular organisms.
Oh,
And the biggest organ you got on your body right now is your damn skin, and that's
yeah,
composed of star
that's
stuff.
true. That's true.
So somebody prove me wrong right now.
I'm never gonna prove you wrong. I'm gonna prove you right, brother.
That you can't find that in no scriptures.
Oh, I bet you I can.
No, you can't.
What? You don't know. I'm the prophetess, sir.
Okay, bring it to me, prophetess.
I'm the
I trust in you.
prophetess. I re- I look.
I plan
I'm
on
not. I'm
I
not
plan
that
on rocking
pseudo.
this show with you. I
I'm
plan
not
on
that pseudo person that trying to give you a feel good feeling. I'm not
yes,
her.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I study for
Yes,
real.
ma'am.
I read for real. And I do not debunk nothing you say because our hair, our nails, our skin, they absorb the sun. They absorb. We are
it's all products of our universe, correct?
we are the antennas. We are the antennas, and we get our downloads when we go into the sun. But
But we are the microcosm to the macrocosm, correct?
the sun is not the macrocosm
No,
because
I didn't say that.
the sun
I
is
said
your electromagnetic energy. That's what the sun is.
we didn't just come from this particular star that we uphold as our star. The only star in our solar system right now is our sun.
The
That's the
sun is
sun we
not
observe
a
every day.
star.
But
That's
I'm
where
not.
you got it mixed up at. The
Yes,
sun
it
is
is.
not a star.
Yes, it is.
No, I'm gonna tell you why it's not a star.
Okay, okay.
The
Oh, sister,
sun.
we're going to end up debating on this one.
Oh yeah. We're going to. We're going to because the stars is everyone that's on this planet. Each star in the sky that you see, yours is in there. That is your kingdom. That is your place. That is your star. But the sun that shines on the earth is your energy.
So
That is
the sun is not a star, so it doesn't begin in the nebula, correct?
no, I disagree with that because the sun has not supernova. We have not seen a supernova in our lifetime. They talk about supernovas. They say that we supernova from the Big Bang Theory. And even if it was a Big Bang, the Big Bang to me was ultrasound. When the Most High said, "Let there be light," and that was the Big Bang. See what I'm saying? I told you I could prove you right with the scriptures.
Well, not really.
Yes,
You have it.
That's the Big Bang, sir.
You have it because guess what? What you're talking about as far as light, you're talking about electromagnetism, which I was trying to show you in your post, and you were very wrong about that.
No.
Electromagnetism is light, and it is a frequency. Whether you realize that or not.
Electromagnetism is light. I never said you were wrong, sir. I said you're only focused on one aspect of frequency. There is multiple aspects of frequency, and ultrasound, sound. What you don't understand is sound creates light. And see, that's that missing part. The sound creates the light.
So you mean to tell me them sending out this massive alert system in the U.S. to just reprogram our warning signal for to preserve in case there was a natural disaster or something like that. You telling me they use that to reprogram people? They're gonna turn them into zombies?
Oh, I don't know about the zombie part. I'll just putting that out there. Like, don't take me wrong. I ain't gonna say they turn into zombies. I'm not gonna say that.
I know. No, I realize that I'm dealing with a realistic system.
Nah, I ain't gonna say zombies, sir. I'm not gonna say zombies, but I will say that because don't get me wrong. It was electromagnetic waves being put through that too.
Really?
Whether your phone was on or off.
But what proof do you have of that? And who did it?
Hold on, brother. I'm finna get into the science with you. We finna go because we finna go. I don't care who watching. We finna go back and forth right now. Yeah, we did our interview. I believe in your knowledge, so we finna go back and forth and bring it full circle together. We're gonna do that. Huh?
And I believe you gonna bring forth the science too. I just want to compare notes. That's all.
Right. So there was definitely a frequency of electromagnetic waves. Don't get me wrong. You was 100% factual on that, but don't sleep on the ultrasound waves because that's why they had that sound. But when you turn your phone on, that is the electromagnetic radio, the radio waves through the phone and through the television to reach us. You know what I'm saying? But the sound was creating the pattern. So the radio rays is what's going to reach us. You get what I'm saying?
So I think I got into the basics of on your post when we was talking about this first, right? The difference between ionization, radioactivity, and then we're dealing with non-ionization activity, right? So what we have to look at, what can really do the damage? Is it your cell phone or can it be
They both can do damage. They both can do damage.
But hold on, listen what I'm saying. Your phone does not produce ionized radioactivity.
That's bullshit. We got lithium batteries in our phones.
No, ma'am. Listen, you're still looking at this wrong, and I'm gonna show you where it's wrong. I'm gonna show you the error. If you just be patient and let me explain. Because now what you're dealing with, does X-rays run off that same lithium battery?
No, X-rays are what you call the electromagnetic.
What you're dealing with is ionizing radioactivity.
Okay, electromagnetic frequency is radio waves.
Ma'am. Listen. No, ma'am. The reason why it's ionizing is because it can actually get into levels of depth that regular pictures can't. So this is why we depend on X-rays, because it can see within, right? It doesn't just see the outer, right? I could take pictures with my iPhone camera all day long. It's not penetrating the inside.
That's
But
BS. It is always
listen,
penetrating.
but listen what I'm saying.
Mm.
If I took an X-ray right now, how many X-rays do you think I could take in one day that would be considered legal without harming you?
Wait, say it again.
How many X-ray pictures can I take a day that will be legally acceptable without harming you?
None. Every single one
Oh,
is going to harm you.
no. Listen, I could take maybe 1 to 2, maybe three sets of pictures, and then the doctor, I turn that over to the doctor. He can give his diagnosis on what he observed based upon that radioactivity, right? They could determine if you got infection in the area and everything else, right?
They
But
can with the
hold on,
MRI.
stop it.
Okay.
With a regular cell phone, you cannot do that, ma'am.
Hold
You
on.
can't.
Pause. Let's just bring it back a little bit. Just a little bit. Let's bring it back just a little bit. So, let me ask you this question. Right? You have microwaves, right?
Yeah.
You know what a microwave is?
I absolutely do.
Is that electromagnetic?
Absolutely. And actually, you're getting more harm from your microwave than you get from your cell phone.
Okay. But okay, so you have microwaves that's electromagnetic, right? Now, and then brother, I got a new iPhone. What is it called? The iPhone 15. I got a new one, right? When I talk on that motherfucker, I be feeling this heat on my chin. I don't like putting that shit up to my ear or nothing.
You got to upgrade.
I got an iPhone 15. That's the uppest grade. That's the highest one. What are you talking about?
Listen, I got. What's this right here, baby?
I got an iPhone.
Hey, look,
15.
I got a 14. I don't experience none of that.
I got an iPhone 15 Pro Max.
So I'm right.
And then I just upgraded, right?
And one generation under you.
Okay, it's fine. My husband got a 14. And I fucks with his phone too. I'm a techie. I worked for Geek Squad before Geek Squad was Geek Squad. I used to work for Radio Shack, Microsoft. I'm a tech geek. For sure. Right? And I know that these lithium batteries, oh God, which is nuclear. It's nuclear. It's a nuclear.
Well, of course we're dealing with nuclear, but what I'm saying is, can you show me right now where these phones are causing more health issues to you than the average X-ray?
Johnny Cochran.
Ma'am, please stop it. Can you
wait?
show
Johnny
right
Cochran.
You just shared your screen. Can you share your screen right now?
No. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna let you win. But listen, Johnny Cochran, we loved his ass, right? And he used to wear that Bluetooth in his ear all the time.
I stopped wearing Bluetooths. It's something in those.
It is. And wait. I got proof too. I got a PlayStation 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 5. I got a PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Each time you turn that bitch on, it says that you can have seizures when you watch it.
That's right. You know why?
Because of the light.
Right. It's
the electromagnetic waves.
Right. And that has an impact on those that have epilepsy and those that fall into those particular spectrums that can be diagnosed into those, the influence that that would invoke compulsive seizures, right?
Right, and seizures are they not brain functions? Like the seizures happen in the brain?
They are. So this is my whole point. You get more radiation from your microwave, and you go into the hospital getting a radiation, getting an X-ray.
Mhm.
than you will ever get from your cell phone.
I'm gonna call
Your
BS on
just
that. I'm calling
listen. You won't
BS
let me
on that. I'm
listen. You won't
sorry.
let me. You won't even let me finish.
Finish.
What I'm saying is, your phone does not operate off of ionized frequency. It does not.
It doesn't have to have. It does not have to be an ionized bond.
Yes,
So
it does.
no, it does not.
For to do some real damage, it does.
No,
Because
it
now you're
does
dealing
not.
with
It can
radiation,
be
dear.
it can be a covalent bond. It could be any type of bond. It could be any type of frequency. It could be
Okay, so
any.
what exactly is radiation? We're looking at quarks giving off a positive spark, right? A positive charge, right?
You
And
said
so
what?
we're looking at quarks giving off a positive charge, which creates what, a light emissions, right? It's
Okay,
energy. It
radiation.
gives heat. It gives off heat, right?
Wait a minute. Let me answer your question because you asked me what is radiation. It says radiation in physics, the emission of energy as electromagnetic waves or as moving subatomic particles
Uh huh.
using high energy particles, which cause okay, so we both right. Ionization. Okay, and then it say in biology, the divergence out from a central point in a particle evolution from an ancestral animal or plant group into a variety of forms. Well, fuck that definition. The first
Well,
definition,
that
we're
definition is
both
simply
right because I kept talking about electromagnetic
the
waves and
reason
you
the
kept
reason why
talking
they
about
say that.
ionization.
Well,
So,
listen.
okay, it go
If you
hand in
just hear
hand.
me out, if you just hear me out,
Mhm.
the reason why they get into that is because that in each and every living thing, we are able to give off electromagnetism. We all have a what we call a electromagnetic torus field that surround
Mhm.
all of us,
Mhm.
right? Even your heart beats to that pump of that drum. It magnetizes it, right? So
Y'all
what I'm
heard
saying is this:
magnetized what?
your electromagnetic torus field,
I feel like the
and
brain
that's what
does
we're
that.
dealing with. Well, no,
I
no,
feel
no.
like the brain
Brain,
does that, especially
your
with
brain is the
neurons.
regulator. Your brain is the main is the mainframe, right?
Mhm.
Your brain is the mainframe. So, for instance, let me give you an example of what I'm saying. When we dealing with the brain, our um our actual perception of reality is based upon the neurons
Mhm.
firing off light signals in our
Mhm.
brain that
Mhm.
gives us a perception of what we call reality. I got you.
The baby. The
I get
baby.
it. I get it. Right?
Mhm.
So,
I'm
so,
listening.
so, so for instance, if you had a stroke right now,
Mhm.
you might not even know your name no more, right?
Mhm.
Come on, Harm.
I don't know what happened. I
Baby,
can't
yeah,
hear
I'm sorry.
him.
But yeah. Let me get back to it. What I'm saying is that our brain itself,
Mhm.
right? It fires off light signals or light signals into the neurons, right?
Mhm.
Our neurons of our brain fires off light signals that gives us perception of what we call reality today.
Mhm.
If we had a stroke right now, you wouldn't know
Mhm.
your name. You might not have the certain motor skills that you may have and things like that.
Mhm.
So you're not even the same person anymore, correct?
Mhm. I agree, but that's to me is a spiritual thing. But gone.
Well, it's also proof that we don't have a soul. But but what I'm
Mhm. I
saying
feel
is
like
that
I feel like that
come on, Harm.
once you have those strokes or heart attacks, and
Yes, ma'am.
your operating system leaves
Go ahead,
that
go
body,
inside.
your operating system leaves that body, and the body is still functional, then it gives an opportunity for another operating system to come on in and take over. And,
Mm-hmm.
those NPCs, that's what I call them.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Non-playing character. So the NPCs come in and take over that body. You already moved to a higher level of consciousness. You've already moved to a higher vibration. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So once that operating system, because when you have a stroke or a heart attack and you're not the same anymore, or even with mental health, with trauma,
If you're not
sometimes you decide as a conscious, to
Mhm.
leave the body. This body is not it no more. I gotta go.
Mm.
And so
So let me ask you this. Let me
mm,
ask you this.
mm,
Because I've done some extensive study on the brain itself,
mm.
and what you're suggesting is that there's a conscious that exists outside of our brain and central nervous system. Correct?
I feel like there's an operating system.
Well,
Once
well, well,
that
well, well,
operating system,
well.
because I'm a techie, right? So I deal
Right,
with
right, right.
like so when I cure computers, like when I deal with viruses, when I deal with different things like that, Trojan horses and spam or whatever, right? Because to me that's like computing, which is to me is an intelligent design, right? And so what we doing when we create computers, when we create cell phones, when we create all those things, we are mimicking our design and trying to get to the design that we have that we will never get to, because we are the ultimate design, right? So
Yes. Well, watch it. Watch it. See,
mm,
I think I'm starting to understand more and more why Craig
mm,
wanted us to link,
mm,
because our ideology actually uh
match
how
up
can
a
I put
little
it?
bit.
It
Match up.
intertwines. It intertwines, but then it differs, right?
Mm-hmm,
And so we want to see what the similarities is and what the difference is, right?
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Um, what? Don't get me wrong, sis. Like what I'm dealing with right now
mm-hmm,
is I'm gonna give you not only brain anatomy,
mm-hmm.
which I've studied in great detail, but I'm also gonna deal with um shit.
What was the last thing
Hold
you
on, I'm
said?
sorry.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. You said
No,
brain
I'm sorry.
reality and what? Brain
Oh,
reality
okay.
and
I'm
what?
sorry. Brain anatomy, anatomy.
Anatomy,
Uh, yeah.
physiology,
Well, brain
the
anatomy.
central nervous system, and the autonomic nervous system. Oh yes, I'm
Right, right,
scientifically.
right. And so also I want to also get into
Mm,
the abilities and inabilities of the brain itself,
mm,
uh, as it is dependent and interdependent. Well, let me say it this way:
mm,
dependent and interdependent, and also non-dependent of
mm.
its of the physical brain. Because now what we're looking at is the energy or the spark itself of the brain.
I look at it as a car. You know what I'm saying? You know how you got a spark plug that turns the engine or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Uh,
but let's just say somebody gets shot in their head. Can you put a new spark plug in? You
Well, it's
can't.
been people that been shot in their head that survived.
Well,
So
that's true, sister. That's
here's the
true.
thing:
That's true.
neurons. Because we want to talk. That's why I asked you a long time ago. What is ATP? ATP.
Right.
ATP is adenosine triphosphate. It is
Right. Right.
energy.
Right.
It
Right.
is
Right.
energy
I
that
I
passed
understand
through
that.
is energy that passed through the premium membrane. I think that's what it's called, the premium membrane. It passes through the premium membrane. ATP, once it passes through the premium membrane and it uses the adenosine triphosphate, that's 3 phosphates, because you did mention that with bananas with the potassium, and potassium has phosphate in it. Once it enters through the premium membrane, it becomes diphosphate, right? So then but see, these are the brain is electric. I'm not gonna say electric, magnetic, because we have auditory sensation, we have the ability to speak sound, and we have the ability to move. So we possess everything when it comes to frequency. We are frequency beings. You get what I'm saying? So
Right.
And I never said you was wrong, because radio waves, beta waves, alpha waves, gamma waves, those are all radiation waves.
Right.
I know my science, sir.
Yes, man. That's what I was trying to tell you. Is it all has to do with radiation and certain levels of radiation. But our cell phones itself, and even our regular transmitter radios that's going through your cars, they don't hold the substantial potentiality to do you any harm the way that people are projecting it to be. And I'm telling you that from a level of expertise. I can show it, I can prove it, I can give you a live model to prove what I'm saying.
I bet you can. However, I would like to say that we have not had a longevity experiment on that and the effect of, well, I can't lie, because when it comes to radiation, when people have cancers and how it does not what's the word I'm looking for? Exclude. It's close to exclude. How it does not attack one single cell but the whole body? So radiation can cause cancer. It can cause a disruption in the body. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can't do you believe that, or you don't believe that?
No. This is what I'm trying to tell you, sis. I don't disagree with you.
Mm.
I just think that there is a scientific alternative study that does not necessarily align with the contemporary climate of the conscious community. And even some of those that are not part of the conscious community. So like for instance, I don't think that you're part of the conscious community.
You
I
don't think
think
I'm
that
conscious?
no, I listen to me close.
Mm.
I think that you're a very enlightened sister.
Mm.
But there's a difference between enlightenment and conscious. See, conscious just simply means you're aware. You're aware of your surroundings, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the awakened state is. You're aware.
Mm-hmm.
But to be truly enlightened, that means now you're privy to information that's well beyond your years of understanding.
Definitely.
Right? So people are questioning, how the fuck do you know what you just said? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Even though they can look it up and then they find you're absolutely right. And you never
Mm-hmm.
studied.
Mm-hmm.
That's enlightenment to me. It's different. So what I'm saying is that I consider you an enlightened sister, which I have much respect for, and which I love doing these shows, and I look forward to us for us doing many shows together.
Mm-hmm.
But my whole point is that look forward to me
Mm-hmm.
bringing forth some heavy scientific evidence that's gonna shake the foundations of all the believers, even the conscious community. They're gonna have a hard time fucking with me because I put that much time and work into it. And I'm telling you, a lot of these people don't know what they're talking about. They don't,
This
and
is
they're fear
so
mongering.
I'm so sorry. I want to bring up this brother right here, and I'm sorry, Melanin Goddess and Melanin God, but Melanin Goddess and Melanin God, because y'all inspiring me to think and remember some things. And so I'm coming, and I don't want to take over the interview or nothing, but when I'm feeling like chills and stuff like that and knowledge is coming into me, I say, I have to say what I have to say. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
But
Yes, ma'am.
this brother said you can electrocute dead tissue and stimulate movement, but if the original bioelectrical signal disappears from that organic structure, that life form is gone forever for physical construct, right?
Right.
And let me
He's
tell you,
absolutely right.
it could be right, but see, this is me thinking outside the box. Okay, I've dealt with people that dealt with muscular dystrophy
Mm-hmm.
and cerebral palsy. You know what I'm saying? And people that even dealt with mental health. And this is when the neutrons, the neurons, I'm sorry, the neurons, not neutrons, because neutrons is in the atom. The neurons is in the brain. I'm sorry. When the neurons jump the swarm cells, you know what the swarm cell is, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what the swarm cell is? That's that piece around the neurons. Okay. So
I've heard of that expression. Yes, I'm familiar with the expression.
okay. It's electrical. Let's put it like that. The
Mm-hmm.
brain is electrical.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
so that's the central nervous system. The brain is electrical, right? But you also have the autonomic nervous system, which is also electrical.
Well, watch this. Without your brain and your spinal cord,
Hmm.
the very version that you think you are would never exist.
It could. I think it could.
How?
Well,
You
you
have no
understand.
conscious. You have no consciousness without your brain.
Okay, so you
You have
understand.
no motor skills. You have none of your senses without your brain. And without your central nervous system,
Mhm.
you have no feeling of the fabric of this physical world.
Right.
You're dealing with your touch, taste, smell, and you know what I'm saying.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying 100%. But my theory, this is just my theory, that it's like, have you ever drove a stick shift car and
Sure.
you gotta pop the clutch?
Mm-hmm.
I feel
Mm-hmm.
like that you can pop the clutch on the body. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes the brain go dead or whatnot, but like when you do like physical therapy and you start helping a person move their body more, it's kind of like start jump starting the car. Just like when it comes to CPR, when a person goes to cardiac arrest and then you pump to jump start that car.
Yes, son.
You get what I'm saying?
Well, so then you also understand, if you understand those type of mechanics, then you understand that it's the same thing as the concept. Like my mechanic just told me the other day, is burping a baby, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I go in and I go into my engine and I want to fix something, like say like the head gaskets,
Mm-hmm.
um, I want to change the filtration system leading to the exhaust system, right? You can't just change that without uh, initially burping the baby, so to speak, right? You got to
Mm-hmm.
allow that engine to breathe or burp it out, right? The bad air and then take the good, right?
Mm-hmm.
So It's the same concept of what I'm giving right now. It's like a lot of this information is some good information, but you got to birth the baby, right? You got to separate the meat from the bones, because
Exactly.
a lot of the stuff that we're getting from the conscious community and even the religious community is not only Bronze Age old shit, but we're also getting stuff from that was in the 60s and 70s that has no backing behind it. You know what I'm saying? It's pseudo. So, like, for instance, when they went out there and was telling people, well, the black woman is God. She was giving birth. She was the only person out here
That's
giving birth to anything.
BS. That's
Pseudo,
BS.
right?
That's some fucking, excuse my language. That's BS. And I always say, no, I'm so sorry, because nobody would have been here, and I'm finna be vulgar as hell. None of us would have been here if our daddy didn't bust a nut.
Well,
What
it
the hell
takes
you
two.
talking
It
about?
takes two. It takes
It
two.
takes two. And the black woman and the black man is God together. Together. It ain't no separation.
I agree with you.
It's the negative and the positive, and the electromagnetism. It's the magnetism. It's the yin and the yang.
Well, it's balance.
It's
It's
the
the
lock and
balance of the
key.
universe. And this is what our ancestors taught, was balance. But see, you had some of these goofballs that's out here. And I get it. What they were trying to do is empower our women. They was trying to empower the black community at that time. You're
Here's the
dealing
thing.
with you're dealing with teachings from the 50s, 60s, 70s, right? We know better in 2023 what's going on, right? So what I'm saying is that I can understand they were dealing with limited knowledge that they had at that time, and they were just trying to do what they could do to empower our community. But what I'm saying is that we don't have no excuse for that today.
We don't.
We
And
need,
you're
we need
100%
to operate and move on truth. And so
correct.
and so and so what I'm saying, my sister, is that um and I'm glad that you gave me this interview with you, because what I'm trying to do, and I want people to understand, I don't hate the black community. I want to get rid of the pseudo shit, because it's not helping us.
It's not.
I
It's
want to
not.
get I want to get down to what's gonna help us. What's gonna help us understand who we are and how we can move forward in truth.
Who do you think we are? How do you think we can move forward? And what's the truth, brother?
Right. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's to me. That's me on a microscopic level, helping our people.
I'm on a macro level. Sorry. I'm so macro,
Well,
and
I can't be macro because I'm only one person.
right. But I'm so
Trust
macro,
me. Trust
and
me.
I'm trying to learn how to be micro. I'm
Me
trying to
me.
learn how that.
Listen, me giving this one microscopic truth is gonna produce levels, and I'm talking about probably thousands of people that's gonna give a reason not to believe me.
I believe everything you're saying, but let me tell you this.
And guess what? The sad part is, though, sis. I just want to say this, and I'll let you go. The sad part is that majority of the black folks ain't gonna believe me because they won't read.
No, they do not
Oh, it's,
read.
it's the white man's science, so I'm not reading that shit.
No, see, this is the
Look, when
problem. This is the
when
problem,
you when
brother.
you ask them, listen, when you ask them, do you want to learn something today? Say, I ain't learning shit from you. It's the
That's
white
low.
man.
That's low
I don't want to
vibration.
learn.
That's low vibrational. Like my sis was, shout out to Honest Gawdess who did her live with me last night. Like my sis said, that's low vibrational.
Uh-huh.
That vibration is not vibrating on a higher level. You understand? So when you say stuff like that, you're not open to understanding, right?
Right.
Because ain't no way we're gonna bring each other up unless we be open to learning. Oh no, that's not true. Oh no, that's not true. No, two things can exist at one time. That is time and space and density and mass. Because I exist and you exist, right? Do we not?
Well, everything exists together.
We all exist, do we not?
It's right there.
Everything exists that we see, right?
That's sis. You're giving a golden truth right now
Mm.
that most people don't want to acknowledge. There's a commonality in all this knowledge.
Mm.
There's one universal truth that everybody's ignoring.
Everybody knowing that life does not begin with nothing other than male and female.
There you go.
It is male and female
There
energy.
you go.
It is the yin and the yang.
There you go.
Ain't no other higher energy than that because it produces life. It produces. Wait a minute. When life starts in the womb and the man busts his nut and the time of conception, you got mitosis, meiosis, and what's the other one? Cell division.
Uh-huh.
You got chromosomes, DNA, RNA, tRNA, mRNA.
But we're gonna realize in science that one cannot exist without the other.
None.
So
It's the
for
lock and
instance,
key system. The
you you
lock and
can't
key.
you cannot have XX chromosomes without XY chromosomes.
Mm-mm.
They run hand in hand. They've been here since the beginning of time. It's a complete fabrication that the XY or the Y is a small X. That's bullshit.
Mm-mm.
That's the most educated statement I've ever heard in my damn life.
Let me tell you, and I'm just a woman, and I just love men. I just have a affinity for men, and I thank the Most High for men, because that's that Y chromosome that grew his penis.
Y'all women is something else, man.
It grew it to what I needed.
Well, we
And
think the same of y'all, suit on the reverse. Like we
what
grateful for y'all women, man.
what
We love that woman.
right.
We do.
Once this
That's
is
what we
what I'm
came
talking about,
for.
the lock and key system. Let me bring up the lock and key system so y'all can understand what I'm talking about. Because this also happens with ATP. And this is lock and key. And we can go all night long, brother, because I love science. I love it.
Well, I tell you this though, if more people understood just the basics of science, then we would have less ridiculous questions. We have a better understanding of where we're at because that's all science is. It's an explanation for natural phenomena.
Mm-hmm.
See, back then, in times before we had this type of technology, people sought out religion
Mm-hmm.
for explanation for natural phenomena, and what they did is they filled it with the God of the gaps.
Mm-hmm.
What they didn't understand, oh, God did it.
Mm-hmm.
No, we finding out today that God ain't got nothing to do with it. And in
No,
fact,
because he
if
gave us free
no,
will.
hold on.
Okay, I'm
If
sorry.
hold on, if you really look, now you're giving God a character, which is what religious folks do. What
I
I'm
gave God
saying,
a character when?
well, don't listen what I'm saying.
Oh, the other
Be,
people, not me.
no, yeah, because what I'm saying is science is completely independent of God. It does
Mm-hmm.
not need a God.
Mm-hmm.
Science can explain itself. Why? Because we can observe repetitions,
Can
right?
you back up from the camera because you way
My,
handsomer from the camera? We don't
my
want to see
bad.
your whole grill, sir. We don't want to see your
My
nostrils.
bad. My bad. I got a bad habit because I'm used to holding the phone like to my face.
No, we want to see
Uh,
your face. Because you got a good looking face, but we don't want to be all up in your grill and your nostrils, sir. Thank you.
my
I'm
bad. My bad,
I'm
man.
just your friend telling you the
Hey,
truth.
and my babe been pushing this phone away from my face the whole night.
It been all up in your
Thank you, babe.
nostrils and your face and your eye and everything. Let us see who you are, sir. Come on. I'm
Nah,
sorry.
I'm here. I'm here.
I'm a straight shooter. Like my homegirl Makisha Marks, aka Goddess Love, said last night. My new thing is, I'm a shooter. I'll shoot the shit. And you don't got no shit to bring. And I want you guys to subscribe to this brother. Can you let us know what you said you got a YouTube channel?
Yeah, I do.
What's your YouTube channel?
My YouTube channel is the Heavy Hitters Debate League.
Heavy Hitters. Let me look it up so I can subscribe right now. Let me get my
Yeah,
subscription now. Let
Heavy
me go to
Hitters Debate
YouTube.
League. You can find us on Facebook under Heavy Hitters.
Wait a minute, hold on. You moving too fast. Let me get to the YouTube part. Okay. Let me get to the YouTube part so I can show people the channel. So you said it's called Heavy Hitters?
Yeah, heavy. We're just starting out. We're just starting out. We brand new.
Okay, it's okay because the knowledge is full thought. Okay, so it's called, what's the YouTube channel called? Heavy Hitters what?
Heavy Hitters Debate League.
Okay, debate league. Let me look it up.
And we are actually just starting out. I've been encouraged.
Okay, I got you guys right here.
Yeah,
Melanin Gawd versus Prentice Israel.
Oh yeah. That was a circus, man. I didn't even take that debate serious.
Mm-hmm.
The brothers premise was all the way off, and he actually daggered himself in that whole debate. I didn't even really have to present. My bad.
So I'm subscribing to you right now. Send me one back. Hello.
Absolutely, sis. I think I did. And I will make sure if I didn't, I will, because we got to support each other out here, man. I think that's most important. It's not even about who's presenting the information. It's just that the information is being presented. What I'm trying to do, and essentially, is that I want to give people and the general public, our people in the general public, right knowledge, so that we can start to disseminate and get rid of and ultimately eradicate the spell of ignorance from our conscious atmosphere. Because I believe that everybody has the right to know. Whereas before in ages before us, they only believed that certain people had the right to know, right? And so the only reason why a lot of these religions exist today is simply one reason: is because people simply believe in them. They don't know it to be true or factual. It's because they believe in it. That's what's keeping it alive. Now, is that helping our people? No. I believe that it's a divisive factor in humanity that must be eradicated. Why?
I agree with you 100%. And like the brother said right here, Tiger Hunt said, everyone has the right to grow. And we need to grow in knowledge. Right. We need to grow in self-reflection, self-introspection. We need to grow and build. And let me ask you this question, because while I'm thinking about this, do you believe there's a such thing as a moral compass?
Well, I believe that the moral compass exists within oneself. You don't need a book for that. So in other words, if you need a book to tell you how to live right from wrong, then you're already a bad person.
What?
Listen, your parents completely failed you if you need a book to teach you how to be to live right from wrong.
I 50% disagree with you.
Well, I'm just saying, because
and why I say that,
why would you need a book if your parents is your best teacher?
Okay, so this is why I 50% disagree with you, right? Well, one, when people write books, that's their firsthand information, and your parents is your firsthand information. So if your parents, because my parents, I can't speak on, but I've seen certain parents that is not at that level of higher consciousness to teach their children that. So sometimes you have to look outside of your parents to get that higher level of consciousness, whether what you read is debunked, true, false. But I'm talking about the psychology and the philosophy of it, as long as it inspires you to think outside the box and to think for yourself. Because a lot of us is living in the reality of others, right? Because what we were taught, right? But there's certain teachers that teach you to think for yourself. And I want to say like Socrates, Plato, you know what I'm saying? Fred, no, not Einstein, Sigmund Freud, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, huh?
No, I hear you.
I mean, this is just psychology. I'm saying, and psychology is the beg the question and to see what your cognitive ability is. You get what I'm saying? Subconsciously and consciously. So when a person realizes that they can create their own reality and stop living in other reality, that's when they start coming up with new, what you say, based on science based theories and hypotheses, because they're thinking outside the box. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, so let me be clear on something. When we dealing with hypothesis,
Mm-hmm.
theories,
That's the question, right?
hold on. Well, watch this. When we dealing with hypothesis,
Mm-hmm.
theories, and scientific theories,
Mm-hmm.
on a scientific level, let's
Mm-hmm.
look at each definition, right? And let's examine that. Because a hypothesis, let's be honest, any jackass can give a hypothesis.
Mm-hmm.
It's
That's a
it,
question. That's
and
a
in
question.
fact, in fact, in fact, it can be a it can be an educated guess
Educated guess.
as
The
far as a
estimate.
hypothesis. But
Mm-hmm.
when you're dealing with theory, a theory is actually based on facts. And your scientific theory
Mm-hmm.
is well substantiated facts that you're building now on the next level of what you're observing.
Mm-hmm.
And so what you're observing has to meet the criteria of those facts. Otherwise, it has to be refined or what?
Mm-hmm.
Removed.
Mm-hmm. So a theory is something. Let me read the definition of
Well,
theory before I start
you get
going to my own
you gave
understanding. Because
you
I need
gave
to
me a theory,
understand.
but give me a scientific theory though. That's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
What we're dealing with is scientific theory. It's a difference. That's why I was specific in what I said.
Mm-hmm.
It's the difference between a hypothesis,
Mm-hmm.
a theory, and a scientific theory on a scientific level.
Well, they
And that's
said
what we're
right
dealing
here.
with is science, not just an average theory.
This is a definition from Oxford, and they say that a theory is similar to a hypothesis. But let me just read the definition of a theory. It's a supposition
Where's my phone at?
or a system of ideas intended to explain something, especially one based on general principles independent of the thing to be explained.
Okay.
It
Okay.
says it's a
So
set of principles on which the practice of an activity is based. An idea used to account for a situation or justify a course of action. This is the last part I'm gonna say. A plus B equals C is my interpretation of a theory, because A
okay.
plus B equals C because it will determine the outcome, but we don't know what the outcome is because we're practicing the outcome. Is
Well,
that?
what I'm saying is what you're giving me right now, as
Mm,
far as that theory, right?
mm,
This definition here,
mm.
what you're dealing with is a layman term of theory.
Okay.
You're not dealing with the scientific term of theory. And so can you please bring up what is the difference between a hypothesis, theory and scientific theory on a scientific level, and please display that screen because I want to show
Okay,
you. I want to show you the difference.
I'm sorry. You want me to display the definition of theory, or you want me to go to the
No. I'm talking about no. Just how about this? Look up the difference between hypothesis theory and scientific theory based upon scientific definition.
Okay.
You're gonna get a whole different telltale here because a scientific theory is based upon facts that are well substantiated.
Okay. Let's just backpedal a little bit.
It's not a guess at all. It's
It's not
based
no
upon
guess. It's
facts
not a
that we
guess.
can observe over and over again.
Okay,
Which means it's been through the certain scrutiny of scientific method. It's been observed and recorded, and those results drew us to a conclusion. Right? It's different than me just saying, well, it's my theory that the sky is purple instead of blue. I could believe that, and it may not be substantiated, but I can substantiate that the sky appears blue because of certain particles that hits the Earth's atmosphere during the time when the sun is up is most bright, dealing with the current tilt of our axis, right? And we have daylight today, and we have the seawater reflecting off, right? So what I'm saying is we could determine that, okay, well, the sky would appear blue based upon observation. Over and over again, it's the same result. So
Okay, let me read.
We do know that there are particles that hit the atmosphere that does affect lighting, because I will tell people this here too. This is something else we're gonna get into. Maybe not tonight, but color itself is an illusion. It's a trick of your brain.
Okay, I don't know about the color thing, and I'm not gonna delve into that because, like we said,
But it's a whole nother show.
I feel like it's still about vibration, and the vibrations that we receive. So when people see, because I wear glasses, you know what I'm saying, and
my vision terrible, but I
wear glasses. So it's certain vibrations that comes along with sight. It's all connected with the central nervous system, the electromagnetic, the ultrasound, the sound period, and the hertz, and the light, because with electromagnetic, it's about light. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
but
what creates light itself is the nuclear fusion.
let me ask you this question: why
nuclear
does light
fusion.
have a speed? How is there a speed with light?
Well,
Because
what you're dealing with when you're dealing with the speed of light is you're looking at the distance of the place of origin of nuclear fusion to the place that light actually initially hits and the time it takes for it to hit it. So, for instance, it takes about 8 minutes from the process of nuclear fusion from the sun itself, those photons that it produces to hit the earth for us to actually see light. Now, is that actual 8 minutes, or do we look at that in light years, right? Now this is where I get on the religious folks, and where I tell them that the writers of the Bible had no clue of what stars actually are. Because if they did know what stars are, they would understand that there could not possibly be all these stars within our solar system. Otherwise, we'd burn up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. When we dealing with the speed of light,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna share that link also in our chat. Uh, Dog it, I can't do it from this. I got to get my other phone.
Just tell me what it is, and I can look it up. What do you want? You want me to look up speed of light?
Well, yeah. How do we determine speed of light? Um,
I'm gonna put speed of light equation. How about that?
well,
Oh, they don't know that. They
well,
don't want to understand.
no. What I'm saying is, sometimes when you type, I don't know if you're gonna Google it or not, but it depends on.
I use Google for the purposes of time, but Google just go to different sources of people
Right.
that already
Which
have
which
their
is
website out or whatever.
which is
So
dangerous because
it can be dangerous, but I know what sources to go to. So you have speed, you have this speed equals distance divided by time.
exactly.
Okay, so
Exactly.
that's okay. That's okay right there, right?
Right. So now look at the mathematical equation that they're going to give you, and I see you sharing your screen.
Mm-hmm.
Um, okay, you see that, but dive into that deeper so you can see how they're actually breaking this down.
So
Because
distance
because
equals
because
speed.
technically we don't see light. All we see is a reflection of light.
Oh, that's deep right there.
And
I ain't
and
even
and
gonna
and
hold
and
you.
and when we look at the stars in the sky, we're actually looking into the distant past. You got to understand these stars are thousands, millions, or even billions of light years away from us. We think that we see this star, but no, we're just seeing the essence of its light.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and this is why I'm trying to tell people that the Bible itself, or the Quran, or these Abrahamic literature that these people wrote,
Mm-hmm.
is not inspired by any God, because any God would know that these particular stars are not even in your, it's not even in your present. It's not even in your future. It's actually in your past.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just like us right now, we're products of stardust, and it's proof of that. And
It is very it is proof of that
I'm
because
gonna I'm gonna
go ahead.
I'm gonna give you one proof right now, and everybody can look this up. Your blood is nearly identical to seawater.
Mm-hmm.
Look it up. If that's not
Oh,
proof,
I already know that that
that's a
our
proof
body
of
is like
evolution.
70% of water or something like that.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's nearly identical to seawater.
Mm. You said it's nearly identical to seawater.
Absolutely. Look at your salt and all the levels. Look at all the levels in your blood compared to the levels of seawater. It's nearly identical.
Mm. So you said the levels of our blood is identical to seawater.
It's nearly identical. Yeah.
So let me ask you this, because you said that, right? Um, so you know how when people be stranded at sea, I mean that be white folks, because black folks ain't gonna be stranded. But I'm saying, people be stranded at sea, and they say, "Oh, if you stranded at sea, are you on like Gilligan's Island or something, not to drink the salt water?" And
Well,
go ahead.
it virtually would do you no good, because you're missing out on elements that could be burned away
Mm-hmm.
through natural water purification, which we've learned over time.
Mm-hmm.
Even our ancestors knew that, how to purify water. And so you can't just drink seawater as it is and expect to survive. It just won't work.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, let me give you this. We got the formula for water, which is H2O, right? If you went to the hospital right now because of severe dehydration, you think they're going to give you H2O?
No, they're not.
No, they're going to give you H2O3, right? Which is
yeah. They're gonna give you
a saline mixture, right?
mhm.
That's what's going to hydrate your body. So that's actually what we should be drinking.
Mm.
A lot of people
That's like I ain't gonna say Gatorade because it's no longer that anymore. 'Cause I cannot, but
it's
I
close
want
to
to.
it, but it's not the same.
It's not the same like it used to be, but like
Right.
Gatorade, Pedialyte, those things with the electrolytes, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because that's what your body craves, electricity.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Even with your foods that you eat, your naturally, as soon as food hits your tongue creates saliva, which starts to break that thing down into sugars, and that sugar is natural electricity. That's what your body wants. Everything else becomes waste. That's why you have turds when you take a shit.
That's because of the iron in it.
Well, that too, but I'm saying majority of what you eat, your body has no use for. It just wants the electrolytes. It wants the electrons of it. You know what I'm saying? It wants the natural sugars and the proteins and the natural nutrients is that your body needs. That's what it gets. But other than that, everything else becomes decay. Am I right?
Right. I just put this up so people understand CHON, which is a mnemonic acronym for the four most common elements in the living organisms, which is carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen.
That's right.
This is the basic understanding because carbon combined to the hydrogen, carbon combined to oxygen, oxygen combined to carbon, and etc. And these make up different chemical compounds.
It's the four building blocks, right? That compensates the nucleus of what we call physical life. That's exactly what you just described. And we have to understand this thing because everything in this physical world is composed of three things: solid, liquids, and gases. And that's what you are composed of right now: solid, liquids, and gases.
And
it's the universe. Everything that's in you is the same thing in the universe.
It is 100%. That's why I brought up the periodic table, because all of these elements are in the periodic table. These are the base elements that creates everything.
Yes, ma'am. And the only thing that's not on that periodic table that we've been discussing is what? Time.
Time is not there, but time
is actually an element.
Let me say this though, because I've been questioning this situation for a minute, right? Because this is my theory. I have a theory. It's a scientific guess on what I think is going on, is that time equals space, density, mass, and frequency. So when I say that, because where we're standing at physically, that's the density, our weight. The mass is our physical self, right? Where we're standing at is occupying space, right? And that is our time where we're at. Am I going too far or too deep? Let me know. Tell me stop.
No. Actually, I want you to continue because I'm going to piggyback on you.
I'm done. Shit.
Well,
I got that much.
you're right to a certain degree, but what I'm saying is that when you're dealing with time,
Mm-hmm.
right? Time itself is the absolutality
Mm-hmm.
of what we're dealing with within space.
Mm-hmm.
So without time, you would not have the element of what they call creation or condensation
Mm-hmm.
within space.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why I say time is not, it's not like the clock, right? It's not what you see on your watch or what you see on your clock on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Time itself is an element.
Right. It's an
And
element, but
what,
we cannot identify that. And I don't know if that's E equals MC squared. I don't know what the hell time is. Is it
well, yeah,
that
you can. You
is it
can.
the dark particle that they put
Listen,
into
you can.
CERN?
You
What is time? Like
well,
we're occupying space in time.
well, watch
And
this. Let me show you how you can identify time. Okay, and I want you to look this up. It's a certain thing called time dilation. Okay,
okay. Oh, now you reminded me of something.
so
Okay.
when you're dealing
Bring
with
it
time,
forward.
you have to look at the essence of time, or what they call, you're looking at the speed of light,
Mm-hmm.
right, which creates time.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance,
Mm-hmm.
when you're dealing with the speed of light, if light itself is moving at a 100%,
Mm-hmm.
then time itself ceases to exist. Whereas
Or I want to
whereas
say
now,
or.
hold on, now, or here's the alternative.
Mm-hmm.
Look at us as a human body.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta take him out. You gotta go.
Ah, Queen, be patient. I know you. I know. Sis,
Hang on 1 second.
sis.
All right, all right. So
Where's
look,
sis at?
so see right here. I gotta take my dog outside. He gotta go bathroom.
Oh, okay.
He warned him. He said, "I got to go."
Yeah, right. Picked
um.
up his leash and everything.
So, but what I'm saying, when we dealing with time dilation,
Mm-hmm.
what we have to understand when we dealing with the physical body,
Mm-hmm.
of course, we cannot possibly move at the speed of light because we'll burn up, right? We will
Ah,
burn up.
that has yet to be proven or
Oh yeah.
determined because and I'm a conspiracy theorist, as you know. You know that, right? You know I'm a conspiracy theorist.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say that if we moved at the speed of light, that we will burn up, that has yet to be proven, right?
Well, the physical body. Let's
In
let's
the
let's look
physical
at
body,
this.
because there's more than one body, and then I'm going biblically because it says that in the Bible. There's more than one body. There's celestial bodies, there's spiritual bodies, there's fleshful bodies.
Okay, so let's do what could be proven.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right now we could prove we got a physical body,
Right.
right? It's matter, right? And we know that 5% of matter is what
Mm-hmm.
makes up the universe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, what does not make up our planetary bodies and what does not make up our physical sun, right? We
Mm-hmm.
know majority of that is now asteroids, and we have the asteroidal, we have that planet. We have those celestial bodies of that, right?
The planetary bodies are celestial bodies and the stars. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So
The
here's what,
galaxy. The galaxy. Go
yeah.
ahead.
So here's what I'm about to give you,
Mm-hmm.
just to prove my point.
Mm-hmm.
Um, what we know of the 5% of physical matter, we do know indeed that it is indeed physical.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else we know of the universe is antimatter.
Mm-hmm.
We know that it's dark matter,
Mm-hmm.
and there's really no model that we can produce to replicate it.
Oh my God. You know what? I'm having a problem
In
here,
some
right?
ways, it's somewhat of a mystery.
I'm having a problem here because
Okay,
we are already at the 4 hour mark, and I think that me and you could go till about 24 hours with this
man,
shit.
we can go 24 hours with this. Sis.
I feel like we can go 24 hours with this because this is higher learning. This is understanding
Yeah,
everything
yeah.
full circle. You know, when you have an epiphany, or
Hmm.
when you think about something and somebody else comes to you and they say something that you thought and they brought it to the forefront, that frequency and everything, it all ties in
Come on, baby.
together. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And brother, I gotta tell you, and sis, I gotta tell you, you guys are high vibrational, high
Man,
vibrational.
I think the
And
same
I
with you
love
too,
this.
sis.
I love this. And I'm not going to debate. I'm going to ask the hard questions that the naysayers might say. And excuse me, please. But we got to get to an understanding,
Right.
overstanding, because that's your word, right? Overstanding. We got to
Right.
get over the humps and the lumps and the bumps.
We do, and I think like through these shows that you're hosting, and even like on just information age and the whole effing show, all of this, man, like the whole conglomerate that we're doing.
Mhm.
I think that we're gonna get a lot of these answers answered, or
Man, I
a lot of
think
answers to questions answered.
I
Um,
see, said the blind man.
because I think that what's happening is that we're shifting. The paradigm is shifting. We're getting we're getting rid of this pseudo shit, and
Mhm.
people really want to know what's going on.
Right.
I think the general people are tired of being bullshitted. They want to know the truth for finally.
Let me ask you a question. And I can't stop because this is too much top knowledge. How how do you feel about the 5G towers?
Okay, okay, I'm gonna tell you exactly how I feel about it. I am very familiar
Mm,
with our military weaponizing 5G.
mhm.
And I'm going to say that carefully so I don't cause a panic
No,
or
yeah, be very careful because we don't want to get
no, no.
demonetized.
Right. So I don't want to cause a panic or a
Mhm,
disturbance within the community by me
mhm,
saying that.
mhm,
What I mean by is the military weaponizing 5G is the fact that they have found ways to communicate
mhm,
much more efficiently. They can seek into certain barriers that they couldn't seek before.
mhm.
Um, and it's almost like we're closer to virtual reality than we ever have been. Okay.
How do you feel about virtual reality, though?
I honestly think it's great. I
Okay.
love it. I'll be honest with you. I'm
Mhm,
one of those people that love AI. I
mhm.
think that we use AI every day and we don't even recognize what we're using.
We've been using AI since the internet, since
Yeah,
the telephone, since ATMs, since credit cards. We've been using AI for a very long time. Since media, television, all those things. And when they even walked on the moon. AI is artificial intelligence that we created.
that's right. We created it.
Hmm.
It wouldn't have its intelligence if it wasn't for who?
The
Us.
melanin god. The
So
melanin goddess. The melanin god. We are creators by nature.
at the end of the day, AI doesn't pose us any threat. It only complements what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
The true people that really have a issue with AI
Mm-hmm.
is your religious folks, because religion is on the decline. And I'll be honest why.
Mm-hmm.
It's simply because of technology.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say 100 years ago, we didn't have the technology that we have today. So for what things we did not understand, we seeked out our religion to answer for us. And what did they give us? They gave us the God of the gaps.
I
We
disagree with that a little bit because I feel like ain't nothing new under the sun.
Okay, so let me prove my point.
Mm-hmm.
I just had a debate with a brother,
Mm-hmm.
and we was talking about how animals got their stripes and spots.
Mm-hmm.
And according to the Bible, it says that Jacob had
Yaku,
he
we went
drew
over this.
he drew some lines and some damn tree bark and put it
Uh-huh.
in the water and troughs of the animals, and they drank from it. They conceived, and that's how they get stripes and spots. Complete bullshit when it comes to science. We
Well,
we know animals got their stripes and spots from ad,
adaptation.
adaptation.
Uh,
Hey,
sis is ready to go to bed. It's time. No, you can't. You gotta. Where God is at? You gotta wait till my husband come home, sis.
look, but no, she covered up. We both
When
got to
my
go to work
husband come
tomorrow.
home, they're all in this
It's
live.
one. It's 1 o'clock in the morning already. We got to go to work
Oh,
tomorrow. But I'm
I'm
saying though.
sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, we on different times.
But listen,
Oh my
listen what I'm saying.
God.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying.
We're gonna have to make a part 2, 3. We're gonna have to chop this
Yeah,
video up.
but I want to
Man,
let me
this is
give y'all
some
this point.
supreme knowledge coming out. And I'm sorry for the interruptions that I make, but damn, y'all, man, y'all awakened something in me. Like, serious. Like, both of y'all, like, y'all awakened something in me. And I didn't want to, like, overtake your interview or nothing like that.
No,
Brother,
you're fine.
you are the truth, sis. You are the truth. And the truth is coming out, y'all. The truth is coming out. And I
Well,
love that.
one way or another, the truth is gonna prevail. And what we have
Mm,
to understand is the truth don't need no defense.
mm,
All I gotta do is put truth out there,
mm,
and then that's it. Okay? I don't care who disagrees with it. All I want to know is, okay, if you do disagree with it,
mm.
show me a working model that disagrees with that. Show me an alternative. But see, most people can't do that. What I'm
No,
met with,
I can. I can. I will. I
well, well,
will.
well,
I will do it.
but sis, this is what I'm saying. Oftentimes, what I'm met with,
Mm,
oftentimes what I'm met with is just disbelief,
mm.
lip service, and a bit of sass.
Right, right, right.
You know, I get tired of that shit
I get
because
it.
I put in years of study, and
Mm,
I'm telling you
mm,
right now, there's a lot of logical explanations to
mm,
things that we just simply overlook.
mm.
Why? Because we've been indoctrinated. And I'm gonna tell you one thing
Indoctrinated.
that I'm gonna put out here on the waves,
Mm,
um, that I want all people to know. I was never raised religious, but I understand where religious folks come from, right?
mm.
But it hurts even more when you leave religion to pick up the conscious community, only to find out they've been lying to you too. I'm sick of the pseudo shit, sis.
Brother,
I'm sick of
brother,
it.
brother, brother. You got. I don't like to say. I'm not pressing my religion on you, but this is the best way I can describe it. You got devils everywhere seeking to devour. You know what I'm saying? And so it within the conscious community, within the Christian community, and I identify as an Israelite, even in the Israelite community, the what do you call it, the Nation of Islam, like
Hmm.
all these different deities or whatever you want to call them. That's why I don't do religion. I don't do religion. You know, I try not to be racist, but I'm racially biased. And
Okay.
it wasn't by my choice, it was by how I was dealt with by those who are racist. So
Well,
I'm
let's
just
be honest.
responding to those who are racist. But I'm racially biased. You get where I'm going? Like I believe in my people because we are the creators. We are the ones that everybody steal everything from. You know what I'm saying? We are the chemists. We're the mathematicians. We are the soul of the whole. We are the heartbeat of the earth. Of the earth.
Well, let me say this. I don't think that any particular nationality is the heartbeat of the world. I believe that we all, even the animals, plants, aquatic life,
Mhm.
I believe that we're all one function
We are. We're our body.
under
We're
we're
our
under
body.
we're all interdependent upon each other. And once
Mm,
people understand that,
mm.
that's going to be the beginning of the end of racism and inequality, because we're going to see each other as equal beings that's
I
that's
don't think
sufficient.
nobody. I don't think nobody is equal. Nobody's equal. When you say
Okay, okay.
equality,
Well, sis, see, look, you keep raising different topics that I'm willing to debate,
mhm.
but I do want to at least get my premise off,
Okay, go ahead.
uh, because I want people to understand where I come from. I want them to understand Heru conscious, Melanin God. I used to be pro-black. I used to be, man, listen, we gonna take over, boy. We about to take back what's ours. They stole everything from us. I was blickety 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 black, y'all. Y'all feel me? But I grew in my spirituality. I grew in my knowledge, and I understood one thing: that there is no separation out here. Everything is an extension of self. Meaning that if you look at this on a quantum level, there is a point of singularity, right? And that particular point of singularity is not absent of you. It is you in your own totality. And everything that you see and everything that moves around you is an expression of you. It is living out the will itself to experience itself in physical time space, right? So with that overstanding, or inner overstanding, I should say, uh, I can no longer look at myself like I'm above anything outside of me, because there is nothing outside of me. We are all in one capsule, what I like to call the cosmic egg. And I think that we're going to do ourselves a great service by learning to understand one another and understand how this physical world and the universe operates. Therefore, we can end all this division, because the division itself is a virus. It's a virus that's been going on a long time that we simply we can't seem to shake off. So I want you to look this up, um, if you can. And I notice you won't post anything that I'm giving you, but I want you to post this though, because
Brother, I posted everything you tell me to post, sir.
okay,
Whatever
well,
you put in the chat or whatever you tell me,
no,
I
I haven't posted yet, but here's the thing, and I know you
what you
can't
want me
really.
to look at? What you want me to look at? Because I
Okay,
posted.
one scientific fact
Mm,
that I want people to understand is that, uh, we all say that we look, black people was here first, right?
mm,
So this should make sense scientifically,
mm,
that all humans are 99.9% the same genetically. So when you look at so-called white people, right?
mm.
If you want to call them that, and even the ones that this kind of undesirable, your Karens and racist folks, one thing that we can really look at and we can absolutely say it's true, is these are bad children. At this point, we just don't even know how to deal with our own kids. So look up that fact right now. It's
I
not
just put it on the screen, sir.
okay. I'm sorry. Look,
Man, you
race.
coming at me? I'm
No,
agreeing
no,
with
no,
you
no, 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 no.
100%.
Race and
Race and the
human
human
genetic
genetic
variation.
variation. There is a broad consensus across the biological and social sciences that race is a social construct, which you said earlier, not an accurate representation of human genetic variation. Humans are remarkably genetically similar, sharing approximately what you just said, 99.9% of their genetic code with one another. I ain't debating you, sir.
No, I ain't say you was. I was
You
just
said
trying to.
you came for me, and I be
I
getting
wanted. I
emotional,
want.
and
No,
my
I wanted.
emotions. You said, "Oh,
I wanted our
you're not
viewers.
pulling up what I want you to pull up." I
I
pulled
want
you
no.
up.
I wanted our viewers. I wanted our viewers to see that I wasn't just pulling this shit out my ass. You
Right?
know.
Okay. You tell me to
I
pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up, sir.
I was just trying to show them that what I'm saying has truth,
And there's a truth
and
in it.
what I'm giving people is not what somebody guess it is or what they think it is. These are actual scientific truths. When you deal with again when we're dealing with scientific theories are based upon well substantiated facts,
Of course,
right?
the science is based off of theory, hypotheses,
Hmm.
statistics. I like to say stoichiometry. I don't know if people understand stoichiometry, but that's mathematics, and statistics is mathematics. We talking about facts because when you talk about math, what do you have? Facts. One is a fact, two is a fact, three is a fact.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Factors.
right,
They're
right.
factors. I'm sorry.
Now, here's the point I'm getting at. The point I'm getting at is that all these so-called woke people or conscious people or even religious people, they all seem to fail to realize this one thing. Okay, they all these people seem to think that they got a gift that separates them from the next.
But they do.
Oh, I'm woke. I'm woke, so I'm different than you. No, no, you're not.
No,
Oh,
everybody.
I got Jesus, so I'm different. No, you're not. Because
Okay,
guess what? Guess what? We still got to eat shit and die.
I'm not eating shit. I don't eat
No,
shit.
I said we got to eat shit and die.
Oh, okay, because I'm not eating shit, but we do have to eat.
Yeah, we go. No, every time
wait, when you first said it, I said I'm not eating shit. What are
no,
you talking about? But biblically speaking, it was motherfuckers in the Bible eating shit on
well,
everything.
that's true. That's true. That's true.
That was during the time when they what was that
The
they
curses.
huh?
That was the curses, right?
No, when they went around that building, they had to circle the building of oh god, I
You
can't
talking about
even.
Jericho? The walls of Jericho.
Jericho. Thank you, baby. Thank you, Jericho. When they before they circled around Jericho, they had to eat cow dung.
Yeah, but see, I could prove that story wrong too because they also say within that story that the sun sets still for 3 days, which is impossible.
That's not impossible.
Well, how can it be if the Earth is spinning on its axis?
Okay, so me and my kids were talking about this the other day. Um,
You
um,
would offset the phases of the moon.
Listen, and I'm not even in my mind for real. So I'm like paraphrasing a little bit
Oh,
because I can't even really bring it up. But I can't remember if it was Alaska or Antarctica, but it's one of those spaces close to the North or South Pole. I can't remember, but one of those places the sun stays for at least 6 months.
But no, that's a misinterpretation of what's going on.
What?
Let, let-
Don't let me bring it up. Wait a
let me
minute. Wait a
let me
minute. Wait a minute.
explain. You have to understand that the Earth is spinning on an axis, right? And it does not just spin in one direction at all times. What happens is when you're dealing with Alaska, it tilts on its axis for a certain amount of time, and this is what gives them 6 months of darkness. See, you're not looking at a stationary planet. The Earth has never been a stationary planet, and this is why I asked a question the other day on my post: where is proof of the firmament?
The
Because
firmament. The
if the
firmament
firmament,
is the sky. So I don't know.
well, wait a minute. Wait a
The
minute.
firmament is the sky that, like, sometimes when it rains with the clouds, sometimes if you look in there, it look like the ocean. That's the firmament. When he divided the sea from the heavens, he divided, right? So you got the ocean, which is the majority body of water. I mean, the majority body of on Earth is the oceans, right? Because Earth is not that much. It's more water than Earth, according to science, right?
So you
And
understand
then,
water cycles, right?
huh?
You understand water cycles, right?
Right. Remember when you was talking about solids, gas, and liquid, right?
Mm-hmm.
The gas construction of water is the firmament, which is hydrogen and oxygen and I want to say H3O. Is it H3O? Oh God, but it's a separation that happens in the firmament. But then when you go to the ocean, that's where it combines and it turns to water. So you got the H3O. It's a word I'm looking for, y'all, and I can't get to it. But you got the H3O. Let me find out what the fuck this is.
My bad.
H3O. It ain't H. It's HO.
It,
I
it
think
H2O3. H2O3, I believe, is what you're looking for.
H2. Oh, let me try that. H2O3. I don't think that's it. No. It's HO3. I think it's HO3. Because
I got
hydrogen,
it in my notes.
hydrogen, oh God, compounds. Let me just look this part up.
I'm gonna
Compound.
look it up because it's the same thing like we were just talking about. Like when you go to the hospital, if you severely dehydrated, they don't
Mm,
just pump you up with H2O. H2O. They give you a saline solution, which is composed of I believe it's H2O3. I believe it's something like that. It's not H2O though.
it's not H2O. Um, uh, yeah, no, it's HO2. It's H2O2.
There you go. I think that's what it is. H2O2. And I'm sure you're gonna share that. But
I don't want to call it a hydrogen peroxide because H2O2 is hydrogen peroxide, but it's hydrogen and oxygen and it's osmosis. Let me go. That's the word I'm looking for. Osmosis. Let me go with the osmosis. Osmosis, chemical compound. Hold on. A lot of people ain't gonna understand this what we're talking about. That's the problem.
well, they're not. They're not. And don't get me wrong. Like I say, we're gonna have to book some shows like where we can really get into these specific uh, dialogues, and so that we can give people the gist of it, so they
Okay.
can see where we come to our conclusions, as to where we speak, where we're actually speaking of, or where we're speaking from. Because I don't want people to think that I'm just making shit up and I'm speaking from a place of ignorance. All I'm saying, and I don't want people to think that I'm just attacking people. But my thing is that I'm just sick of the pseudo shit.
Right.
You know, you go out here and you tell people this nonsense, and you think that's better in the community. And then meanwhile, you go get in your bed and sleep comfortably, and somebody listening to this shit and they're killing themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or the subject go to jail by giving it to somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
My question to these pseudo warriors: how the fuck do you sleep well at night, knowing you gave somebody bad information?
Right.
It's
Okay.
bad. You know, so that's where I'm coming from with it, sis. You know, I rather keep it, you know, scientifically solid with things that I can prove and things that can be demonstrated with working models, as opposed to pseudoscience that has not been under the you know, rigorous review of peer review and hell, it could be just something somebody made up. So for
Um.
instance,
Mm-hmm.
I want to give you a perfect example. We was just talking about how they was just talking about this stuff with the frequencies through the phone, um, with yesterday's event.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's the same difference as when people was telling us that we was gonna get superpowers on December 21st.
When? Who? When they
That
said
that
that?
didn't
I
happen.
missed that one.
You missed that one,
Oh yeah, I missed that one.
man. That was all over social media, man.
Oh, I missed that one. So
Yeah,
we had. I got
black folks was supposed to
superpowers.
get a up. Look, black folks was supposed to get an upgrade, and we was, man, we supposed to be taking over right now.
Well, you didn't get that upgrade unless you in the sun and you're wearing your natural hair as your antenna. So you're not gonna get the upgrade. You know, you got to
Man,
go outside. I probably didn't get it because I don't go outside much ever since
see,
COVID.
I think the real upgrade is just the upgrade through intellect, and that's through your own independent study and research.
But how can you have intellect when non-intellect? That's why I come with the intelligent design because it has to be okay. How can we be intelligent if we wasn't created by intelligence?
Okay, so there's a good explanation for that. So you're familiar with evolution, um,
Yes.
the premise that we be all every
Mm,
humans, even
mm,
fungi or bacteria, right?
mm.
It started out as single cell
A
organisms,
single cell, yeah, single
and
cell theory.
and eventually became multicellular organisms, right?
Because of mitosis and meiosis, cell
Well,
division.
yeah, to a certain
Well,
degree,
I'm just giving the terms out, sir, because that is
yeah,
what.
yeah. Because when we deal with cells, we understand that cells deal with its specific
Oh,
function.
yeah.
Okay, so cells deal with its a single cell deals with its specific function.
Mm,
Just like our like right now, our human body, we're a multicellular organism
mm.
because what's the biggest organ we have on our body right now? It's our
You
skin,
said the skin. We already determined that. I
right?
didn't
So
disagree with that.
our skin sheds fast, like faster than what a snake does, right?
Mm, mm,
Okay, so um, with that being said,
mm,
we realize that we have a very fast reproductive rate with our cells within our with just within our skin. We're not talking about anything else.
mm,
Let's look at the brain cells
mm,
and how they reproduce, right?
mm,
Are
mm.
you telling me that you think that the human brain would be the same way it would be a million years ago? It just wouldn't advance. It wouldn't be smarter. It wouldn't know how to adapt. Or do you think that it just took intelligent design for us to go through the shit first and then finally learn?
Okay, so now the question you asking me this question, you want me to answer this, or you just
No, just no.
Rhetorical
I'm asking you.
Okay. So as a techie, like I said, and I learned computer programming, right?
Mm-hmm.
And basically we program the computer because I'm a software. My specialty is in software, right?
Mm-hmm.
And operating systems. Even though I can build a computer from the ground up, my specialty is in software and I forget what I just said, but anyway, so
So
software.
you were in
Oh
IT.
yeah, coding. So I know how to speak Java. Java, that's when you create a website. I know how to speak H. I always call it Hotmail, but it's not Hotmail. It's HTML. But because it say HTML, I always call it Hotmail, right? And so I know how to speak these languages, right? This goes back to your linguistics thing, but this is a computer language, right? So when we create programs, it's predetermined. So we say if if this, then that, right? Right? And
Mm-hmm.
then so it's like if I'm just saying those are the basics. If is one of the words. If this occurred, then you do that. This is how you make games, video games, all that, right? So if this occurs, then do this, right? If this don't occur, then do that. So it's always, and this is basic, and you can look it up. So it's if this, then that. Um, and so I feel like we're programmed. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To
All right.
so everything has a consequence. So you know that if you cheat on your baby mama and she see you, all hell gonna break loose. A plus B equals C. And it's just a program. So if we can create programs like computers and we have the intellect to create, then why is it that we come from something that didn't create and it just came out the blue and we just start creating? Like, it doesn't make sense. You
Well,
get what I'm saying?
first thing you have to understand, sister.
Mm.
And again, I know that we gonna have to do another segment of
Mm.
this
Because
particular.
we 5 hours in at this point.
Right. So what I want to give you is this, is because I want to shorten it up, but I
Mm.
want to give somebody, I want to give our audience and also you
Mm.
something to think about.
Mm.
Evolution itself is not linear, so meaning that it does not happen. It does not happen just like as you can observe it, right? You're looking at a process that happens over millennia or millions of years of time, and it's a process through adaptation
Mm.
and natural selection.
Mm.
So, for instance, um, I could tell you probably a million years ago, our ancestors probably thought that fire was God.
Oh yeah,
Right?
yeah. Yes, of course they did.
Because that's what they needed to survive. It kept the animals off their ass,
Mm.
gave them warmth, and they were able to cook, maybe even get water to a drinking level that they can consume it
Mm.
and survive. See, this is what separated our our version of hominids
Mm.
from the others, and why the others died off. We were smarter,
Mm.
and so and so now we come to the uh, scheme of things where we call ourselves Homo sapiens sapiens, which
Mm.
really translate in layman terms to smart man, right? So when I say that evolution is not linear, you're not looking at a straight way thing. You're not looking at something that just happened over the course of over 100 years. You're looking at millions of years. And so
Mhm.
obviously, we wouldn't have been as smart as what we are today.
Mhm.
And we wouldn't have been as smart as we're not going to be as smart as what we're going to be tomorrow. And I'm not saying tomorrow is tomorrow, but I'm looking at future generations because our children are much smarter than what we were when we were children.
Bullshit. But anyway, my kids.
It's true.
Nah, you got kids?
Oh, I do. I got grandkids now too.
How old is you? You old?
Yeah, I'm gonna be 45 in November.
Oh, you ain't old.
Well, I'm old enough to know better.
Oh my goodness. How, Melanin Gawdess, how old are you, ma'am?
I'm 43.
I'm 43 too. Hi.
Look, y'all the same age.
You got kids, Melanin Gawdess?
I do. I have 2 adult daughters,
We got
How old are your kids?
24 and 22.
I
our
got a 24-year-old. How old are your kids, Melanin God?
same age, and I got a 10-year-old daughter.
Uh,
And here's my point though. We watching our grandchildren now, right?
You got how many grandchildren you got? I don't have grandchildren.
All together, we got 5 grandkids.
How, sir?
Well, one daughter got 2,
mm-hmm.
another daughter got 2.
uh,
My son got a grandbaby. So
Wait a
now it's
minute.
5.
How many kids you said you had? 3?
Yeah, but you got to understand our family is combined.
I get it. And okay.
So
I'm
Melanie
sorry, y'all. I
has got
want y'all on my other show because I want to do a show about not nuclear families, but like a Brady Bunch family, like families that come together and how to deal with that dynamic. You know what I'm saying? When it's like a family with a two, it's like a Brady Bunch type of thing.
okay.
Yeah, I do want y'all on that show. And I
Well,
want to say this. When your kids, how old are your kids, Melanin God? Again.
say it again, sis. I'm sorry.
How old are your kids?
Okay, both of us have okay. This is the funny thing about it. You're gonna
Mm-hmm,
laugh at this.
mm-hmm,
Melanin Goddess
mm-hmm,
and Melanin God, right?
mm-hmm,
We have two children outside of our union. Well, actually,
mm-hmm,
I actually have 3 because I got my. All right, so look, watch this. Both of our oldest 2 children are
mm-hmm,
24 years old,
mm-hmm,
right? Then we have our second to the oldest, which is 23. Those were both outside of our union.
mm-hmm,
I got my daughter now,
mm-hmm.
which is just turned 11.
11. Okay. That's the best age.
So this is what's funny.
Mm-hmm,
When I met Melanin Goddess,
mm-hmm,
that was one thing we had in common. Our 2 oldest children were the exact same age, and in fact, our second oldest child was
mm-hmm.
born on the same exact day. So meaning
Wait a
my
minute, wait. Hold it, pause, because I'm confused. So Melanie got 2 older children, and then you got 2 older children,
both the same age.
both the same age, and then y'all came together with so that made 4 children. Am
Well,
I
when we
correct?
came, when we came together, I had my other baby. I still have my
Uh,
other baby.
the
She,
10-year-old,
she, yeah, she just now turned 11.
11-year. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So y'all don't have no kids together.
no children together.
Melanie Goddess, do you want to have children? More children?
I just went out the door.
She went out the door.
No, I went out the door.
Oh, okay. So
I
do
had,
you
I had to
want to
make a
have
quick.
more children or that's
No,
enough?
no, we got grandkids now, so we're not trying to have no more babies.
Okay. Uh
We
what I want
discussed
to say,
that. We discussed that at full.
I got a
Don't get me
24-year-old.
wrong.
I got a 24-year-old and a 21-year-old and
Yeah, you
a
just like us.
15-year-old. A 15-year-old. I got a
You just like
15-year-old.
us.
Yeah, that's why I can relate. And let me tell you, my children are geniuses. They are smart as a mother effer. I teach them everything. I don't just put the Bible in them, but they still do kid shit.
They do.
They still do things that lead me to believe, okay, you still need guidance.
The right thing in life. They're trying, and they do things according to their own age. You get what I'm saying? Like I can relate. Have the shit they do. I can relate to what they do because I probably attempted it or thought
Mhm.
about it at their age.
Exactly.
So my kids
And,
can't get nothing over on me. Nothing.
and when you was a kid, then your parents say, you trying to do the same thing I did at your age.
Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
And now you learned it. You learning it, right? Because you used to be like, they crazy. Thought you was getting away with something, but you really wasn't.
Not at all.
Mm,
Listen. I couldn't fool my parents if I tried.
mm,
And trust me, I tried many times. I used many deceptions. They always figured it out somehow. You know what I'm saying?
oh my goodness. I am so fucking in disbelief because we've been going 5 hours and I'll be like ready to end alive at an hour.
No, but you know what? I realize it more and more. Like, man, you my sis, man. And and look, I'm grateful to Craig. You know, both the Craigs and for putting this together and hooking me up to me and my wife to meet you
Mm,
and meet everybody on the panel up here because I really feel like I got something to offer the community
mm,
that's not bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
mm,
I keep telling my wife every day I get on Facebook, it's
mm.
just entertainment at this point because
It is.
I'm not finding anything. I'm not finding anything that's actually informative to me
Mm,
or doing me well. What I'm finding is that I'm doing my own research
mm,
that's serving me well. I'm serving my family well. I'm doing my own service to my
mm,
family, and I can share those ideas with the community on social media. But at some point, I'm looking for a bill, right?
mm,
So I'm grateful. I'm grateful that because normally I don't trust me. My wife would tell you I'm not a phone person like this. I don't stay on the phone for hours like that. I will
Me
make a
neither. I like
I make a
between you
minute.
and her. Oh my god! And it's been 5 hours. I would have never done this, bro. I
And
would have
trust me,
never
I'll be
done
right
this
back.
in real
I'll be
life.
right back. I'm I'll be right back to her like in a second. Like we both got to work tomorrow. We was off for the past 2 days, but
Mhm,
we got to work tomorrow. We'll be off to she'll be off tomorrow. I work at 4 tomorrow,
mhm,
and then I don't get off until like 2:30 in the morning. Like normally we got certain days out the week where we just pass each other, but that's fine.
mhm.
We getting goals accomplished. You get what I'm saying? For right now,
For sure. That's what
uh,
y'all supposed to do
yeah,
as
we're
a
a team.
team.
We're a team. We're a team.
Together, everyone achieves more. Hello.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. I'm here,
that's my acronym. Together, everyone achieves more. That's a team.
man. I love it.
You get what I mean?
I need to use that acronym
Don't be
if you
trying to
don't
steal
mind.
my shit.
No, I give you full credit
You
for
can have it. You can have it. You can
it.
have it, bro. You can have it. Cause
I give you full
together.
credit for it. But I agree with you
Mm-hmm.
with that acronym because it is best fitting.
Mm-hmm.
When you work together as a unit, there's nothing stopping that
Mm-hmm.
but you. You know what I'm saying? When you work together as a unit, the only thing can stop you is you,
Mm-hmm. Because
right?
everybody is not a team player.
That's
Now,
right.
and so that's why I said we're a body, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't feel like we're equal, you know what I'm saying? The
Hmm.
hand cannot do what the eyes can do. You get what I'm saying? And so everybody to me in my mind, and I'm always putting these leadership positions, because I can see the good and I can see the potential. I can see the gift in everybody. And so you the right hand, I'm the left hand. You get what I'm saying? And we gotta bring it together as a body. You
Well,
know.
I love the fact that you are a Hebrew Israelite
Uh-huh.
and that we can be cordial because this
Mhm.
shows not only the audience that uh, it is possible for a free thinker and a
Mhm.
Hebrew Israelite to actually be cordial and even agree on some things. You know what
I
I'm saying?
agreed on everything you said, but
I
I
don't.
like
I
I
don't
said,
think.
go
I
ahead.
don't. I don't think that. Well, let me put it this way. Even
Mhm.
the comedic folks,
Mhm.
I don't think that there even should be a disagreement
I
because
don't disagree
I
with
could.
nothing they say either.
Well, watch this. I could show where all of it ties together.
That's where we need to come full circle. The circle of success, empowerment, enlightenment. We got to come full circle. And let's not keep debunking the information because it's like this, right? And this is an analogy. Say, for instance, I'm looking for a pair of Nikes. And my homeboy say, they got them Nikes over there on such and Slauson. Why I'm not gonna
Mhm.
listen to my homie to tell me I'm going to Slauson to get the Nikes I'm looking for?
What city you in, sis?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Okay, you in L.A.
Mm,
Because I used to live out. I used to live down there in El Centro, California,
mm,
and I used to go to L.A. almost every other weekend.
mm.
I spent a lot of time in Inglewood and excuse me, I spent a lot of time in Inglewood and also spent a lot of time in Watts because I got some family out there in Watts.
Oh my God. I was born in Culver City, was raised in Watts.
Really?
Yes. I'm an
Holy
LA
shit!
native, so I'm all over LA. I got family in Inglewood. I went to
Uh,
Inglewood High
what's up,
School.
brother?
You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? So I'm an LA native. I born and
Yeah.
raised here. Ain't never left. I probably went state to state. I ain't even left the country yet. I'm ready to go out the country.
Oh man, listen. I didn't traveled all over the world.
I haven't. My husband traveled all over the world, and I'm like, husband, let's go, let's go.
Well, part of it, sis, I ain't gonna lie. I was a military brat,
Mm,
and then when I got old enough to do my own thing,
mm,
um, I just wouldn't take no for an answer. I wanted to, where I wanted to go, I went,
mm.
and some of it was woes. And hey, let me get a pack of Newport 100s.
Let me. Can I stop the live right now,
Yeah,
or
yeah, you can. Yeah, you
we
can.
can still
And
chop it up though? But
I want to say thank you all to the panel, man, that tuned in to at least hear this interview from me,
mm,
from my sister. Um, I think that I really have some very important news for everyone. Um, and hopefully, we can continue this build and the audience gets bigger as we get into more information.
right. And there's definitely some chemistry happening here. Look, I was when Classic brought me to you, I was so apprehensive. I was like, "Fuck that, hell nah." But that's my physical self. But after
Mhm.
talking to you tonight and your wife and everything, I want to say that I love the connection. The connection, you connected the dots, you filled in the blanks, brother.
Yes, yes.
Definitely, definitely, and we
See,
need.
a lot of people think badly. Uh, well, I won't say badly. Um, Not badly, but they just get a misconception of me and my wife. Um, maybe it's because of the Facebook groups, right?
Add me to them groups too. Add me to them groups.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh,
Y'all my
trust me.
friend, right? Add me to the groups. And more groups, the better.
Yeah, yeah. Because I like what's the stream in all of these groups. Hey, brother, what's going on?
Hmm.
I like the streaming all these groups because I'm moving away from the Facebook post, honestly, to where I believe that I just want to articulate my voice more, and I feel like people could receive it more if I actually sat down and took the time to explain certain things, as
Yeah.
opposed to just bully footing with a post, um, because sometimes that messages can get misconstrued that way.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and I want to say peace to Mike.
Mike, do you have any final thoughts, Mike? Just let him get his final thoughts in, because I'm about to end this live. My husband will be home soon.
Yeah.
Oh man, I just really,
Oh, that's my brother,
appreciate
Mike. I
just yeah. I really appreciate, being a part of the, having the front row seat to this. This was a amazing conversation, and I really didn't expect it to go on for 5 hours, but
Man.
hey man, I was glad to be a part of it, man. I'm sitting up here in the background. I'm just itching to say something. I was like, no, I gotta let them keep going, man. I gotta let them keep going.
Hey,
But I
brother.
really enjoyed this.
Hey, brother, inbox me and you can have your own time to shine. But let me tell you, this is so rare. I feel like I'm like 13 or 14 again, sitting on my granny's phone, talking about get off the phone, the landline phones, and you just talk all night till the fucking sun come up. It's one of them type of things,
Yeah.
And
But
and I ain't
I
had
feel like
that type of connection man since them times. Since the
it feel like
90s.
with all y'all, it feel like I found my family, man.
Mm-hmm.
No lie. Even though we all come from different backgrounds and things like that, we all can relate to each other, man, and we respect each other. That's the
Mm-hmm.
thing. Ain't nobody out here disrespecting each other. We want to build,
Build
and that's one thing I love about y'all, man, is that what we trying to do is come to at least a common consensus of what we can
consensus.
understand,
Mm-hmm.
and what we can provide as fact. Because I don't know about y'all, it's so many lies and nonsense out here. I'm scared of that. I wanna give my family the truth, man. I don't know everything, and so sometimes y'all might look up something that I haven't looked up, and
Mm-hmm.
y'all found the truth in something that I may later find truth in too.
Exactly. It's all about being open and receptive to and rational. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
There's always two sides to a coin. And you know what, brother? And I don't want to keep you no long because once I bring this up, we might end up talking for another hour. But I do want to go into the dimensions, the
Yes.
3D, the 4D, the 5D,
Let's get
and all those things. Like we gotta get into it. You get what I'm saying?
well.
Um,
Let me tell you this, Sister Mika.
mm,
And I don't want to cut you off. I just want to say this real fast.
mm,
Uh, Brother Michael could tell you that me and Eva, we was just talking about that the other day. That we got a specific section in our libraries
mm,
of information that we put all this information in. Right
mm,
now, I'm not going to even write off dimensions as pseudo because I don't think it is, especially when I look at it on a quantum level, right?
mm,
Um, but what I'm saying is that trust me, there's a level of truth in all things,
mm.
and one thing about it, these dimensions don't exist outside of us. They don't.
Interesting. That's deep. I'm
Man,
glad
all I'm gonna say
you
is I really hope y'all invite me back for that conversation because that's like interdimensional theories is like one of my favorite
Oh
topics.
my
Yes,
God.
sir. Yes, sir.
I'm so ready to go down the rabbit hole right now. Wait, we gotta stop this. Oh God, this is too deep. But
Well, how about this? How about this? I go to work tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
mm,
I don't know what y'all day looking like maybe early day tomorrow, or the next day that I will have off is Sunday
mm,
because I work Friday and I usually work every weekend, Friday and Saturday 4 to 2:30 in the morning. So I don't really plan to do anything on those days. But Sundays I'm usually game. Then Monday and Tuesday I work from 4 to 2:30 in the morning, and then I'm off Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay, so can we put you in for Wednesdays and Wednesdays and Thursdays is perfect for me. Because I always wanted Wednesdays because that's a popular streaming time.
Yeah, I'll take a Wednesday with you,
Based
sis.
on the analytics, but I like Thursdays. But if I do Thursdays because I'm doing my football thing and I'm doing my sports thing,
Right,
it's
right.
football
And I ain't
season.
gonna lie, like listen, I feel you. I got a woman though, man, and I'm still young, so I like to do things with her, man, and
Oh,
show her.
I got sis for something else. Cause she finna mouth off of Meika for real in the real way. She finna mouth off of me. I love her. I love her so. I don't even know her for real, but I love her so. I love her presence, and I know she got something to bring to the table, and you do too, brother. And I'm glad that you're joining the team. And Mike, send me a friend request on Facebook. Oh no, you can't send me a friend request. God dang it.
I'm gonna
Melanin.
add you to our chat, and then
Yeah,
that way
add him to
send
our
us
chat
all.
so I can send him a friend request because he ain't gonna be able to send me
Yeah,
one.
send every last heavy hitter friend request, and then that way we can all be on there together.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? Because this is my squad, man. This my family. We like a research team.
mm.
We may not agree on everything, and I tell people that all the time. Just because we heavy hitters don't mean we agree on everything. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we got a common consensus. So yeah, I'm gonna add you to our chat. Just make sure you send everybody a friend request. They'll accept it.
Well, I got you. I got sis, and then just send him my way. We can do him a show. If I got you on Wednesdays, let me end the live real quick because we can talk outside this. Uh,
Okay.
any final thoughts? Let's get to the final thoughts so I can just end this live.
Okay. So my final thoughts I wanted to just leave out there is without saying too much. Is family, man. I hope y'all tune in because listen,
Can we
the
see your
heavy
face,
hitter.
sir? We need to see your face, not your teeth, not
Oh,
your nose.
well, I was driving. My bad. Let me.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Yes.
That
Thank
better?
you.
Yeah, I was
That's
driving.
way better because you're a very handsome man, and we don't want to look into your brain and your nostrils and stuff like that. Let's just see your face. Let the people see who you are.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Again, this is Heru Conscious. Most people call me Melanin God or Heru Conscious. I want to say this. Y'all stay tuned, man. We got a lot of. I got a lot of information to share. Uh, I'm not an amateur at this at all. I've been at this now well over 25 years. I have. Uh, I was a double major in college. I have a bachelor's degree in anthropology and forensics, and then also have a master's degree in metaphysics. And I can share the links to where you can find my credentials and all. So
Mhm.
um, please look forward to these builds, family. We are definitely going to dig into this information. I really appreciate everybody that showed up and showed out to support every last one of us on here, and we're gonna continue to build. Much love to my sister Meika.
Mhm.
Much love to the Ratchet Craig, and Craig. Much love to the whole panel. You know what I mean? The whole effing show ain't nothing but love here. So let's continue to build and get this thing cracking.
That's right. That's right. And do Mike, do you have any last comments before we get out of here? I think you just said what you had to say, but what do you have anything else to say?
Well, I just wanted to touch on this little topic. It's we got to make sure that we get into the fundamentals
Mm-hmm.
of what we're trying to understand before we deep dive, you know what I'm saying, into that further understanding.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Because when we can't understand the terminology and stuff like that, it's just going to create huge issues trying to move forward because you're just going to be creating roadblocks for yourself.
Exactly.
So that's
It's
why, brother, Melanin was talking about earlier about studying linguistics and
yes,
anthropology and stuff like
yes,
that.
yes.
That plays a huge part in how you're going to be able to understand what these people were talking about in ancient times with
Right.
their culture. Because we're not a part of their culture. We are separate from their culture. We have our own culture. And we want to understand human culture,
Mhm.
then we have to take that step to understand what these people were, doing in that certain time frame, so we can really understand what their mindset was at that point in time.
Hmm.
Exactly. That is so true, brother. Because you lack understanding, especially when it comes to these alternative facts. That's a little joke, but y'all might have missed it.
No,
We don't want
I
to
got it.
bring no alternative facts. We want to bring the facts, and we have to understand this language, and we have to understand the science on which it was created, the time it was created. You know what I'm saying? And understand. And one thing I don't want to bring up, but I'm going to bring up, you got to understand literary devices like haikus, poetry, metaphors, similes, adjectives, verbs, nouns. You know what I'm saying? Like just
Mhm.
basic grammar. Uh,
Yes.
so and I stress this amongst my people because back in the day there used to be this saying, if you want to hide something from an n-word, you put it in a book.
That's right.
Oh, they ain't gonna get it past me then.
Me neither.
Me either.
But
Because
it's
I
my
read
yeah,
it.
daddy
I'm an
my
avid reader.
daddy what he did, he put our allowance, he put money in books. He used to put
Hmm.
money in books, and I used to open up the books and get all the money. My brother didn't know I was getting all the money because I love books. And he used to say that all the time. And then my brother, I told him one day, like, I found $10 in this book for real. Then he started reading books. Then he started taking my money.
it's
I'm
really
so proud of my
important.
brother. He's a very successful person. But yeah, so we gotta understand that we need to read, we need to comprehend, we need to understand the history, we need to understand the metaphysiology, the psychology. We have to understand the science and the biology, and we also have to understand the anatomy, the physiology, and we got to break it down to the lowest denominator, which is the cell. No, I'm
Hmm.
sorry. The atom is the atom. Then it's the cell. Then it's the organism. Then it's the
Well. Here it is. Here it is. What we're gonna do is we're gonna meet at a place called the nucleus.
we can meet at the nucleus. That's even better. That's
You
even
know,
better.
because that's the name of our back chat. It's called the nebula, and that's the birthplace for stars and suns. Um, I really sat down for a while before I named it that, just to come up with that name.
Mm-hmm.
Because I wanted every back chat that I've created.
Mm-hmm.
Each name has a specific meaning for the intent that I created it for, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so this is what I want to give you guys. If I give you guys nothing else, I know we're gonna. This is on the record, but I know we're gonna get off in a second and still holler just for a second.
Mm-hmm. Go for it.
But before we get off the live,
Mm-hmm.
before we get off the live stream, what I want to give people is this. It is. I found an unction within myself at 17 and a half years old that I wanted to present a radical truth to people that were disenfranchised,
Mm-hmm.
people that were not privy to that information.
Right.
And so this is why majority of my following are, 50 years old and plus. And even in my hometown, a lot of the people that deal with me are older than, they're a lot older than, your average 20, 30-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think what's important is that we have to start looking at these different things. We have to start looking at this different phenomena, right? In a different lens scope. So, like when y'all just mentioned linguistics,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people don't understand how detrimental linguistics is to understanding a culture that predates you, because etymology changes. Okay, so what one word may mean 1,000 years ago may not mean the same thing today. And so what happens is a lot of times we look at ancient information,
Mm-hmm.
um, and then we want to attribute that information to what we perceive it to be today.
Exactly.
And
And that's the
that's
problem.
where we fail. That's where we
That
fail.
is the biggest problem. And I'm an artist, and I've been writing since I was like 11. I've been
Hmm.
big on, and I don't know every language, and I don't know too many languages, but that I know a few languages like Latin and English. You know what I'm saying, and Spanglish and what do you call it,
Just
Ebonics.
Spanglish. Yeah.
English and English is Spanglish. English and Spanish is Spanglish. So, and I know a few Latin words, but we
Parlez-vous
definitely have
français?
to, huh? See,
Parlez-vous
that's all I'm
français?
like. Oh, we whatever. I don't know France. I know maybe a little Igbo or whatever, but we definitely have to understand how language changed, how it developed, the definitions. Let me bring my old ass dictionary, because just so y'all can know that I don't be playing with y'all. This is my old ass dictionary right here.
Yeah, that good
Old as a
glimpses.
motherfucker. Cause when you Google stuff, it changed. Look, it got spots on it. I don't care. But when you Google stuff, it changed. Look,
Hmm.
look at the pages. Old as a motherfucker. 1957. I'm
Man.
looking for like a like an old bookstore where you can get old books. When you get them old books and that historical stuff, then you can see how things develop. You know what I'm saying? Shit
Hmm.
old. This shit old.
Hey, I want to come out of this book next time. Next time we talk, if y'all can see. This is back when I was part of the nation, 5%
Back,
nation.
back it up just a little bit. Back it up. So I want to see a little over to this. Yeah, no light. You don't got no light in there.
Hold on, because you know what? I'm sitting in the. It's darker in here, but this is from back when I was
There
like
you go.
in the nation, right?
What does it say? Self of
Knowledge
it.
of self. Hold
Self of
on.
it.
Knowledge of self. This
Knowledge
is
itself. Okay,
it's
I
a
can.
collection. It's called a collection of wisdom on the science of everything in life,
Mm-hmm.
and this is by Dr. Supreme Understanding Allah. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of.
Oh,
Don't get me
I
wrong.
got
There.
I got somebody for you, Kima. This my homegirl, and she gonna you gonna be inspired by this woman right here.
You
She
said
gonna come
Kima.
on. Yeah, this my girl right here.
Oh, she coming
She,
on?
not tonight. She not coming on tonight, but she said
Oh,
when you
okay.
do your next show.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. She coming on because she's respectfully disrespectful, Kima.
Well,
And
I appreciate it all. I think that through this show, sis, I'll be honest with you. I
mhm,
think through this show, we're gonna reach a commonality
mhm,
amongst us all that can ultimately bring us together.
it
And
will.
you know what you know what that meeting place is?
Where?
Is that we're all seekers of knowledge.
Mm.
Okay, we're not gonna settle because somebody told us so.
Mm-mm.
We're gonna dig into it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. We just trying to find the truth. We just
That's
trying
it.
to find the truth, and we trying to uncover the lies, and we're gonna uncover the lies and find the truth and the lies, the alternative facts. You know what I'm saying? So I want to thank you for coming out, brother. It's been a pleasure. I mean, I can go on and on and on. We at the 6 hour mark. This
Yeah.
right here is a marathon right here. This
We
right
got
here should be in the Guinness Book of World Records. This should be in the Guinness Book of World Records right now. Because I never would I have done this long. Trust me. I'm an Aquarius. I don't give my time to bullshit.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, brother.
My wife's an Aquarius.
Oh, really? When is her birthday?
Hers is in February.
February what?
The 10th.
Okay, I see.
No, I take that back. I'm sorry. She gonna smack me. It's the 9th.
February 9th. Oh, okay. Yeah, she coming full circle with her 9 energy.
Yeah.
That's probably why me and her
y'all click.
Yeah, because my time is valuable. So, but anyways, y'all, I want to thank you guys for showing up. Mike hit me up. Oh God, Melanin Gawd. Please add him to the chat so we can do our thing. Oh yeah. Kima's I forgot Kima's an Aquarius too. She's February 6th. That's why she's my controversial. She's controversial, but she's very articulate. She asks us the right questions, and she's respectfully disrespectful.
Hey, I like that. You got to make them uncomfortable sometimes in order to catch their attention.
She's gonna ask the hard questions with a lot of respect, and she's not gonna talk down on nobody or say you stupid or be belligerent or on some low vibrational. She's on a higher vibration, and she also is trying to reach a level of understanding and community. So I want to shout out Kima. Thank you for the show that you did for me on Tuesday, sis, and on Monday, because she's been supportive of me. You know what I'm saying? I just want to give a shout out to her, and I want to give a shout out to Meika Marks. I want to give a shout out to Melanin Gawdess. I want to give a shout out to Mike, and I don't know why, Mike, but I feel like you're alpha or whatever. I feel like y'all the same person, but correct me.
Oh, Aoife. You talking about Aoife?
Yeah, see Aoife?
No. He was another brother though. He's a heavy hitter.
Okay, because me and Aoife talked, and I'm supposed to do his show on Tuesday. So shout out to Aoife for showing up. Shout out to Mike. I got Tuesday, and I got Wednesday and Thursday of next week. If you want, we can do something. We could even do something tomorrow if you free. Mike, but you gotta
we'll try to set something up.
Yeah, you gotta hit me up, send me a picture, send me your angle, and we can go from there. And I'm Meika Wash. Y'all don't go nowhere. Let me play this outro because I gotta get this in. Y'all don't go nowhere. Just hold on for a second, and we out, y'all. Thank you guys for joining the live or whatnot, and I appreciate everybody that showed up and showed out. I didn't look at no comments. I didn't say nothing too much, but I love you guys. Here we go. We out.
One love. Peace.
Show who you are. Good riddance. Is you kidding? Bit the forbidden. As it was written, you overbidding. With the heathens, karma is a bitch, so how you living? Pray for my enemies, I'm forgiving. Cast the pearls on hog moms and chitlin'. If it's too hot, get your ass out the kitchen. Finger licking good. good looking, stewing in the stew. I'm cooking, you psyched out, paranoid and shookin'. Shook the table, babes, I'm booking. Get prepared for this ass whooping. Listen to the words being spoken. You were talking, I'm awake and woken. While I'm spitting this, got your spit, got choking. Era up, a glimpse in my world, eyes shut open. Parallel in my mind, I'm chosen. Reverse the time, heart frozen. Antarctica, cold as ice. Casting lots, rolling dice. Mean as nails. I'm nothing nice. They persecuted me like they rejected Christ.